Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing today? Just sending a couple text messages real quick. Um, let's see. Oh, who else do I want to sit here and send one to? Okay, so let me check out the chat here and see what's going on. Hey, RT3. Oh, gotta turn that down. Hey, RT3, how you doing? Hi, David B. How you doing? So, seems to be some issue going on. I don't know. I've been in a few people's streams lately, stormtroopers in Taco Joe's, and I've been getting a lot of flack lately. Um, I don't know. I've been out of the loop. I've been getting busy, getting things ready to go to Hagerstown to go pick up the ambulance, and I'm not exactly sure what's transpired. Um, so I figured I'd do the StreamYard. So if anybody wants to come on here and hi Italian Princess, hi Shelly. Um, if anybody wants to come in here and just kind of explain to me what's going on, little clueless on why I'm getting so much flack in these other people's chats. Um, I know I've had some comments about participating in BTM chats, but I mean I've been doing that for a long time. Like I said, I don't agree with a lot of the things that the left is involved in, um, but I think that the conversations that we've had um, about common ground issues has been a really good thing. Um, Now I know Telescope has been active in the attempt to take down 1776, uh, or whatever you want to call it. So I don't know if that's why there's this uptick. Um, yeah, I've been a mod in BTM's chat from the very beginning. BTM decided to give me a wrench because of the fact that I'm an open minded person. And I've had that wrench since the very first day I was in BTM, or damn near close to it. I've never used the wrench. I actually thought it was kind of funny because there were quite a few BTM members that would come on and they'd get all pissed off because they're like, "Why does a convoy person have a wrench in BTM?" Um, so I've got a wrench in quite a few chats. Uh, I didn't ask for the wrench. Uh, I was given it. Um, does that mean that just because they give me a wrench that I believe in their ideology and that I'm some type of leftist? I don't get where them giving me a wrench changes who I am and changes my belief system and makes me a member of their what they're about. Like I said, um, you know, I've had some good conversations. We've talked about securing the vote. We've talked about voter voter ID laws. Um, we've talked about, you know, we've talked about voter ID laws. We've talked about minimum age requirements for anybody that gets into the government. Um, we've talked about maximum age, requirements. We've talked about a lot of core issues that are not that are things that the left and the right can have common ground about. So, yeah, I haven't seen. I heard that Telescope was down at the mall. I kind of was wiped today. I just kind of took today off and was doing other stuff. So honestly, I haven't seen any of. I saw Wyckoff's video, and he had mentioned something about Telescope reading or singing. So I haven't read any of that stuff. Uh, let me let me read this. Hey friend, I should be in bed right now, but before I get off the computer, popped on. Well, thanks for stopping in, Edge Truth. Yeah, Italian Princess. I've been a mod in BTM long time. I mean, this isn't new information. Like I said, I I don't. It's not a real mod. I don't do any modding. He gave me a wrench because when I came in there, I treated everybody with respect. I was open minded, and I had very good debates with people from the left. Um, Wizzy's been in BTM's chat. I mean, there's quite a few other people that have gone into BTM's chat. Um, they chose to give me a wrench. I think because of the irony, I'm a mechanic. He said a mechanic should have a wrench. So, I don't know why. Um, Open-minded means I'll listen to what they have to say. I don't just shut them down. I'm not closed-minded in the sense of, oh well, if I don't like what you have to say, or I don't agree with what you have to say, I don't listen. Um, that's what I mean when I say open-minded. I pinned a link to the top of the chat, so if any of you guys want to come on the StreamYard and actually talk in person instead of talking through chat, um, that's why I'm doing a StreamYard. Hello, John. Let's see. Yeah, I don't like the drama that's going on. I feel like I'm really in the middle because um, the squirrels, I don't know who this ant guy is. I've never met him before. I went into his chat once. He was the only streamer streaming at the time. I went on his chat once, and I saw a few people I knew. They were heckling him. Um, they were obviously right people, and I recognized him from my chat and other chats, and I said hi to him, and that's the only conversation I had in that DOA guy's chat. But I'm getting slammed for being in his chat. But those same people that are slamming me for being in the chat were also in his chat. So, just because I recognize some names that I knew and I said hi to them, I'm getting a lot of flack on that. So, frankly, and honestly, I am astonished that you are surprised by the reactions of your. Well, I'm surprised why it's coming down on me. I haven't done anything that I'm aware of. I'm kind of in a tough position because of the fact that the squirrels uh, definitely were with the TPC movement for a long time, and then I did spend a lot of time with AFC when my truck was broken down. Um, I don't like that there's this infighting between 1776 and them, um, but I don't understand why that's falling back on me just because I know of them, just because they were part of the TPC movement. Um, I'm not down there. I'm not doing that. So I'm getting slammed by association because I know these people. Okay. I don't get that. Yeah, I believe X-Ray was there yesterday too. I heard he was riding with Santa. So I agree with you, John. There was a lady named Lola that that was hard left, and it was a non-productive conversation. She literally talked over me the entire time. There was no point to that conversation. But there's other people that have been on panels on BTM's site, and like I said, we've come to common ground issues, uh, that we agree that there are core problems with the government that the left and the right, or at least if I'm representing the right, um, at least my beliefs, that we believed were common issues that need to be fixed in the government. So yeah, there's going to be certain things like abortion, stuff like that, that the left has is very strong on their feeling, and the right's very strong on their feeling, and there's probably no way that the left and right are going to come together with that, but it's the core problems with the government. Uh, the fact that we can't be confident in our vote, I mean, the left feels that they got screwed in one of the presidencies where a Republican won. Uh, we feel that we got screwed on this last one, and that's not right. So, trying to keep up with the chat. That's why I did a stream here. I was kind of hoping you guys would come on. Uh, Question: do you endorse or condemn the actions? Well, if you actually look at BTM's chat, I was in the Discord and I verbally got on Telescope uh, and said, and I told him that, you know, I understand that you don't agree, but he was calling people redneck, whatever, and I'm like, dude, you don't have to go there. You don't have to talk like that. You can not agree with somebody, but you don't have to get all negative about it. And if you look in his chat, or in BTM's chat, you can see that that I don't agree with the methods that they're using. I don't agree with what they're doing. Um, So it's all there. I mean, it's in their chat. Anybody that's seen it has seen that I've been opposing what they're doing. Uh, um, I don't know how to pronounce this. JAKNNANA. It says, Eric, I haven't heard one streamer within 1776 bring up your name. Um, I don't know if the streamers are doing it. It's their chats. I was in Stormtrooper's chat, and even his moderators were attacking me. And it's like Stormtrooper was sitting here saying, "Hey, Eric's a good guy. I mean, he came out here. He was part of the convoy. He was part of the movement. He dedicated his time. He helped to fix all these vehicles, and he's defending me, and his moderators are attacking me. I was in Joe's chat today, and it wasn't any of his moderators, but it was other people that were just on me, and it's like, you know, I don't get it. I don't get what's happened. Uh, I mean, people are sitting here trying to, I'm responding to John. John says, I'm a great judge of character, Eric. I don't think you're playing both sides of the fence. I think a lot of people are upset that I'm not down with 1776. Now, let's put this in the grand scheme of things. There's a lot of people that have been part of the convoy that are not with 1776. So I don't fully get why I'm getting attacked for not being there. The reasons I'm not down at 1776 are basically it comes down to when my truck was broken and I had to move away from the racetrack. I had to borrow a friend's truck. I had no way to secure my camper, which goes in the bed of my truck. I think people don't get that issue. So I'm going to show you a picture of my truck with the camper on it so that you guys can get a better understanding, because I don't know if that's part of the problem is that people think, oh, it was just a tow behind. Could have just towed it over. But that's not the case. That's not how my camper works. So I had no way to secure my truck or my camper to my truck or to the truck I was borrowing. So that's the type of camper that I had. It was sitting on the legs at the racetrack while my truck was at the dealership having the recall work done. So the problem is that there's linkage to connect it to the truck, and 4 miles to go to AFC on backwards doing 20, 25 miles an hour was an acceptable risk with a very expensive camper versus, hi Ed, I see you in there. Expensive risk to take, and versus going 33 miles on the freeway to go to Bunker Hill. So I basically was at AFC, one, because I had no problem with AFC. I mean, we were all together at the original time that we were in Hagerstown. I was welcomed with open arms. I've got no complaints with them, and it was a safe place for me to go. And on top of it, there was just no way I could have gotten to Bunker Hill. So, I mean, that's part of it right there. But when I ended up being there, I was on my own dime. I may have had a rental vehicle, but I was burning up quite a bit of fuel going back and forth to Bunker Hill, and I just started feeling like an outsider. I wasn't invited to meetings. People stopped talking to me. If I wasn't there, I wasn't relevant. So when the time came that my birthday was coming up and I decided that I wanted to be home for my birthday, I put the effort in there to sit here and figure out, okay, well, what are you guys doing? what is 1776's plan? You know, why do I want to stay? Versus going home and getting back to my life. And, at this point in time now, I'd been out of work for 4 months. What, why do I want to stay? Um, because, I was done. I was done with this sitting in parking lot stuff. I mean, that's what it was. We in Hagerstown for 28 days we sat in the parking lot. Then we went to California and we kept on stopping places and sitting in parking lots. Then we came back from California and we were sitting in parking lots. Then Bunker Hill, they ended up sitting in parking lots. I came there to protest. I mean, I carried 45 days worth of supplies in my vehicle. I wanted to be there and do that. Um, so really, it just came down to nobody would tell me the plan. I was the outside guy. Um, you know, I I wasn't going to go and do anything without knowing what I was being asked to do, and I chose to go home. So I don't know why I'm getting all this flack for it. I've done nothing but clean up TPC's mess since I've been home. I said I was going to take the mechanics trailer back. I did that. I said I'm going to go get the ambulance, and in a few days I'm going to be leaving to do that. So what have I done wrong? Okay, I'm going to go back and look at the chat, so I apologize. By the way, hi,
Yeah,
Ed.
yeah. I just came in to support you for a few minutes. It's kind of late, I had a late night last night. um,
Well, yeah, we were on Polish Agnes's
yeah, yeah,
thing. I mean, I had somebody get flack on me because you saw that I drank that beer
yeah,
on Polish
yeah.
Agnes's stream, and
Right.
for a few minutes I saw Telescope was streaming, and I popped on there to tell him that his sour me, this beer right here, that his sour me tasted like
Yeah,
crap.
yeah.
Not
I
knowing
remember
what
that.
he was streaming, not knowing any context of what he
Right.
was saying, or what he was doing. All I could see was he was in some parking lot. And because I went into his chat, even though I was on the StreamYard with you guys,
Right. Right.
so I was dual doing stuff.
Right.
Uh, but the fact that I popped in there, now I was supporting Telescope by being in his chat, telling him his beer
Crazy.
sucks.
That's crazy.
So,
We
okay.
had fun with that moment, and we were entertaining ourselves, and there was some information being put out and that kind of stuff. And if we can't have fun, I mean, what's it all about? So, you know, like I said, I just came on here for a few minutes, and I can vouch for everything that I've heard so far. Uh, you know, just as a side note, one of the reasons I started watching your streams, of course, is because you started streaming, and you told me, I guess last night, that you've been streaming long before that, but I didn't know about it. But when
Long
I did,
before what? Long before what?
long before I came down to Indiana, and that was before you guys took your last trip to Hagerstown, when everything
Yeah.
kind of went south, and so I started watching your streams basically when you were at the AFC and you were doing the fireside chats and stuff like that, and I found those uh, entertaining. Basically, I watched this whole thing because it was entertaining, and I don't like a lot of the well, I guess we call them trolls. It's basically people coming on to sort of, I don't know what they're doing, to tell you the truth, but they aren't contributing. Uh, and for me, I don't know if I could do it. I would get a little, uh, probably a little crazy. Just as a backstory, when uh, Twitter first came out, that was a decade and a half ago. I got on there, and I thought I was going to have a whole lot of fun talking to people. Next thing you know, everybody hated me, and it's just because I had maybe just one view different than this person, one view different than that person, and the next thing you know, everybody hated me. And it was like, well, I don't want to do this anymore. So I got off immediately and never went back. So that was my experience then. This is a little different because we can look at each other's faces with the StreamYard. I kind of like this. Um, you know, I think getting just a little bit too addicted to it. And I got to take some breaks because I do have other things to do in life besides, talk to people over StreamYard. You know, it was nice seeing you in Indiana and that kind of stuff, and with other things. And you know, people get the
Hold
wrong
on one second.
impression. Okay, go
Hold
ahead.
on one second.
Sorry, Jim.
Granny Sue, why are you deleting all these comments for Harmony Love 144? I don't see, you know, I'm sorry they didn't appreciate well, it was probably supposed to be Polish Agnes, but he said Agnes, you know. I don't know. Okay. Whatever. Go ahead, Ed. Sorry. Oh, by the way, hi Ripta. I wish you played on PC. I'd kick your butt in GTA 5 all day long.
No, that's pretty much all I had to say. Is that it's entertainment value for me. It allows me, especially with this forum, this is the closest thing we can get to actually being with each other, and because of the way things have gone over the last few years, it's difficult to get out. And of course, at my age, anyways, I don't go out to bars and hang around other people that way. So it's kind of for old folks like me. It's kind of nice to go out and meet other people, and this is kind of a nice way of doing that. As long as people don't get weird. I've been around weird people in person, and I used to just walk away. And as
Yeah.
when you're in a situation like this, they just keep coming at you because they can, because it's in a particular format, and you tend to allow pretty much anybody to say anything they want.
Yeah.
And
Granny Sue,
go ahead, sir.
let Harmony Love just talk. It's all good. Thank you, Granny Sue.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So, anyways, that's all I was kind of getting at is, the chats can be pretty wild and crazy, and there's no picture behind it. There's no nonverbal communication that you get when you're looking at other people or when you're standing next to them, and that kind of stuff. So people, yeah, the one little statement that I like to make when it comes to things that are written down is that there are no words in the white spaces, because somebody will read something and you have so many characters to put in your thought that it's really difficult to explain exactly what your entire thought is and all of the feelings and expressions that go along with that. And it's hard to tell whether or not a person is angry or not angry, or supporting or non-supporting. It just gets kind of strange. Hi, Agnes. I'll let you.
Change the. There we go. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm just trying to catch up on the chat because, but Ed was kind of filling in while I was trying to read the chat. Just
Well,
trying to
I
see what
don't even
everybody's saying.
understand. I don't. Well, so first of all, I wouldn't miss it for anything to be on your panel. Not when I can, right? Because
Yeah.
you go on mine all the time. But I don't
Yeah.
really understand. Why do you need to really explain yourself?
I'm not really well. Part of it is, I think some people don't have the full information. Maybe they follow only one streamer, or whatever the case, and they're judging me unfairly. So this is a chance
But
for
who's
me
really
to
judging
speak
you
with them.
unfairly? Is that trolls? Is that your first time really facing the trolls at this point, because you haven't been really streaming that long, and that's your first time that it had really happened to you? Honestly,
I don't usually get too many trolls in my chat. Either they don't like me or they just don't come here,
but
or
they don't
whatever the
have to be
case.
just in your chat. The trolls are going to be the trolls, and you don't have to explain yourself to trolls. That's what
I know,
the whole point about it is. And then,
but
so
see,
I'm going to tell you right now, you need to take it easy, just because I I believe that your heart is in the right place. And so if your heart is in the right place, you don't have to explain yourself. And you haven't been the boots on the grounds for at least over or around a month. Like, what, when did you leave? Before July, right? Started.
I
Or
left. I was home before my birthday, so yeah, I left late June.
exactly. And listen, you haven't worked this whole time. Like, you don't have to explain anything to anybody on what you're doing and what your agenda is and what you're planning on doing. You are not with 1776 for a good reason. They haven't really been welcome. They didn't welcome you like you were a part of it. I'm sorry to break it to you. It doesn't matter if you are with AFC, if you are with 1776, or whoever you talk to. You're mechanic Eric.
Yeah, I mean,
So
I've
who's
always
going to have
done.
anything really to say about you doing whatever or being whatever or asking anybody to really be anywhere? Do you guys actually understand the fact that people that have sacrificed 4 months of their life, they have credit cards that are freaking maxed out, they have mortgages? Most of these people don't have financial freedom that they're going to go over everywhere and they're going to support everybody. And anytime you turn off that chat, the chat is not existent. It's not going to really bother you like that.
Uh, Raymond, you sat here and said BTM crossed the line today. Okay, one, I haven't watched the BTM videos or anything
It's
today
not
about it,
about the
but
BDM.
again,
It's
that's not me. I'm not BTM. I'm not. I may talk in their chat and try to find common ground with the left, but I have right side opinions. You know, I'm trying to find common ground with the left party to sit here and try to figure out things that we as a country, left and right, can try to fix with common ground issues. So whether or not BTM is doing something or they cross the line, why would that fall on me? I'm not out there wearing a BTM shirt, you know, doing the stuff that BTM's doing. Just because, are you guys out there attacking Wizzy because he's been in BTM chat? I mean, there's numerous other people. I believe Oreo's been in there. There's quite a few other streamers that have been in BTM's chat. Um, why? Because they're taking these actions now. Is this falling back on me? You
no,
know?
it's not that. It's not that. Don't take it personally, please. And you
Yeah,
shouldn't, because you're a wonderful person. It's just everything that you did for everybody is just absolutely not going to be questioned. And just because you couldn't be on, I have gone on these issues for a very long time. If you ask people to pay to protest, you're not going to have people around.
yeah,
And this is the reason why most of us didn't stay with 1776, because they all ask for fees to pay, really honestly, to stay with them. And if
yeah,
I could, because I could, whenever I can take off. It doesn't matter for me. I can just move around and I can take off. But I'm not going to pay you $100 or $200 to stay with you to protest. It
yeah,
was not going to happen, and it did not. It just did not sit well with me. And obviously, you have been of work, what, 4 months or whatever, 5 months or something like
Well,
that?
now it's going to be 5 months with
Yeah,
taking the
exactly.
ambulance
You're gonna
back.
pay someone.
So
You're gonna pay
I
someone
took an
to
extra
freaking
month off
protest.
of work. I took an extra month off of work so that I could deal with this trailer and deal with the ambulance.
Well, yeah,
So no,
right. But listen, answer me the question. You're gonna be the one who's gonna actually pay people to stay somewhere so you can protest.
well, I didn't agree with that. I understood why they did
Exactly.
it, but I didn't agree
Exactly.
with it.
That's the point. So now you have the choice and you stay with the people that didn't ask you for money to protest. It's where it boils down to, honestly. And you have to be careful. What do you really, when you are a movement, you have to be careful. What are you asking people for? And I did not agree from the get-go with, hey, we need $100 or $200 from you to freaking stay with us. And I said, no, I'm not going there. I'm not sacrificing a week or 2 weeks of my pay, and then I'm paying you to freaking stay there.
Lone cuff. I am not sitting here and saying that 1776 group was doing any of this. I did say that it was just people in the chats of other streamers, except for Stormtroopers, which it was actually his mods that
But
were actually making some of these comments. In other chats, it was just average Joe people that were in their chats. So
but
that's
listen,
what I'm trying to clear up.
except one person that was Oreo, no one has talked shit about you.
Yeah.
Because I'm on talking shit about freaking everybody all the time on. I have people that sending me clips. I have people that are looking out literally for everybody. And today someone has sent me a clip and they were like, Agnes, why is Telescope freaking mentioning your name? Why is Telescope talking shit about you? And I was like, where? When? And well, just rewind 20 minutes. You're gonna hear freaking Telescope talking shit about you. And yeah, he did. And then when
Well,
I'm getting an invite from BTM and be like, hey Agnes, we would love for you to come on our panel. And I said, listen, once you talk shit about me, there is no freaking gonna be any panel there, because I need a respect, and so you, Eric, need to demand respect from people. It's just what it is. It's just what you have done for everybody, and you were there and you were available. Just because they decided not to freaking use you that way, it's not your fault.
yeah.
And
You
you should not beat yourself up for whoever you talk to. I allowed so many people on my freaking panel. It's freaking unreal. All the trolls and everybody, just because I wanted to be fair to everyone. And just so you did. But yeah, you did appear on freaking BTM and all, and it freaking raised a red flag. But
like I said, and that's the thing is people they all they hear is, oh, Eric was on BTM. Yeah, I was on BTM, but what was the content on BTM? What was Mechanic Eric doing when he was on BTM?
that conversation was
I
literally.
supporting the right side's opinions and views on a left channel? What was I doing on there? That's the question. And everybody's just getting stuck on, oh, he's a moderator on BTM. Oh, he's on BTM. Yeah, but I doesn't mean I believe in their beliefs, and that's what was I doing? You want to sit here and you want to judge me, go watch BTM in panels or chats that I've been in and look at what I've said. Look at what my opinions were. Look at what I've said on their panels. I have
Why does that even matter?
been defending the right side.
But why does that even matter? Why does that even matter? People would need to understand what freedoms are all about. We're going to have freedom. We're going to have freedom for the left, and we're going to have freedom for the right as well. It's just not the particular thing that you believe is your freedom. You wanna accept Joy?
Oh, didn't see her.
Can I ask you a quick question before she comes on?
Sure.
I don't even know what BTM is. Can somebody explain that to me?
Behind the mirror, they're considered to be trolls to 1776 because they have a totally different view on what we're doing here.
What does BTM stand for?
Hi, Joy.
Hey,
Well,
Hi.
Nick.
Joy is
Um,
one of the people from BTM. She may explain.
Yeah.
can you
What
hear
is
me
it?
okay?
Yes.
I can
Can,
hear you,
Okay,
Joy.
cool. I got
can
a
you?
new webcam, so I want to make sure it sounds good.
Yeah.
No, actually, I saw Eric on here and then Ed. I was like, ooh, let me go put on some makeup. And then Polish was on. I was like, yay, I want to talk to Polish. Okay,
Hey, she
so
stole your lipstick, Polish.
it's
I
kind
have
of
mine
pink.
today. I've been trying a new one. Doesn't really stay that well.
Yeah, this is kind of pink. Okay, so BTM behind the mirror.
Okay.
So BTM is behind the mirror, and nobody knows who BTM is. I don't know is BTM a male, a
Well,
female?
Telescope knows who they are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think it's Telescope.
Horoscope has
No,
had
but
too
I'm
much
saying
to drink
Telescope
today.
knows who
I
Telescope knows
think
who they are.
Telescope does too. Yeah.
Yes.
So I think
He
it was
said
a
he does.
channel just kind of started to, where people could come together and put whatever they want on the chat and kind of discuss the convoy, the 1776 restoration. How I got involved was I saw the chats. I never chatted on YouTube before. I chatted and they're like, hi. And then I started chatting more, then went over to the Discord. Um, and I think the first live stream I jumped on, I just jumped on it. And then Eric came on. I don't know if you remember me on there, Eric, because I was so nervous that I was only on there a short while and then Lolo came on. I jumped off. I was the nice one. I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah.
So basically, it's a place where people can come together, whether you're right or left, just kind of share your opinions. They don't really block anyone in the chat or whatever. But I will say it can be a little, the chat can be, it's kind of a lot of smart asses in there, and a lot of it is sarcastic humor. It's not really like, oh, we want something bad to happen to this person. It's just sarcastic, like people make fun of, oh, wow, the main person in the restoration movement is the lawn chairs, because they're the ones holding the lawn. But since I've been on the Discord side, I found a lot of people have come together and get to know each other. Like Jeff. Jeff is on BTM all the time, and I really like Jeff. Like, actually, I hope he comes on because I haven't talked to him in 2 days. I'm like, what? 2 days without Jeff? So it's this weird mix up of a lot of different people. Everybody loves Eric. Um, Nobody likes Oreo. Some people like Wizzy, some people don't. I like Wizzy. So it's just kind of a weird mix of people. And so we kind of have that going on, but there's a core of us. We're trying to kind of do something new where we want to have panels where we can have different guests come on. Like we had Jeff Ellis. We did a spotlight with him, and it was an hour on school boards, participating on your school board. And so Jeff was our guest panel. Um, it's yeah, it's behind the mirror. So basically it's like trying to go behind the mirror and find out what someone's about behind the mirror. And it's a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I know anytime I go on to someone's thing, I kind of say, I'm from behind the mirror because I don't want, I want to be upfront and be like, hey, I'm with this group. I participate in this group or whatnot. So, yeah, it gets a little rough over there.
Yeah. I mean, there are definitely some people that are way left that are just there to cause trouble and be very negative and fine. We ignore, people. There are some people that may entertain what they're saying, but then there are people that just ignore what they're saying, and it's just they say what they say. They don't tend to be the people that end up in the discords or the stream yards. They're just in the chat, saying what they say. I do think there are a lot of there are a few open-minded people that are left people that want to have open discussions about things that are affecting the country as a whole, that affect the right and the left, and that's why I participate in it. Because I think there are topics that we've discussed um, that are issues that we can see eye to eye on, and that is the biggest problem in this country right now, is that
Mhm.
the left and the right just don't want to talk. A lot of times there's so many people that are closed-minded, that we can't figure out what are the issues that we agree on and try to work on those issues to fix the country, at that point, at that common ground issues. And that's what I do like about going over to BTM.
Yeah, I agree. I think you said it good. I think you explained it good, Eric. Kind of that's, like I said, it's a mix of people and
And
everyone
and
entitled
I
to their opinions.
and I mean, I'll sit here and I'll say that it definitely seemed like when I first got there, it started off being a more left page, and I think my interaction with the channel has brought a little bit more light and has brought more right-minded people from the
Mhm.
right, over there to have conversations with the left. And while I don't agree with their actions right now, I understand what their thinking is. I understand why they feel they need to do it. I don't endorse it, but that's on them. That's not on me. That's not my actions. I'm not doing it. Just because I may speak on that panel or speak in their chat doesn't mean that what they do reflects back on me. You know, just like if I go out and there's some left movement and I start doing stuff, you know, people can't sit here and say, oh, well, BTM was involved because Eric was there, doing something. That's not how it works. Everybody does their own thing. So, yeah, I haven't been
Oh,
keeping up on the chat.
BTM have never talked shit about you. So by you appearing at the BDM, you had your chance of really having your point across. And they really kind of kept asking you about your experience with the TPC. They didn't really ask you too much about what your political views are, honestly, because I listened to that conversation and it didn't appear to me like you were really much there to explain your political views. You were there just to explain what your experience at the TPC was. And
There's been times like that too. It
I
depends
just
on
listened to
which
one
one
that
you've
was
seen.
really. I just listened to one that was really long one, and it
Yeah,
showed up for me because I have probably tuning in into your streams kind of a little, and so it, just YouTube just showed it to me, and I was like, oh, Eric is at BTM. All right, let me see what's this all about. And then I listened to it. I didn't see anything wrong with that. I didn't see anything wrong that you really spoke about, or something that I would have to worry about, or anything like that. Because
yeah,
obviously, me and you kind of close, and I do, all these freedom stuff, movements, and all that. Like, I would
yeah,
not have you close to me or associated with you if I felt like you're not all about what I'm all about.
yeah,
It will literally be gone from
yeah.
my life. And so,
Butterflies. Oh, good.
yeah. And so, in the meantime, Joy has asked me at some point, hey, Agnes, do you kind of want to come on the BTM, and talk to us? I was like, okay, well, send me an email. We'll see what we can do, and all. And I kind of kept it to myself to see if there's going to be something that I need to really worry about. Couple times, which was the one that my phone was hijacked kind of thing, and BTM has picked it up on it. And then the second time, Telescope has talked shit about me today. And I'm like,
Really?
should I
Hmm.
really come on a panel with someone who does not appreciate me and talk shit about me?
I did not hear that today.
Well, he hit it on the money. Actually, he said, "Well, you need Agnes's money on something." I can't remember exactly what it was.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that, but because I
And
told,
the minute you judge people like that, and I don't really watch those too much because I kind of checked out,
I
just
don't
like
watch
Eric
that.
did, and I feel like me and Eric have checked out on the right minute, the right moment on all the drama that's happening. And I honestly, so as Eric, I don't think want to be associated with that kind of drama because we're not able to do anything to change people's minds. And if we're going to be about freedom, we first need to understand what the freedom is all about. And the why I actually stayed connected to Eric was I feel like Eric does understand and knows what the freedom is all about. And it's not about the right, it's not about the left, it's about how we feel. And freedom is different for everybody. Anybody you ask what the freedom is all about is going to be different for everybody. And we kind of forget about it. We just want to go with Trump nowadays, and we want Trump in the office and Trump this and Trump that, and everyone has a different freedom nowadays. And the minute you express your different freedom, for all these chats, they're not going to have it. And also, the minute you're going to talk shit about me, you're not going to have me on your panel. That's for sure. Because you know what? I have put my heart, my time, and my money into all this. And if you want to call me out on whatever bullshit you want to call me out and you want to be a troll, it's not going to happen. And that's how we should really judge what's going on in life. If someone talks shit about you, they don't like you, they don't want you, and whatever. But freedom is what we should be focused on here. And if someone didn't work for freaking 4 months, you're going to call this person on. Oh, listen, you're not here. You're supposed to be here and all. But who's going to freaking actually pay my bills? I want to know. Who's going to do that? Like, I don't freaking actually have a sugar daddy who's going to pay all my bills. Nor a sugar mommy. No sugar mommy, right?
Yeah. Oh,
All right,
but
Brad, go ahead. Go ahead, dude.
I was just going to say you've been shopping for one. You're pumping out your email there the other day. Shopping for them sugar daddies.
I know. I'm so
Yeah, did you get any emails from any sugar daddies?
I actually did get a couple of emails. Thank you.
Really? Wow.
Yes, I really did.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, Brett's my favorite battle buddy.
Let's go, Brad. Come on, bring some freaking watching people on here. Let's go.
Hey, Agnes, IIWII is very concerned and wants to make sure that you understand. Please tell Agnes it was a comment to Jeffrey, not about Agnes. Tell Jeffrey he messed up leaving her. So.
okay.
It's okay, guys. We're okay. We don't gotta worry about these things. Like breakups happened, and Jeffrey is free to do whatever he wants to do, and I'm free to whatever I want to do, and that's it.
Yeah, I just read in chat. I guess he was interviewing
thank
squirrels
you.
today.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
good to know that, because I did talk to Telescope and I said, hey, I got on a StreamYard with Agnes, and I said Ed was there, I think Black Wolf, and I said, man, I really had fun. I said, we had a good time. He's like, oh yeah, I really like Agnes, and
I think Telescope, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to break it to you, Joey. I think Telescope sometimes gets a little bit too much to drink, and he gets carried away with his
the passion.
comments. And that's what has happened today. And I heard it, and I'm sorry, I was informed.
Okay.
Hey, why does Telescope freaking throws your name all over the place and you are not even there? And I was like, I don't know. I thought me and Telescope actually had a mutual agreement of respecting each other. And the minute that doesn't happen, we have problems.
Yeah. Well, he's always said good things about you to me on private conversations. So
thank you. I appreciate that until today. Like I said, a little bit too much to drink. Kind of cannot control yourself really that well.
And one of the gentlemen in our Discord, he was like, "Ooh, Polish Agnes, he was wanting to take you from Jeffrey." But see, I didn't know you were single until today.
Well, it kind of happened like a couple weeks ago, maybe, or
Okay.
something that I really went official on it.
Let me just say, I saw something today that really ticked me off, and it was really disgusting when I saw it. I won't mention what it was, but let me just say I was ticked off about it. I can talk to you privately someday. But anyway, so enough of me.
I may know what are you talking about. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna comment.
I was disgusted, but whatever. Anyways,
I mean,
think we should be
props to
talking
me,
about
thank you. Props to me. All right, Brett, go ahead.
that. Actually, one of the big reasons I wanted to jump up, obviously, I love my time with Eric and Agnes and Ed and Joy. Nice to meet you. And
nice to meet you.
Daniel's always around.
I'm
But
always
I
around.
was,
You guys, Brett and Daniel have this little bromance going.
Oh yeah. Definitely know what's going on.
well, it's family, right? So we're always pitching in to help out one another and all that jazz. So, or at least we should be.
Yeah,
But
exactly.
one of the things I wanted to that actually spurred me to get up, because I was just going to hang out and chat, and I can't be here long. But it was Eric's comments about the right and the left, and I'm not sure if anybody in chat saw it, but I think that's the division right there, and that's the problem right there, is the whole right versus left thing, because it's not. The right wing isn't screwing us. The left wing isn't screwing us. They're both screwing us, and it's the head of the bird that controls both sides of the wings. Like, it's the people versus the head of the bird, right? And people are
I agree
so
with you,
lost in this right versus left crap that message is getting lost. That message is totally getting lost, and people are not understanding that their enemy is not the left. The people who identify as the left don't understand that their enemy is not the right. Their enemy is the people that are controlling both sides and telling them to hate one another. And I think it needs to rise above and beyond that. And we need to start looking at, it's not the right wing, it's not the left wing, it's the head of the birds that are controlling them both. And that's what the people are
Hey Brett, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course. Always. Yeah.
Why do you think we have so much division right now in 1776? That we have people that are against it, that we have people that are fighting for freedom, that we have people that are fighting for their, I guess, religion. Like, why do we have so much division right now in this group? Why do we have so many counter protests? Why do we have all these people fighting with each other?
Well, see,
how are you gonna get resolved it?
It's a little bit, maybe, I don't want to say biased, but I mod for Squirrel, and so does Daniel.
Yes, definitely.
And I know that there's a big problem from the freedom movement, and not just in the US, but worldwide, with 1776 putting a black eye and a shit stain mark on the freedom movement. And
all right, well, the question is, what do you think we should do?
Because of this, they're driving people away from the freedom movement worldwide. It's not just the US.
Who's driving it away? Who?
1776.
Which is
17.
Who?
Pardon me?
Who is that is driving people away right now, right this second at this point?
The 1776 RM movement.
Which is whom?
That'd be Santa and all of them.
So is that the counter protest that is actually there? Is it actually a 1776 as well? When people are actually watching this, how do you think they know who's 1776 and who's the counter protest that is there and trying to do something? If I'm watching this, I just don't understand altogether. So I'm asking you because, you've been on like no left, no right, blah, blah, freedom this, freedom that. Tell me, what do you think, really honestly, what we should do right now to have it resolved so we don't have that division that we have right now? People on the pedophile side, people on their it's freaking crazy right now. I cannot even watch this shit. Like, I refuse. So please tell me,
it definitely hurts my heart.
It hurts all of our heart.
It hurts my heart because, I've got friends in both parts of this situation, and when they're going at each other, it definitely
But listen,
hurts my heart.
I've hung out with squirrels not one time. I brought them freaking pierogies. I brought them to beer. I brought them all the stuff ever. So my
Squirrels really
heart
like you.
right now is bleeding. Why do we need to have that division? I want to know, how do we resolve that division from these people to show everybody that we can be all together on the same page? What do we do?
If you want me to answer that honestly, I would say you all need to come together and stomp out the 1776 movement and squash it. And it's tainted. It's poisoned. It needs to be done away with.
Start
And
something new
build,
then, because no one wants to start anything new.
build new from the ashes, and like rebuild it like a phoenix. Like have something new and better come out of it, because
And you
what
think
1776 is doing, they're hijacking. The 1776 is hijacking the freedom movement name, and they're hiding behind it, preaching religion and
No,
doing
I
their
don't think so.
sexual
I think-
crap and whatever.
I think when you ask me, everyone who's there on that fucking lawn is hijacking the freedom right this second. No one who's there really is right now, right this second, all about freedom, because they may not understand what the freedom is all about. If you ask me, honestly.
Yeah, the problem lies the problem lies with the huge the fact that 1776 is driving people away from the freedom movement when we need to be attracting more numbers in. And it's worldwide. Again, I'll say this is a worldwide problem.
1776, Brett. No.
Pardon me?
It's just not 1776, Brett, right this second. You have
Yeah,
other
it is.
people there
Eric
that
wants to say
don't
something on the Zoom
understand
panel.
what freedom is all about. And you're going to have to admit to me right now that we don't all understand what the freedom is all about right now.
There's definitely a lot of people that don't understand what's happening between squirrels and 1776 and all that. Eric,
No,
you have
not just
something to say.
understanding what's happening in between them. We all don't understand what freedom is all about. Because freedom is not telling other people what they need to do. And that was kind of the problem we have right now. Because your freedom is going to be about what you believe in and how you want to live. How are you going to tell other people what to do with their freedoms? You're not allowed to do that. And so,
yeah, but you don't understand.
With that being said, we're not going to have right now anyone, honestly, to tell anybody how they're supposed to live and what their freedoms are supposed to be about.
But you don't understand.
They're all wrong.
You don't understand.
Eric, did you have something to say, Eric?
Yeah, Eric did,
I wasn't planning this to be a let's get down on 1776 thing. I mean,
well, it is, because you got in freaking someone's chat that was all about the 1776, Eric.
Okay, I get that, but I mean, you guys said your piece about it, and it's fine. You guys said your opinion, but that's not the topic I wanted to have on this stream. I don't want to be here, fighting about what the squirrels are doing and what 1776 are doing right now. I mean, you guys said your piece, and I let it go. But I just don't really want to be on that topic, I mean, I will say on my side of it, I've still got a lot of friends, a lot of people that are at 1776. I will say on my side, I don't understand some of the decisions that they've made. And I've said it before, but I don't have any ill will for them. I've always kind of hoped that they would turn it around and become something good. And I just don't want to really get into that. I just want to let them kind of do their thing. I want to be impartial on this whole situation, just because I'm stuck in the middle because I've got friends on both sides. I just don't want to have this be this.
Yep.
That's fine if if we're on Polish Agnes's stream and
All right,
you guys
guys,
want to have that talk,
I'm gonna check out because I can read the chat, and the chat doesn't really like what I have to say. So I'm just gonna say goodbye.
No, don't go,
Yeah.
Agnes.
No, guys, listen. I'm
Rico.
not on my own stream, and that's correct. And I don't ever want to invade. I just wanted to say to Eric,
you're fine, and I let you guys
take
say
it
your piece.
personally, because the trolls are always going to be trolling, and in my opinion, people just don't understand what the freedom is all about. And I'm not quite sure 100% if 1776 is about freedom or where exactly they are, but the counter-protest is not about freedom either. So this is why I decided to stay away from these people, because I don't understand the agenda that's going. And it's when it comes for you, Eric, my heart goes to you, because I really feel everything that you have done for everyone, and you always have been good to everybody. And I don't feel like you have to explain yourself. I don't feel like you have to go back there. I don't feel like you have to do anything just because you have sacrificed for months of your life. And it doesn't matter if it was with TPC, if it was with 1776, or if it was with AFC. It doesn't even matter. If you're all about freedom, you're all about freedom, and that's what you're going to be all about. And with that being said, peace to you. Thank you very much, and I'll talk to you some other time.
No, Agnes, stay.
I want you to have a good night, Agnes.
Well, and I'm not even reading the chat.
I got a question for you, Joe or Joy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. And that is, okay, so you've been on BTM, I guess that's what you call it, right? And you said that you like some people coming on with different viewpoints and that kind of stuff.
Yes.
I was wondering if you would accept a topic of maybe physics and digital logic.
Yes. I've actually thought of you, and if you'd want to come on for a topic, because this is the thing. 1776 isn't going to last forever, or shit, maybe it will. But when this all ends, or if it doesn't end and we all get tired of it, we do want to talk about some interesting topics. I thought the spotlight with Jeff about the school boards, I was like, oh, this is going to be a snooze fest. I love Jeff, by the way, but it was actually pretty interesting. And so any interesting topic you would like to speak about, I would love that. To have someone on there and talk about something other than 1776. What else is going on in the world?
A lot, a ton.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
One guy I talked about, I said, he's in our Discord and he's a chef. I'm like, maybe you could do a cooking class for us one night or something, and that's kind of, I want to do some more interesting stuff. So yeah, I will get a hold of you and I can email Eric. Does Eric have your email?
Agnes does.
Oh, Eric, I could just send you a message on Discord with because I have a behind the email to set up schedule. So I'll just email or send it to Eric. He can get a hold of you. You can get it, and we could set that. That'd be interesting. Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. I just, I'd so love to figure out something that, and I'm just using the labels left and right because that's the labels they are, that we can unite together in a movement and be stronger than just being a right only or a left only movement. Because I don't think that there's going to be any real change unless it's a common goal thing that we can come together on, that really is going to make a change. Like I've said, I had a long conversation with Telescope about voter ID, and it came down to he was opposed to it, and his opposingness to it was that people would have to pay for these IDs. And really, it just came down to, well, if there was somebody that was in a financial situation where they couldn't afford it, and there was some type of government program that allowed them to get the ID, he was fine with it. It was just a money issue. It wasn't that he was opposed to the IDs in themselves. He was just opposed to the fact that people had to pay for the IDs.
Right.
So he wasn't against securing the vote in some way. So that seemed to be an issue that the left and right could agree on. I don't know, Joy. How do you feel about
So,
voter IDs?
and I have a great example of that. My daughter just turned 21, and she is the sweetest, smartest daughter ever. She never talked back to me, nothing. But she didn't want to drive at 16, so she doesn't drive because she's real shy, and that's fine. We're not going to force her. So when it was her time to go vote, and I live in Texas, so she called the voting office and said, "What documents? I don't have an ID. What documents do I need to bring?" So she took those documents to go vote, and I wasn't with her at the time. Well, I guess the guy gave her a hard time about it, even though she had the correct documents. She was allowed to vote, but they had to make phone calls and all this stuff. So it was a big hassle, and it made her feel really bad. And so after that happened, because I think it was for the primaries, her dad had to take her down and go get a regular picture ID, which cost us money, which we could afford, but maybe some people can't afford, So, and I think we've talked on a panel about it. I think there are some states that do let you get a free ID,
I
like,
believe you're right in that.
ID. Texas isn't one of those. So that was, an area that I kind of felt a little jilted about. Like, she did everything she was supposed to, and yet she still got a hard time. And so we were forced to go get the license, so she wouldn't have to. And then, I know people could say, well, she should probably get one. Well, yeah, she probably should, but she's always with us. So there's not, she's not out on her own where she would need an identification.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, if she wants to cash a check, she wants to open a bank account, she wants to do almost anything, at some
Right.
point in time in her life, she's going to
She
need
would need
some
one.
form of ID.
Yes.
And that was also the argument that I made with Telescope, as you were saying, there's a lot of people that don't have them. And it's like, yeah, but in reality, how can you really function in society without one?
I was talking to one of my friends, and she's African American, and her godmother lives in a small town. This lady's like 70 or something, lives in a small town, has never driven, doesn't have an ID because everyone in that town knows her. So you could have some very rare instances like that. Um, you know, but there should also be, yes, you get a free ID. Maybe someone who needs help getting the ID, someone could provide them a ride, or I don't know, something to make it easy for someone to get an identification. And
So
I know the
how
argument
do you,
is we should get one, but there may be cases where it could be hard for someone.
so how are you going to vote without an ID?
My daughter voted without the ID.
Yeah, well, that's not the point I was getting at. Is if you're going to vote in the United States, you get one vote per person,
Right.
and how can you prove that that person is only going to vote one time if they don't present an ID?
Well, you can take your social security card, you can take a school ID, you could take
Right.
some of your birth certificate, your original birth certificate.
Right.
So
But that is an ID, and
Right.
that's the point I'm getting at. Is a lot of the people that, and this is where I see the problem is that a lot of people don't want the voter ID so that they can commit fraud. And what I'm saying is we need to make sure that our elections are fraud free. And one of the ways to do that is to make sure that the person who is voting is that person, and that's where the ID comes in.
So an ID could be a birth.
Oh, she froze up. Oh no. No, just when we were getting the good stuff. Twilight Zone.
Am I back?
Sorry, I
You're
was
back.
You're
I
back.
was watching the chat.
You're back.
Well,
You guys were talking, so I was just
my
kind of watching the
internet
chat.
does this. I think I need to hook up. But okay, so
Way
you're
out there.
saying ID to you could be a birth certificate, a social security card, some legal form of ID is what you're saying.
Picture.
Well, I mean, I think the
Okay.
real ID that they have now, where you have to provide your social security card and whatnot to verify that you're a U.S. citizen, it was the right track. You know, once you have that ID, you've proven who you are. I had to do it a few years ago, and I don't see a problem with it. I mean, if you're here in this country legally, and legal citizens of the country are the ones that should have the rights to vote because they're citizens of the country. I don't see a problem with having an ID that proves that you are a citizen of this country and that you're eligible to vote. The other thing is I think we need to get away from all these weird systems that seem to be not working. We live in the time and age of Microsoft, Apple, so on and so forth, and we're using outdated voting systems that don't seem to be very secure or very
That's an
good.
understatement.
I mean, if we can go on, American Idol or whatever, and they can sit here and they can tally all these votes over the phone.
Right.
I mean, why can't we come up with a system, that works on the phones? Why is there not a better system in place than what we're using right now that seems to have ways for people to fraudulently vote? Why, when you do any type of mail-in ballot or any ballot period, is there not some way to link that person to that ballot after the point that it's separated? If you've got an envelope with your ballot in it and they take your ballot out of the envelope, now the envelope goes here, there's all your information. Now you've got a ballot that doesn't belong to anybody. That's where the fraud comes in. Why is that not linked to you? That's my question.
So I have a question. Well, I have two questions now. You brought that up. So the first question is, are there any other countries like in Europe or other places that do more automated voting? And then two, yeah, if you have a mail-in ballot, it would be nice to where, okay, like you mail it in, kind of like a FedEx tracking or something. You know when it's received and scanned in and it shows only one vote. Like you could log in and be like, oh, they got my ballot. Oh, they've logged it for
Yeah.
me. That was mine or whatever. So yeah, any other
I
countries?
could answer that question.
Yes, yes.
I could answer that question. Yes, we in New Zealand, we do have that. So it is impossible for any other vote to be stolen. Impossible. The way we do it, your vote, your registration, you register to vote, and you have to use ID to do that. Number of different IDs to do that. Once that's done, your vote is signed, sealed, and delivered for your whole life. So whenever you vote, it's known it's yours straight away. And
Okay.
so as a result, if you don't vote, what ends up happening is, which we disagree with, but it happens, is whoever's leading gets your vote. So everybody is encouraged to vote, or else it just gets used by the current parties that are ahead. So yes, in New Zealand we use that structure. I know Australia uses the same sort of structure as well, with a bit of a twist. Every country is slightly different in the Commonwealth. Brett can speak about Canada, but yes, we actually have to register our votes every time for every different voting year. but it is permanently sealed to your vote. So they can look at where I voted all throughout my life, no matter what I changed my vote to, which is actually a really good thing, in my opinion.
Now RT3 said voting is supposed to be anonymous, no tracking allowed. I think that's where some of the problem comes in, is why are we opposed to not having it be anonymous? You know, not saying that it can't be anonymous, but okay, so maybe there's not a database that sits here and somebody can look up, Daniel was sitting here saying that he can look up everything he's ever voted. But why does it have to be so anonymous that you can't verify that you personally, that your vote didn't go to where your vote was? Why can't it still be linked to you and still be anonymous, but still be linked to you, and not have everybody know?
Again, our votes are anonymous. We get to choose whatever we want to vote. Only certain individuals within the government can get access to those particular databases. So no one can tell what I voted unless I tell them myself. But I also have the right to access any of my information. So I can call in or email in and say, can you send me all my voting information or tell me certain things? And they will. But I'm the only one that can access my information. I can't access someone else's information. Yeah. So in that regard, it is still anonymous.
Yeah. See, RT3 is sitting here saying that the reason that it has to be anonymous is because of backlash. Now, do you feel that the system that you guys have in New Zealand opens you up to possible backlash? Because it's sounding like that you're the only one that knows what you voted.
Yeah, I'm the only one that knows what I vote, because it's a very personal thing, right? Like religion, okay? Personal choice. So we have the right to choose, all of us in this world, our own personal choices. And as a result of politics being rather antagonistic at times, that's the reason for the anonymity. And so, yes, there is backlash, even amongst families. Some families vote differently within the same family. So you don't want to say what you vote for unless you choose to say it yourself. But yeah, so backlash is a very real factor. So he's right in that regard, and that's how we handle it here in New Zealand.
Yeah, see, I've got nothing against that part of the system of your system, is that, that way at least you can go back and make sure that your vote, it's linked to you. You can verify that, somebody didn't tamper with your vote, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you voted for somebody opposite of what you wanted. So I don't see where there's a problem with that, in my opinion.
I very much lean the other way. I go a whole other way, where I understand the whole anonymous backlash thing, but I don't care for it. I think it's like we've been turned off to talk about politics and who we're voting for. I would much rather be very open and have the discussion and say, hey, I voted for this party, this is why. Because if everybody is doing that, and you say you have a whole town and like 75% of your town votes for this party, but yet this party won, it's a little bit easier to spot the corruption, where it's like, well, there's like 75% of the town has said they voted this, but how'd these guys win? Like, you can kind of call it out and see it a little bit easier. So I try and be very open and vocal with my voting. And here in Canada,
sorry, carry on.
I was just going to make a quick point about the voting thing. Here in Canada, you can take your, you guys call it social security number. We call it social insurance number. You can take your social insurance, and you need it for a job. You can take that and like a bill to like where you live, and you can go with those two things and vote. And it's actually tracked by your address in your households, is how they do it here. So you live at, whatever address, this is your postal code, and this you're voting from that household. You have your social insurance number, a bill in your name. Okay, yeah, here you can vote.
Yep.
It's pretty easy.
Can I just be completely honest and say, actually, even though I could look back on that information, I really don't care, because I've already voted that year. So And my vote does change based on policies. So
Yeah.
I'm not really stuck to left or right. I'm sort of trying to make the best decision I can for the current state of the country. But that's me. That's how I do it. Other
That's
people,
how it is too.
not so much.
But I think it's funny people sit here and talk about the anonymous thing, but I know there was a big thing that
Excuse me.
when the mail-in ballots came out, it was exposed that there was either an R or a D that was in the actual mailer on the envelope that people could tell if you were a Republican or a Democrat when they sent those out. So, the system isn't really that anonymous. If all it takes is a postal worker to look at it or whatnot, or somebody that just happens to get their hands on your mail to sit here and see, oh, look, there's an R, there's a D. They now know you're a Democrat or a Republican. So how is the system anonymous right now anyways? It really isn't.
I have a question about that, Eric. So, is that because they mail you a Republican or a Democratic ballot? Is that why?
I don't remember what it was
I
about. I
don't know.
remember seeing it. I just remember seeing it on one of the reports
Okay.
on a stream somewhere, and they brought it up that this person was Democrat, and they were in the same household, and you literally could look, and the two different
You could see.
envelopes, one actually had a D on it, and one had an R in a certain section, and anybody that knows what to look for on these envelopes would know if that person's a Democrat or a Republican,
Well,
and that was part of the problem. Was sometimes what was happening were Republican ballots were actually getting tossed out by some of the postal workers.
well, and I'm wondering because I'm originally from Nebraska, Western Nebraska, and correct me if I'm wrong. I think in Nebraska, if you voted for Democrat in the primary, you had to vote for a Democrat in the November election. But in Texas, I can vote Democrat in the primary, Republican in the November election. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are there some states where you have to stick with the party in the primary? Or I could be
I don't
missing,
know.
because
I don't
it's
know,
been
but
years since I lived in
Yeah,
Nebraska.
it's state by state.
Okay.
Every state had. Okay, so the legislature of each state is responsible for the elections and how they're run. So every state has their own rules. Take the state of Washington, not DC, but Washington itself. Uh,
Mhm.
Maybe it's not Washington. It could be Washington, but Oregon, I think, I'm pretty certain about that. They've had mail-in ballots, 100% mail-in ballots for decades now. So that's the way they run their system. And in
Yeah.
Michigan, we do it kind of the more traditional way. I would like to address one of the earlier things that you were talking about, and that is right now there is a balloting system set up so that machines are completely out of it, and what they do is they take special paper with watermarks on it and everything that can't be reduced, kind of like the dollar bill, and it also has a QR code. So this addresses what Dan was talking about. It is that the QR code then is entered into a system that allows someone to go on the internet and then look up their QR code, and it will then give them an image of their ballot, and so that they're the only ones who can look at it. Because unless you want to share your QR code, that's up to you. But if you get a QR code when you place your ballot in, you can check to see if that is. You can check online to find out if your ballot is being presented as you filled it out,
now
so that you
I've
know
heard you
what
talk about this before, Ed, but that
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
exist yet. That's in the works, right?
that's correct. Yes, yes,
Oh, it's in the works. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to clarify that.
yeah.
Well,
And that's that again. That's just a way to secure the vote. I
Right.
don't see a problem with that. That sounds like Daniel's system in a sense where he can go back and he can make sure that his vote was registered the way that he wanted to vote, and that somebody didn't tamper with it. And I don't see where there's a problem with that. You know, I think if you're going to vote a certain way, I don't think it needs to be public record. I don't think
Correct.
that any organization, whatever, should have a way to sit here and use that information against you. But I think there should be a way to verify that that your vote was for whatever you voted for,
Right.
and that, it's not just, oh, well, here's a piece of paper that came in and, oh, I don't know who this piece of paper came from. Let's run it
Yeah.
through the machine 6 times because it's the exact same piece of paper and
Right.
it's no different than whatever. But if we run it through 6 times, that person got 6 votes,
Yes, it
because
happened.
they're all the exact same piece of paper.
Right.
Because
You know,
we again still use a mail-in system, but we have no way of identifying anything from the envelope. It's all within the vote itself, and you still have to register before you can do that. So the registration is what keeps people from having the votes tampered with, because you can only register once.
Harmony Love 144 asked, "Do you vote for a person or against another, or the lesser of two evils?" And honestly, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to say there have been years where it's come down to just the lesser of two evils. To
Me
be
too.
perfectly honest, I mean, there are a lot of situations where I sit here and I have to look at who's running, and I'm like, I don't like either one of these people. And it really just comes down to who do I think is going to be the lesser of two evils. And that's a really sad thing to have to say.
That's where the primaries come in. Most people don't even get involved in the primaries. Like this next week, we have primaries. You still only have a certain set that you're going to be able to vote
Yeah.
for, but if you can at least get the best one of those to in the general election, then
Well, in
it's,
a sense, I think the Democrats have gotten screwed a couple of times because their candidate, the person that they really wanted to be their head person, was Bernie Sanders, and 2 times, even though he was the popular person,
right.
he got stolen. He got that stolen away from him. So on the Democrat side, they're getting shafted because they're not getting the person that they seem to really want to have voted in
I
or
I
voted on.
don't. More democratic. I don't, and I didn't. I love Bernie Sanders. I think he's got great ideas, but I just didn't really want him as president because, and this is
Well,
a weird. This is a weird reason because sometimes he just kind of goes off, and
yeah,
I like a president who's very presidential. Or he or she, a she. We'll have a she someday. I want them
yeah,
to be very poised and and I guess that's a stupid reason. But I mean, I like Bernie Sanders. Don't get me wrong. I think he has a lot of great ideas. I think he
yeah.
really wants the good for everyone. I don't think he's like a bad guy or anything. So don't roast me in the chat, okay?
Joy, what did you think about the candidate that was running for president on the Democratic side when they were having their primary discussions? The one that it was a female, and I should know her name because I actually like her. She was a Democrat from Hawaii. You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I'm not.
Yeah, I liked her. I actually liked her. I thought she was very down the middle, very logical, and she was also ex-military, which for me that's kind of a plus, anyways. But
See, and that's kind of the sad thing because I feel like a lot of good candidates get overlooked because they're not as popular.
right.
When Hillary and Trump were running, you know, I
No,
like. Oh, go ahead.
I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah.
It seems like there's so much. The system is so tilted. It's about who can get more campaign contributions, who can get more political backing. The playing field is so unlevel where you may have a candidate that he can get tons of money and get tons of that, but he may not be the best guy for the job. But because he can pump out the money, he can get the attention, and then you may have a candidate that is the better candidate, but because he's not getting that money to be out there, that's what I was sitting here talking about. I discussed that before. Is we need to put a cap on campaign contributions and try to level that playing field a little bit more, so that you don't have somebody that's super influential that may be from like a presidential background or that type of family, whether it be the Bushes, Bidens, whatever, that just have
Yeah.
all this political clout around them, and then nobody else, Joe Schmo over here, who may be a great candidate, can't compete with them because he's not on that level playing field. We definitely need to make it so that the little guy that may do a great job has more of a level playing field, so that it's not controlled by these major families
There actually
anymore.
there actually is a cap. What the problem comes in was super PACs and illegal money.
Super.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was
Yeah.
leaning towards.
Yeah.
Is the super PACs and stuff.
Yeah.
So the question was about lesser of two evils and all that. I know myself. I know it's a bit different in the U.S. Here in Canada, we have more than two political parties. There's actually quite a number, and so
Okay.
I always align my vote with what I think is best, not only for myself, but also for everybody else. And what do I think is going to be best for my fellow citizens and best for my country? And I have tried to vote for something that I stand behind and believe in, and vote for something positive, not just to vote against another person. I don't like screw the lesser of two evils. I'm not interested in that. I way rather like find where I align, and it's like, oh yeah, like I read their platform and it's like, oh, I agree with this point and this point. Yeah, this is a great. Well, I disagree here, but they have all these other points. I feel like I could disagree with it and still have a voice, and you kind of vote for what you believe in and want to see. And that's how I do my vote. I know it's different in the U.S., but I mean, you do have, there's libertarians, there's Greens, there's independents. Like you do have other options. So I think it really sucks and it really hurts that we have a society built around us. And this is the same thing here, where if you want to get involved in politics in any way, shape, or form, it's like there's this pressure and this indoctrination, like, well, if you want to get involved in politics, you have to pick left or right, and you have to automatically hate the other one. And it's just it's like the dumbest game. Like that's what keeps on screwing us, is if you want to be in politics, you got to be left or right. And it's like, I'm neither left nor right. Like I don't play that game. I'm all about what's best for the citizens. Like I don't care where a good idea comes from. A good idea can come from anywhere. Like we shouldn't exclude any of them just because they come from some other side we're supposed to told to hate. Like it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. The same sort of thing as in New Zealand. We have many parties, and I try and make the best decision I can based on the political policies that parties are presenting at that given time. And sometimes it seems as though no matter what party you choose, they're all going to do you over.
Yeah.
Like what we've just experienced in the last 3 years.
Yeah,
So we've all here in New Zealand realised whether you go National or Labour, which are the two main parties that tend to get somewhere, we're screwed. So we're all looking at each other going, this is really, really dumb.
Yeah, I mean, in the U.S., there really is only the right and the left. I mean, I would love the Libertarian Party to get some some support and actually be a stronger party. I think they need to work more at the local level, the state level, start getting more people in the House and in the Senate and stuff like that, and really become a stronger movement. But really, every time they've ever had a candidate that's run for presidency, it's never been a strong candidate. And unfortunately, the libertarian philosophy tends to align more with the Republican side. So it may be my opinion, but it just seems like it tends to weaken the Republican Party when it comes to voting than it does the Democrat Party. So I am all for having a third party. I would love if they could come up with a great candidate that actually had a real presidential chance of winning. But it just seems like every time I see their candidate come in, it seems to be a vacuum for votes from candidates that actually have a chance.
Right.
And it's like, makes me start to wonder if the Libertarian Party was set up by the Democrats.
Well, you know
Just
what?
saying, I'm not to be mean. I'm just saying, I mean, it helps
you-
them. It helps them, I mean, because if
you-
they don't vote for the Republican, they usually vote for the Libertarian. I don't know too many Democrats that vote Libertarian.
You know
They
how
probably
it
vote
works.
green.
You know how it works here in the United States is basically we have Democrats that go to a particular area, and if it happens to be Republican, they'll run as a Republican, but they're really Democrats. And what we refer to them in the United States is rhinos, which means Republican in name only, but their ideology is from the other side. And that's what our problem is. In the United States, you either vote Republican or Democrat or you don't win. That's just the way it is. It's been that way for a long, long time. It's not going to change. The people, they tend to vote straight ticket a lot of times.
No, it's definitely not going to change with that attitude.
Well,
that's a big problem is the attitude. It has to change, or we're not going to get anywhere.
But let me finish, and then
sorry to cut you off.
You can beat me up, all right?
No, I'm sorry. Go on.
No,
sorry, buddy.
I just had a couple more sentences to add to that, and I forgot what they are. Oh, what the hell? I'm getting old, man.
Yeah, you vote Republican or Democrat because those are the only two that are going to win, and that's been that way for a long time.
Yeah,
and unfortunately that is the way the system is, and I hate it. I don't like it. Like I said, I really wish the Libertarian Party would get a stronger base and come up with candidates that have a real chance, and that would be a great thing. But yeah, I was going somewhere with that, and I just lost it. Sorry.
I have to
another
say,
turn of be true.
if I was in Canada, yeah, I'd have to vote for Trudeau. He's so dreamy. Those eyes.
Oh God!
What?
So cute. Why can't
That's the worst reason to vote for him. That
he's
that's
cute.
terrible. He's a war criminal. He committed war crimes against us. Like what?
But have you seen him with his shirt off?
Oh man.
He committed war crimes against us.
Can I just interrupt for a second?
Yeah.
Brett, we need to go.
Okay. Copy that.
Oh, Dan and Brett, would you guys ever want to come on Behind the Mirror and we could do a panel like this about voting? I'd love to hear more about New Zealand and Canada. And we have one of our members, she's in Alberta. She lives in Canada. She's a historian. It would be a great conversation.
It would be a great conversation. I know very little about voting other than what I've already said, but yeah, I'd be open to a conversation. Okay. I'm open to any conversation about pretty much any subject.
Okay.
Because I don't pretend to be an expert.
Okay, perfect. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you. Joy, I see you. I saw your email there in the private chat. So.
Okay, perfect.
Grab that for me, bro. We gotta go.
Okay. Perfect. That worked out awesome. Thanks, Eric.
Not a problem. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, no, you've always been really good. And something I really like about you is you're open to discussion and you're always looking for solutions. And that's something I really like about talking with you is you talk a lot about solutions and what can we do and how can we bring people together? How do we bridge the divide? How do we ensure our vote is being secured? How you're all about everybody knows the fucking problems, right? Like we all know the problems, but it's like
what do we do about it?
Yeah, hearing people bring forth real tangible solutions, like those are the conversations that need to be happening. So thank you for always having those and being that guy. So
well, thank you.
Nice to meet you, Joy. We'll see you again, Eric and Ed. This way, Ed. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah.
We butt heads sometimes, but we can get over it. It's all good. We're on the same team at the end of the day, right?
Cool,
yeah, we're all on the same team. So,
all right. Well, except when it comes to sports, then we got to kick.
Yeah.
I mean,
can't United States. My lines, man. I'm getting tired of it.
We got to kick those Canadians' butts. You guys can't win in sports.
Hockey.
We'll see.
Hockey, yeah.
Okay, you guys. I love you. Thank you. Bye, everybody in chat. We'll see you guys soon.
All right. So I did think about what I was talking about. Ed was talking about the down ballot voting. If you vote Republican, you vote all Republican, and I do think that's a problem too. I mean, that's how I think we ended up with Biden. To be perfectly honest. I mean, Joy, you can hate me or love me, but I've talked to a lot of my friends that were Democrats, and a lot of them sat here and said, when I asked them, I'm like, why did you vote for Biden? You had to have seen that he was not fit in the head. And some people tried to believe that whole story. Oh, he had a stutter and whatever.
No, I think it's true. He has a
But
stutter.
they voted down the ballot because he was the Democratic candidate.
Personally, I think it was just plain computer manipulated vote, and there was a selection, not an election.
Okay, but I want to hear Joy's opinion on this.
Yeah.
For me personally, so I've always voted Democrat. The first election I voted for was Clinton. I was 17 at the time, about to turn 18, voted for Clinton. I voted for him because he played the saxophone and was on Arsenio. What a reason.
I'm starting to wonder about your voting thinking, hey, if he's hot and cute and he looks good with his shirt off, let's go.
Check that, yeah.
I would never win.
Oh my God.
Well, I don't know, Eric. I saw you one night on a stream. I had fallen asleep. I woke up. You had your shirt off. I was like, "Ooh, Eric. Ooh, okay, shirt off. You might get my vote."
Oh my goodness.
And then we had Clinton, and then we had Bush, and then big Obama fan. I like Obama. I feel like he's a kind person. So I'm not even gonna look at the chat. I don't even want to see people roast me, but big Obama fan. When Hillary and Trump, I wasn't crazy for Hillary.
I wasn't crazy for Hillary either. I mean,
you know who I like? That John Kasich from Ohio.
Yeah.
The Republican guy.
Yeah.
So I voted for her. Now, Biden, I do like him. Yes, I feel like he is old. I feel like he should have ran after Obama, not let Hillary. Biden should have just ran then.
Yeah.
I mean,
when he had some mental acuteness.
Mental acuity.
I
think he still has his mental acuity.
Come on. This is a safe place. You can be honest about the fact that we all know that he's not running the show.
No,
I mean, come on.
Running the show. I feel like he's
really.
Running the show. I feel
like Rice is running from the basement.
Come on. No, this is Obama's third presidency.
Yes.
It was Obama's third presidency.
It probably is.
God, could we get Michelle in there?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, you got to be honest with me. You cannot think that Biden, he can't hold a conversation. He doesn't know where he is half the time. I mean, your eyes are not that closed.
He's just older. He's just older.
I know. He's lost his mind. He can't think. He can't even string a conversation together.
I'm getting close.
Biden from, back when he was vice president is a completely different Biden than, Alzheimer's, not knowing where he is.
Almost, 80 years old?
Yeah. I mean,
81.
he's not. He's the horse being led around. Right. He's not the guy. He's going with whatever anybody's telling him to do.
He's not the donkey. The donkey.
That's the problem. We don't know who's leading him. That's the scary part. That's the really scary part is we don't know who is actually running this country because it's not Biden. You can't tell me with a straight face that you think that Biden is capable of making these decisions in his weakened mental state.
I feel like he's a lifelong politician. He knows politics
Okay, well, we're
no.
gonna agree to disagree on that.
I know.
Have to.
I do. Every time he does walk, though, I'm like, please don't fall. Please don't fall.
Well,
Just, I mean, but you listen to him talk, and he gets off topic, and he rambles, and you can't tell me that that's
cue cards.
you can't tell me that he's mentally capable of doing the job.
Jeff Ellis rambles and gets off cue.
He's not our
Well,
president.
Yeah,
He thinks he is.
he has these cards, and he literally reads the part where he says, "I'm not supposed to say this," and then he'll read this, or he'll say, "Well, let me see. I'm supposed to call so and so and ask him this question." He'll read that right off the card. Now, anybody with mental acuity would realize that that's just
Right.
notes for him to
Okay.
go to that point.
Mailer soon sits here and says he has a speech disorder. Okay. Now, I've heard this, and I never had heard this before. I'd
I
never
have.
heard this before until this recent presidential election when he was coming up. And I will sit here and I'll say, look at everything he's ever been on camera for prior. It doesn't exist. You've never seen him bump. You've never, prior to this, back when he was vice president, all the other years that he's ever spoke, he's been articulative. He's always held a conversation just fine. He's never stuttered. You show me one video where this man has had a speech disorder and he actually stuttered. That was a cover-up so that you guys would believe that he wasn't in mental decline.
No.
I'm sorry. You guys fell
true.
for it. You guys fell for it. It is
it's
not
true. Because
it's not true.
Biden has always been known for his gaffes. Even
Yeah,
SNL used to roast him back in the day for his gaffes.
The gaff machine, that's what they called him.
And when he gets really excited, that's when he'll mix his words up more.
But he's not there now.
Whether or not he has it or not,
he's old.
you know,
You're right. I mean, he is. He's old. We can all. I think we could. Let's all agree that he's probably too old to be president.
We're all going to be there.
There we go. Let's just agree that.
We will
And
all
we could agree that maybe
I'm
someone
closing
else
it
might be a
fast.
little too old to be president too.
I'm too old.
Maybe. Mhm.
yeah. I mean, like I said, and getting back to the Hillary thing, where you said about Hillary, I mean, she just was too easy to find that she was lying about stuff. I mean, she would sit here and say stuff, and like there was that one time she landed overseas someplace. We came in under gunfire and stuff, but then in the media they're sitting here and they're showing that she's sitting here and meeting people on the tarmac.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's right.
she lied, but she lied so poorly that people can find the lies so easily, and then she did the stuff with the email server and stuff like that. And, and it's like, she just was branded a liar. That was my problem with her.
It wasn't that. Well, it wasn't. It was before that what turned me off to her. I think I've always been bothered that she stayed with Bill. After what he did, she stayed with him.
I think it's because you didn't like her with her shirt off.
Possibly.
Oh my God. She wasn't sexually attracted to Hillary Clinton, so therefore she wasn't going to get her vote.
Oh my God. How can you not stare into those blue eyes and just melt? Oh, he's hot.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's all I'm saying.
That's so bad. That's so bad.
I'm honest.
Well, it's 2:00.
Oh my God. That's just
so
so wrong.
Have you ever thought of this? Okay, Bill cheated on Hillary, and he cheated so easily. So my thing is, why do we want him back in there for another 8 years? Don't you think he could have been an easy target for like some female to come seduce him and get like government secrets? Think about it.
I think they just gave that stuff away for free.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay,
story.
let's go back. If you want to go back to the Clinton years, that's when, what was it? His last name was Ho, and they did trade secrets with China. That has been proven, but it didn't affect his voter turnout. And back then, yeah, there was a lot of cheating, but not to the level there was this last time. Not even close. But he legitimately won, even after all of his scandals and everything. He still legitimate. I believe he legitimately won for his second term, and I would like to see that same type of integrity, even with that minimal amount of cheating that was going on then. But the thing is, even with all of his faults, people still voted for him. But the treasonous acts, I didn't like that at all. We're not supposed to do that kind of stuff, but people still did vote for him. And I'm a big believer in, if the people vote for somebody, I mean, legitimately vote for the person, they get what they vote for.
Yeah.
And my biggest problem is I don't think that happened this time.
Okay, so what do we think about the upcoming election? Do we think it's Biden and Trump again? Because I can't take that. I'm going to turn off Facebook. I'm not going to watch the news. I can't take that.
I don't think Biden's got the steam to try to pull off. I mean, granted, he sat in his basement the entire campaign, so maybe he'll do it again. But I think everybody's pretty much realized that Biden's most likely not going to run. I mean,
think he'll be gone.
I'd be really surprised.
I don't even think he'll be
Hot
there.
Pockets in his basement.
I've been honestly waiting for him to step down and just sit here and say, because of mental or not mental, but health issues, that he was stepping down from the presidency. So
25th Amendment.
if he sits here and he runs this all the way out until the next election, I'd be extremely surprised if he runs again. That would just shock the shit out of me. Honestly, do I think Trump is going to run? I thought I heard something where somebody said he's said that he's going to run. I haven't verified it, so that's rumor, speculation. But I could have swore I did hear that somebody said that he is running. I would actually be interested in seeing Trump Jr. run. I don't think he's got the stigma of his father quite as much. He seems to be a very intelligent person. I think he would have a real shot at it.
Did you say intelligent? Wait.
And he also looks good with his shirt off.
Yeah, Trump
No,
Jr. looks pretty good. Oh,
he is no Trudeau.
He's no Trudeau. What?
But
no Trudeau.
Trudeau's not going to run in the United States.
Yeah, Trudeau can't run in the United States.
I need to move to Canada. I was hoping The Rock would run.
The Rock. Oh, The
Rock.
The Rock. Yeah. Don Johnson or whatever.
Dwayne
Johnson. Yeah, Dwayne Johnson. Yeah.
Actually, I would like it if he ran. He's pretty cool, at least in the movies.
We were hoping Matthew McConaughey would run in Texas, but no.
Yeah. He blew his chance. He actually had a legitimate chance of getting some type of position, but then somebody must have gotten a hold of him because he made some serious mistakes. Because he was actually going to run as a Republican, and he just blew it. Yeah.
But in all honesty, I think Trump's going to run. I think he's probably going to run because it's his last chance. If he wants to be president again, this is going to, because then he's going to age out. In another 4 more years after this next election, will he be the man that he is today mentally? Will he be in more of a Biden situation? So if he truly wants to be president again, I think he doesn't have a choice but to try to run this next election season coming up. But like I said, honestly, I mean, I really have to start digging in to see who they start putting up, and I'll make my opinion based on that. But I wouldn't, I think Trump Jr. might have had a shot, or his daughter. Either one of them may
I would
actually have
like to
a
see
shot to run.
fresh candidates. I would love to see 2 fresh candidates, just fresh candidates, not Biden, not Trump.
Yeah, no, I agree. People, not lifelong politicians. I would love to see people that are just average Joes. People that came from real world, that haven't lived in politics their entire life, that just have a fresh view on what the government should be. That's the thing that's the one of the things that drew me to Trump and, to Reagan, is that they weren't career politicians. I think we need to get more people in office that have not been there being a politician and worried about being a politician for the rest of their life. That seems to
Yeah.
be the problem, is that, everybody's always worried about, about their career, about what's their next step, what's the next thing they're going to be, and you get people that aren't career politicians, that they come in, they do their job, and then they go back to their life. And I think
That's
they
what it's
do a
supposed to
better
be.
job because they're not so worried about, that next thing. And that brings up another topic. Somebody sat here and said something about getting rid of the 8-year system. I've actually been putting a little thought into that, and they were sitting here saying that the presidency should just be a 6-year term and just one and done. And in a sense, I'm kind of starting to lean towards liking that idea, because of the fact that once you're in, you don't have the next 4 years that you have to, play nice and try to get votes and all that. You can just get in there, do what you need to do, and be done, because
And get
in
out.
6 years, you're out no matter what. I think the campaigning and all that stuff to try to get in for another 4 years really takes away from what presidents should be doing.
Should be doing. Okay, I know who I want for president.
Uh-oh.
Andrew Cuomo. He is so fine. Oh my God.
Who do you
You
want?
just, you just like his nipple rings.
Oh my God.
Who does she want?
Andrew Cuomo. Whew.
Oh my God.
She just likes his nipple rings. I think
Man.
that's what it is.
Let me just say, I tuned in every day for his pandemic update. Me and all the other women.
Why don't we get
Oh,
Fabio? Why don't we get that Fabio guy in there? I mean,
Oh,
geez.
he's old now. Andrew
Oh yeah, now he's
Cuomo.
old.
And Andrew Cuomo was set up, by the way.
Oh
Hmm.
jeez.
uh,
So basically, we just got to find whoever's considered the sexiest man and put him up on there, and that's who your vote's for.
That's who I'm voting for.
see, who would
Oh
that
my
be?
God.
Who
I
would
don't
that
know.
be? Daniel
I don't judge
Craig?
guys. Well, she sat here and said she was talking about The Rock, so she must like his physique.
Yeah, I know.
That's just wrong. That's just wrong. But yeah, so what are your guys' opinions on that 6-year term, presidential term, one and done?
You know, I kind of like that. And I think I heard, did Telescope bring that up one time talking to you too?
I don't remember if it was Telescope. I know I heard it on DTM.
And that's not too bad of an idea because, yes, 6 years, and then that president can focus on truly what they need to do without having ulterior motives. And then also, I get tired. This whole election, it's gotten so down and dirty on both sides, so negative. I can't take it anymore. It's just so negative. And to space that out 6 years might kind of give everyone a nice rest, and then we do it every 6 years.
Yeah,
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed.
yeah. I mean, it's a great idea. I mean, ultimately, we need to secure the vote so that nobody feels that they got shafted for 6 years. I mean, do you feel like which Republican president was it? Ed, can you help me? Where the Democrats felt that they got robbed?
Al
Oh,
Gore,
that was Al Gore and
Gore.
Bush with
Yeah.
the hanging chads in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
So
So
I mean,
So this is how I felt. Yes, I felt it was suspect. I felt like because it was so close. But I will tell you what made me feel better. When President Bush was in his inaugural speech, he said, I want to be a president for both sides. And I appreciated that. You know, I felt like him coming on and saying that statement, whether he meant it or not, whatever. And I mean, heck, I had Bush as the dang governor for years, so I already knew who he was. He ruled me for years before. What's in a few more years? Uh, so I mean, it was, but this is a thing. I got over it. I moved on. I was upset that next day, and then I accepted it and I moved on with my life.
Well, life wasn't too bad under Bush, but he was still part of the Unit Party. He wasn't exactly a Republican. He was a rhino, just like uh, Romney and McCain, all the guys they run after him. They were all controlled by people with money, because that's what it comes down to. Is you have this big power structure around the world with people that have so many billions of dollars. In fact, I think BlackRock is in the trillions. They're actually running the show. It does. The politicians at the top are taking orders from the people who are actually running these businesses that have so much money that they actually have global power. And it's all over the planet. I mean, you've got people like the New Zealand Prime Minister, you got Trudeau, you got Macron, you got in Germany, what's her name, whatever it is. It's just all over the whole planet. It's run by the people who have these huge corporations with so much money.
Billionaires with hotel chains. Oh, you mean billionaires with hotel chains?
Yeah, that's 10 billion. That's nothing compared to these people. They have hundreds of billions of dollars, if not trillions. Like I said, BlackRock is the biggest one. And what they like to do is they like to conduct wars, and because it makes them money. It burns fuel. You have to manufacture weapons. You have to manufacture more fuel. You destroy countries so that you can take them over and install your own puppets. I mean, that's what's been going on for the last, probably 40 years at least, if not longer. Actually, wasn't it Eisenhower that said you have to worry about the military-industrial complex? So this goes back. Basically, it goes all the way back to when we started paying federal taxes. That's when it all started in the federal central or the centralized banking system, and that's how things are actually run in the world. Pardon me?
What do you think if okay, let's just say Gore would have won originally. 9/11 happened. Do you think we still would have had the war, or how do we think that would have went? I mean, I know it's hard to go back in time and speculate.
I don't know what happened on 9/11. To tell you the truth, there's so many different. Okay, I'm going to be brutally honest and say that I seriously don't know if people can be as evil as I think they may have been. And I say maybe because I don't have any proof about anything. But it just seems that the people that are actually controlling things, which are these very powerful institutions that have all of this money and power and so forth, they don't really care about people. And to maintain their power or their dynasty, like the Bushes had a dynasty, the Clintons had a dynasty, and if you want to go with Trump's son, now we're talking about another dynasty. You might as well go back into the Dark Ages and look at kings and queens. And if you look at World War II, those were fought between cousins, because Russia was a cousin of so and so, who was a cousin of the the Queen of England, who was a cousin of, somebody over in France, and all of Europe was nothing more than a just big royal family that took over land, and they were running things from those particular places. They got little squabbles about certain things, they didn't knock each other off. This stuff has been going back all the way back as far as history.
Yeah.
It's all been about certain families, certain power structures that are in place and were in place at the time. But in the end, everybody dies.
Yeah.
So, in the politicians that we're complaining about right now, in 20 years, they'll all be dead.
Yeah.
Just because we only live so long. I mean, look at Nancy Pelosi. She's going over to Taiwan, Formosa, what do you want to call it? And she's taking two battle groups with her, with carriers, and they're going to go. She's flying. I think she's flying into Japan, and then from there over. She just landed in Hawaii to refuel, and then they're going to go over to Taiwan.
Okay.
And we're not supposed to do that. We have an agreement not to, but she's going to do it anyways. And the reason I bring her up is because she's so old, she can't even stand up from when she was in the hall in the Congress, and they were kneeling down for some kind of weird protest. I forget what it was. And when she tried to get up, she couldn't. And somebody actually had to help her up. So she's getting so old now that she really shouldn't. I don't want to take away somebody's ability to function mentally, but seriously, I mean, how much longer is she going to live?
You're right. A lot of these people are very old. And you brought up a good point, Ed. And, sometimes I get criticized for saying this, because we talk about freedoms and all this stuff. And I get criticized, so I'm not reading the chat. I don't hope they don't roast me, but if someone says, are you unhappy, about the political? Yes, of course I'm unhappy about the government. I wish they could all be better and, live in this perfect world. But I know that sometimes is not a reality. So I have to make my own happiness. I have to make my own happiness within my family, with what I can control. And I do feel grateful. I feel happy. I feel grateful. I try to be positive. I've had some medical things happen. I've had some personal, as we've all had personal tragedy. And so it is frustrating sometimes, especially like when I see like the 1776 and they're just all, oh, everything's horrible. And I'm like, everything, yes, the government isn't perfect, but we do, and we may not have the freedoms that everybody wants, but we do have quite a bit of freedom. I feel free, I feel happy, I feel grateful.
For a while.
And just try to make my own happiness and be there for other people. And it's really weird, kind of with this BTM group, on our Discord channel, we've kind of found that amongst each other. We have people who have kind of gone through some things, and we try to be there and support that person. And, so it's kind of weird. And like, we love Jeff. Explain that. Please, someone explain that to me.
Well, Jeff was on last night. We had a blast together.
Yeah, we love. I mean, we really do. Like, we talked to him. He's told me how to put in roses. Even though sometimes we disagree on stuff, I can still care for him, even though we may have different views. So I don't know. And the political stuff, I don't know why it's just split this country down the middle, and it's sad.
Well, it's really kind of simple. I mean, it's not all that difficult to understand.
Mm-hmm.
There are powers out there that are controlling the narrative, okay? And then people buy into the narrative, whether it's on the right side, whether it's on the left side, whether it's in the middle, whether it's up in the sky, or wherever we want to find it. Basically, they want division. because it makes it easier for their power structure to control the population. And that's really what they're trying to do. Is they're basically just trying to take over planet Earth, which is nothing new. It's been going on, like I said, since recorded history. So finding out who the enemy is not saying the Democrats are bad, the Republicans are bad. It's who is controlling the people in those parties that are the real enemies, and those are the ones that we need to eliminate. And there's a way to do it, but I'm not going to go into that tonight. I mean,
Yeah.
He's
And
already
then
did it twice. So
and then on top of it, like you said, we get these politicians in and they make all these claims and they say they're going to do all this stuff, and then
right,
the special interest groups sit here and they get their way, and that's what we're talking about. Those are the things that need to be fixed. If
Right.
the candidate comes in, he says, "I'm going to do this," okay, do it. Stop saying you're going to do it. Stop
right,
telling people what they want to hear just so you can get in office. Then sit here and milk the system for money
right.
and play your games and not do what you said that you were going to do. And then, oh, well, but vote for me this next, couple of years down the road, because now I'm really going to do it, but then not do it again. We need to have some accountability. We need to
Right.
get these super PACs out of there. We need to get these special interest groups. We need to get all these people that are influencing our government, and we need to get politicians that we need to fix the system in a way that politicians aren't worried so much about their next voting that's coming up
Right.
and actually doing the job.
And
That's
you
that's
said
the problem.
accountability.
Accountability,
Yeah.
and we need to get it so that, because it seems like they get in there and then they're worried about, well, I don't want to rock the boat too much because if I piss off this person, maybe they're not going to vote for me next year, or in the next primary, whatever, in the next election, so they're always playing defensive. They're always, well, what do I have to do? They're always worried about that next election. They're not worried about doing what they said they were going to do. We need to take that burden off their back. We need to make it so not even presidents, I'm saying all the elected officials,
Right.
need to just
Absolutely.
get in there, do their damn jobs, and not be playing to their next election.
Right.
Not be
So
out
the
there trying to
citizens-
figure out the next election.
Or play to the media, because I feel like
Yep.
the really good politicians who are genuine and earnest and do their job, they're not the ones that get the media time. The
Well,
ones,
they're
the one-liners are getting all the media attention because we're in this media world that we live in.
well, they're paid politicians, but they're not paid by the people. Even though they're paid by the people, they're not really being paid by the people. They're
Right.
being paid by
The
Yep.
people are the
Right.
people that they scam just to get into office, and then they do whatever the fuck they want with no accountability.
well,
I
they
mean-
do whatever they can make the most money at.
We catch them in lies and nobody gets charged.
Right.
I mean, how many scandals have gone down and it just gets swept under the rug? I mean, I don't care. If I had an email server, just going back to that same example, or I had that laptop or whatever situation is, and I do something that is a criminal act, I'm going underneath the jailhouse, but because you're a popular person in politics, you just walk away? No, that's not how this works. If you do something dirty and low down and whatnot, you get busted. You get the jail thrown on top of you, just the same as if I do it. That equal rights. I mean, just because you're a politician doesn't mean you get away with everything.
Yeah, you ever heard of the mafia? That's kind of how they work.
Yeah, well, we have a lot of people who get away with things. The ultra rich, the ultra famous,
And that's not right.
it's not right.
But what do we do about it?
Get rid of the money.
Yeah.
So
Well, we've had that conversation,
But that's so hard because the people with the money, they're going to hold on to it for dear life. They're not going to.
That's not what Ed's talking about. He's talking about defunding basically the federal government.
Defunding.
Right.
Yeah.
The federal government. That's what he's talking about when he's saying get rid of the money. He's talking about get rid of the money that the federal government uses to
Well,
impose their rule on us.
the
You know.
taxes that they have on us, and let us go back to the way it was originally set up, where the states funded the federal government, as opposed to the way they do it now is the federal government gets their taxes directly from us, and our highest tax bill is always the federal tax, in the FICA and Medicare and Social Security, the whole 9 yards.
And how does that work with states as far as some states are richer than other states?
Poor
Well, it doesn't
management.
matter. Exactly.
It really comes
exactly.
down to poor management.
Yes, that's right.
And
Exactly.
resources, because Texas has resources that Nebraska doesn't have. Let's just say that. And we have the
Nebraska
population.
can't eat without corn. Nebraska has lots of that. Every state has their advantage in a particular area. Like Michigan used to be the automotive thing. Plus, we have the lakes, and you had the channels, and go all the way to Chicago, and there was a lot of trade going on there. We could have a discussion about the commerce laws, trade between states, but that would take us a week, so we won't go there. But basically, the way the system was set up was the states were supposed to fund the government, and that all changed. And when that changed, everything went to hell.
Well, I don't know if I want Texas having any more power. They have enough. They have enough. And my property taxes, I pay like $15,000 a year in property taxes.
What have you got against Texas?
Another
Big place.
7.
Texas is a big place. They hold a lot of people. I mean,
Yes.
California is rich with all kinds of stuff.
New
You
York,
have a problem with
Florida.
California. I mean, New York is a hub. I mean, every state has its advantages. I mean, if you want to get, you have to have fossil fuels in order to make things like plastics and polymers and stuff like that. It doesn't just have to be energy, even though we use it for energy, which is great. I'm a proponent of that. Maybe you're not. Maybe you're into more of the more advanced stuff that isn't quite ready yet, which I'm for that too, but we're just not ready for it. And as a scientist, we had this stuff back in the 70s. It got put on hold, and that comes down to power again. The people who were in power did not want certain technologies to come out. I'm aware of many technologies that they shelved, and so I won't go into all that, but So anyways, Eric, you were originally started talking about people hating you in your chat.
No,
okay with that now?
not my chat. It was in
Oh,
other
okay.
people's chats.
Oh, okay.
It was. I would sit here and I'd pop into a Wyckoff. I'd pop into Stormtrooper. I'd pop into Taco Joe's chat, and yeah, we kind of went into everything. And really, it was just I was getting a lot of hate.
Really?
Oh yeah, because I was in BTM's chat and I happened to have conversations with Telescope. His actions and BTM's current actions with helping the squirrels has been throwing negative comments on
Because
me
of that. Okay.
because of that. And it's like,
Okay.
so originally this StreamYard was about discussing, hey, just because I'm on there and we're having these kind of conversations on BTM, doesn't mean that I am pro BTM and pro everything they're doing and agreeing with their what they're trying to do. I understand I can understand what their feelings are about it. They have been very clear that they feel that the 1776 is a grift. That's their opinion, and that they feel that they don't like the fact that there are or were, I don't know if there still are, people that have been convicted of sexual offenses in their movement. And I get what they're saying, and they're observing their freedom of choice to actively go after 1776 to end what they believe is a bad thing. That's on BTM. That's on Telescope. That's
Right.
not on me. That's their choice. Just because I happen to choose to talk in their in their channel about topics like we're talking about now, um, about things that are common issues that we need to work on together as a nation, um, doesn't mean that I align myself with their actions. And unfortunately, it seems like a lot of people think that because BTM decided to give me a wrench way off early, like in the first day or two that I was in there, that made me some type of administrator or some part of BTM, other than the fact that he thought it was funny that the mechanic got a wrench.
Yes,
That's what it was. That's
that
what it
was a
was.
joke, everybody. It was a joke.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Wizzy had a wrench. I think Kerfuffle had a wrench.
I
It's a
didn't know
joke.
Wizzy had a wrench. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a joke. And if you
Yeah.
come in our Discord, you'll automatically get green, which you're not white, you're not red yet, you're green. And we just
Yeah.
do that as a courtesy for other streamers. I can confer, everyone, Eric is not on BTM side. He was a guest speaker. He doesn't have any positions. He's good.
I mean, I thought it was funny. I laughed my ass off when people would come into BTM and I'd say hi or something, and they're like, "What the hell does a convoy person have a wrench in BTM for?" I thought that, there were some people that were actually getting livid about that fact. And I thought that was kind of funny. I was like, oh, okay. That's,
So you're getting
you know,
hit from
it,
all
de-
sides, man.
it definitely upset a few people in BTM that all of a sudden Mechanic Eric had a wrench in their
Oh, yeah.
channel. And it's not like I've ever used it. I don't think I've ever even
It
posted a
was a
link in there.
joke. It was comic.
Yeah.
I mean, BTM's given other people wrenches, and it's just a joke. And I know it does get people riled up sometimes, but
Yeah.
if you see someone in there, it's just a joke. We have had to. I think Telescope has a wrench now. Some other people do.
Oh, Telescope finally got a wrench. See, I had a
Yeah,
wrench before Telescope.
he's got a wrench. Gary has a wrench. And again,
Yeah.
it's freedom of speech. But if someone's in there threatening someone or doxing someone, yeah, they're going to get their comments deleted. You can't just let it free for all, because truly nobody wants anyone to get hurt. I mean, this is not, I know people just want to go after people. Like, you were on this person.
RT3 said I should refuse the wrench, and it's like I can't really refuse it. I don't think there's a way that you consider and you can, if somebody gives you the wrench, I don't think there's a way that I'm aware of that you consider and say, nope, I don't want that. Other than saying no, take the wrench away. I don't know. I'm not aware of that.
Yeah.
So,
but I know everyone has good things to say about you on the BTM side because you are very level-headed. I feel like you're very fair. That doesn't mean every single person. I'm sure someone in the chat has roasted you at one time.
I mean, I think in general, the people that have put in the time and have actually gotten to know me and know my content and know what my views are on things has a good opinion about me. I think it's a lot of people that have just heard one thing. Oh, Eric's a moderator on BTM. Oh, I hate him. It's the people that have not invested the time to actually get to know me and maybe have heard one streamer in particular that was bad mouthing me, and has just sat here and gone and run with that are the people that don't get it. And I started this, like I said, I started this so that those people could have came online and sat here and confronted me, asked me questions directly. That's what this was supposed to be, was that, if you've got a problem and you think I'm a bad person, let's talk about it. And, it didn't really turn into that, but I really wanted to talk to these people.
You got joy. You got joy.
Yeah.
Well,
Eric, you're such a jerk.
I'm such a jerk. Thanks. But no, I really wanted to have those people that had issues with me in these other chats to come in here and actually confront me, and let's talk about it. Let's talk about what you believe I've done, that has given you fuel to be negative towards me. What is it that I supposedly did? There are a lot of people that also clone accounts. You know, there could be somebody running around
Yeah.
pretending to be me that I don't know about, that is giving me a bad name. So let's talk about, if something was said, okay, was that even me? You know, are you taking it at face value? What you're seeing that actually was me, that said this, I mean, I think no matter where I go, if I'm in BTM, if I was in Dosho, whatever channel I'm in, whatever conversation I have, I've I've put myself out there. People should know who the real me is,
Yeah.
and that it doesn't matter which channel I'm in. I'm going to still be the person I am. I'm going to be still talking my opinions, you know, my topic points, stuff like that. So it doesn't matter if you don't like BTM. Um, that doesn't mean that I'm in there supporting them.
Right.
You don't like Dosho. Granted, I don't talk in Dosho anymore, but I'm not supporting Dosho. I'm supporting my opinions and trying to talk to people with opposite opinions of mine, because me and Ed, we can have a conversation for days. We're going to agree on pretty much almost everything. What's the point? What's the point of me and Ed talking all the time? Because that's just a yes conversation. It's talking to people like
Preaching to the
you.
choir.
People, yeah, it's people that don't see eye to eye. That's when the real work gets done. That's when the real conversation happens. That's where we can figure out, okay, well,
So I can learn.
you think
Mhm.
Biden is the greatest president ever. I agree with you. I agree. Biden is the best president ever. You want to know why? I totally agree with you. And this is going to
I
get
know
clipped because
why.
they're not going to take the second part. They're not going to take the second part because he truly showed how corrupt the government was.
That's right.
The fact
That's
that he
right.
got in, the fact that
Yeah.
he got in
Yeah.
and did no campaigning and did
Yeah.
nothing, and was
Absolutely.
still and not able to have mental capabilities to do the job, and still was voted in with the highest numbers ever, just proves how
Right.
corrupt the system is. So
Right.
yeah, he's the greatest president by showing the corruption to everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we can agree on that. Biden's the best president ever,
Yeah.
right?
Thank you, Eric. So I'm going to go back
Because
and
of the
clip just
corruption.
that part.
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly
Yeah.
what's going to happen. I'll say a
BTM, are
statement
you
like that.
listening?
That's exactly what will happen is somebody will clip it saying,
Yeah.
Mechanic Eric says that Biden is the best president, but then not put in it's all out of context. And
Yeah.
that's the thing
Context.
too, is
That
people
matters.
maybe seeing these clips going around where I make a statement like that
Right.
and then they pull it out of context,
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I did this, is it because I wanted
Mainstream
people to
media.
have this, context. Okay, so I heard you said Biden was the best president ever. Yeah, but did you hear the part where I say and said it's because he showed us the level of government corruption for him to get in? Oh no, you only saw the first statement. That's where your misunderstanding is,
Of
and that's what
context.
this was supposed to be about. Is get things in context. Okay,
Well,
the chat is rolling. Holy crap! All right.
when
Hey, by the way, I said I was going to stay on for a moment or two. Well, those moments are gone by, so I'm going to have to cut out. I was up late last night or this morning or whatever it was. And
So was I, Ed. So was
yeah, I
I.
know you were, but you're younger than I am, so you can take it. I need to get my sleep, my beauty sleep. All right, talk to you later, right?
Yeah.
See
So
ya.
so like I said, that's really what it was about. I mean, people are mad that
Biden,
by Ed.
yeah,
I mean, people are mad that I'm not at 1776. And I've explained. And a lot of people maybe just didn't get that memo.
yeah,
I mean, I've sat here and I said I don't agree with some of the things that they have done, because I think it excluded other groups, you know, um, you know, and that's what it is. But my main reason comes down to what I said earlier, was the fact that, you know, when I wasn't able to be there, I just started to feel like an outsider. So when I had gotten my truck back, you know, I mean, there are people there when I show up, there are people that love me. You know, I mean, we've been together for 4 months,
Yeah.
but it just seemed like I was an outsider when it came to leadership, to the movement, to what was going on. And I couldn't get any information, you know, and I don't do anything just without knowing the facts, and that's just the way it is. If we're gonna if we're gonna start doing stuff, I didn't know they were just gonna go into DC the way they did. I didn't know what they were going to do. I didn't know the risk level that I was going to be asked to participate in. I didn't know if we were going to sit here and like sit right in front of the White House and whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't know, you know. So at the time that I wanted to be home for my birthday and my truck was fixed, I chose to go home because that was the best decision I could make with the limited amount of information that I was being given. And that's ultimately just what it was.
And after
So
being gone so long, I would think too, okay, you were gone, but at a point, there's a time you need to come back to your family and your friends and your home and your life back, at home. And you can still always do things from afar.
okay, Lucille says she learned. She says, Eric, I learned my info from Mike Penny. Who's Mike Penny?
I don't know who Mike Penny is.
Yeah, I don't know who Mike Penny is myself either. So
I haven't seen him in Discord.
yeah.
Um, but I will
So
also say this too, to your defense. So BTM, we like having people from the other side of the fence. I mean, we've had Wizzy come on, we've had you
well,
come on.
I mean, it's exactly what I was just saying. I mean, if it's all people from the left, where's the
Right,
conversation? If you guys are all patting each other on the back and going, yeah, we like this, we like this, we like this. It's a
exactly.
very boring conversation if you're not, because the media has us so divided. You watch your media outlets. I watch my media outlets.
Right,
You know, we don't see the same issues because we're each in our own little bubble. You know, so it's only when we come together and we say, "Wait a minute, uh, that doesn't line up," and we start to have that veil removed from our eyes, and start to have a realization of, yeah, this isn't right. You know what I'm saying? Because
exactly.
we don't see those cross the line issues.
Yeah. And
Like
we
a
want to
lot of,
hear from other people,
I mean, a lot of Republicans never heard this story about Biden having this speech impediment. I never heard this, but this is very popularly known on the left and
Yeah,
the right. We never heard this. It just happened to be I was talking to somebody and I was talking about his mental decline, and I had actually a friend of the family come on me because they had a speech impediment, and I'm like, "What the hell are you talking about? A speech impediment? I'm
yeah,
talking about his mental decline." And they're like, "Well, he's had this all," and that was a narrative. Whether it's true, whatever, I'm not going to even get into that because we've already agreed to
right.
disagree on that.
Yeah,
But that was a narrative that only the left had heard. The right never even heard about that, or a lot of people on the right, I believe. I could be wrong, but I hadn't heard it until that point.
yeah. I
You
had
know,
I had heard about it before. Because people used to always make fun of him. Even on SNL, they'd make fun of him. And I thought, well, that's cringy, but whatever. But we've had all different kinds of people, and we want to hear from different people. And currently on our Discord, we have some ladies over there that are Republican. They did vote for Trump. They like Trump. Um, and guess what? We're getting along with them just fine.
yeah.
Isn't it amazing? Wow.
I mean, the aspects that I liked about Trump, Okay, why did I vote for Trump? Okay, um, I voted for him because main thing is I liked he wasn't a lifetime politician. You know that any candidate, you know, where you pick them on, you know, physique and how good they look without their shirt on.
That's a joke. Yeah.
I know. I'm just teasing you. Just teasing you. I personally like the fact that I like people that aren't career politicians. I think
Okay.
being a career politician corrupts. I think you get into that mindset of I have to always focus because that's your career. Once you're out of politics, you're done. You know, so you're always peddling your beliefs to what it's gonna take for you to get into office, into your next position, your next office, your next whatever. So you're more of a fake person when you're a career politician because you know not to throw Biden under the bus again, but I mean he's flip flopped on so many issues and so many topics, and it's whatever is popular at the time, and that's what a career politician does. So I will always be more interested in somebody that didn't come from a politics background, and that's truly what interests me about Trump.
That's what you
That's
like.
what it was. That's what I liked about him. I liked that he seemed like he said he was going to do stuff, and that's what he was going to do, and that that he was going to do his 4, 8 years, whatever, and then he's just going to go back to his life. You know, he's not going to become some senator somewhere else. Blah blah blah. He's just done. You know, and I really wish there were more people that were not lifetime politicians that got into government. But I understand the argument too that you know, you can't have a whole bunch of people that don't understand politics all running the country.
Yes.
And I've heard that argument too. You know, like I said, it's such a complicated situation, you know. I mean, there's
Like little
corruption.
experience.
I
You
mean,
know,
there's corruption when it comes to politicians that are lifetime politicians, but I do see the argument too. We need to find a happy medium. We need to figure out a system where you can have people that aren't lifetime politicians that aren't worried or that don't have to worry about their political career and being a lifetime politician, but also have people that have experience so that we don't have a whole bunch of people that don't know what the hell they're doing too.
right.
So,
And a whole
and
bunch of
that,
old people. Like they're all old. They're both
yeah.
old. They're all old. You know? And and this is the thing. I feel like to make true change in this country and to truly get the government to listen to us, Democrats and Republicans need to come together. Think what could be accomplished if Democrats and Republicans came together on one issue and we both pressed our senators, congressmen on this same issue, and they would have no choice but to listen to us.
And see, that's the thing. There are enough issues that we have common ground on, you know, and that okay, there are core issues, like abortion. The left and right are never going to see eye to eye, but just because there are those issues, you know, that seems to be the divider. Oh well, I'm not going to deal
Okay.
with anybody from the left because they support this and I don't, and whatever the case, that's the problem is that we're getting so hung up on the issues that the left and right are never going to see eye to eye on that we refuse to even work on the issues that we can see eye to eye on. And that's the real problem is that I don't have to agree with you. I don't even have to like you. But if there's an issue that we can agree on, we need to work together. We need to sit here and be able to come together and work on that issue together. Whether I like you, whether I hate you, whether, whatever, it's still this is a common issue that we need to fix. And on that issue we have common ground, we need to work on it. And nobody wants to do it because they're all still stuck on this. but this person's for abortion and this person's not. And it's like, dude, that's a whole nother topic. That's not what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
I mean, that was kind of the same problem with the TPC thing too, is, it was all about the abuse of the Emergency Powers Act. And people would sit here and say, oh, but they're Trumpists and this and that and whatever. Yeah, but if you believed in that movement, it shouldn't have mattered if a portion of them were Trumpists, or whatever the case. If you believe that the Emergency Powers Act was being abused, then you should have had your ass down there and you should have been helping with that, because that's what it was about. It wasn't about them being Trumpists and them, having their other views on other things. That was the topic,
That was the topic. And
that was the topic that you were coming together on. Like I said, I mean, I've told Telescope before. I mean, if there is a left movement that I can sit here and I can get behind, like, I don't know. You've said you have nothing against voter ID, other than the fact that it costs money.
it costs money, and it should be
Yeah. So
easy
I mean,
for someone to get one.
So right there, you, Telescope, a few other Democrats, and I'm assuming you're a Democrat, because from what you've said, we can agree on that. So if your party started a movement to secure the vote through voter ID, I don't agree with some of your guys' policies, but on that topic, I would be there with you guys, for that topic. It doesn't mean that I'm a Democrat, doesn't mean that I believe in the Democrat Party. I'm there for the common goal of trying to make this country better. And I don't care if it's if it's the Democrats leading the charge or if it's the Republicans. Somebody needs to get the ball rolling and get the government back on the tracks. That's what it is.
Well, and if they don't realize it, in government, any level of government, that we are getting too divided, it's not going to be good for anybody. Everyone is going to be so angry, so mad. We're not going to be able to get anything done. Nothing's going to get passed that benefits the American people. It's frustrating.
Talbert's mom, I'm sorry I didn't say hi to you in the chat. I've been kind of neglecting it. Do you feel better?
Read your chat, Eric. Please read your chat.
Well, I'm trying, because unfortunately I lost Ed because he's old and tired and didn't have the stamina to stay here. Hi, Ed. You're probably still watching. I'm now having to interact directly with you directly, so I can't wander off and be
hard.
Oh, let me look at this chat, blah blah blah, blah. So
it's hard. I won't be offended. Well, and I wish Polish would have stayed on. I really like her. And I feel like watching her, I kind of see what she did for the movement. I see when she would go, she was always upbeat. She helped them with so much. And she always came well dressed, well presented, just a positive energy. And she has a lot of confidence. I really like that in her.
She seems, it's sad because she's not originally from the United States, but she seems to have more drive to try to fix America than Americans do. And it seems like a lot of immigrants that have become citizens of the United States, they came from places that are not the United States. They've got a better picture of what's wrong with the country than we do. We just grew up here. We don't. A lot of people don't even know the entire, the Constitution. They don't know how the government works. They don't know all the branches of the government. They don't know U.S. history. And it's our immigrants that seem to be more patriotic and more willing to want to fix the country than we do. And that's
I
just a
agree,
shame.
because we've taken it for granted. We just take it for granted that we don't have bombs going off in the backyard. We don't have, military troops going down the street. We take it for granted that other countries live like this. So,
Yeah.
yeah, we do. We take it for granted, and I don't know. But sometimes over at BTM, we also get roasted for being nice to other people. I've been called a Karen for being nice to people. When Taco Joe came on our show, he
You've been called a Karen for being nice to people.
for being nice. Yeah.
Usually a Karen is for being negative. I've got
No,
a few Karens that live near me.
Joe came on. He just popped into our Discord one day, and sometimes our Discord's televised on YouTube. So he came in, and he was hot.
Yeah.
And so we were trying to get him calmed down so we could ask him questions. And I introduced myself. I said, hey, if you ever want to come on and do an actual, like a StreamYard, I'll get a hold of you. We can schedule it. He's like, oh, you're very nice and professional. And then another one of our people, Baby. I don't know if you've ever talked to Baby. She is so smart. She's an awesome person. And she was talking to him and asking questions like, okay, well, what is the movement about? How do you plan to accomplish that? What happens when you accomplish that? So she was asking nice questions. And yeah, people were calling us Karens. And then we kind of got Karens on other chats. And I'm like, I kind of got my feelings hurt a little, but I'm like, well, I guess if I'm going to get caught, my kids call me Karen. So, I tell them to clean their room. They're like, really, Karen? Really?
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
you can't make everyone happy. I think that's the point. You're never going to make anyone happy, no matter how hard you try. So all you can do is just try to be your best. Try to be as kind to people as you can. And I feel like you are a very kind person. Oh, when I was on that StreamYard that I jumped on, G Abbott was on.
I remember.
And I was below G Abbott, and then you were there.
Yep.
And I think Jeff was on there, maybe.
And then her and her husband switched wearing the same outfit, and I didn't catch it because they were in a small little window. But I thought that was weird. They looked different, but I'm not sure. And they were playing that little game. I don't remember. Yes, I remember that day.
Yeah, and I was being nice to you because I was like, okay, I just want to ask you questions and find out, like, I think maybe I asked you, what are you going to do after this? Are you going to still film? And, just asking you questions. And I saw in the chat, people were saying stuff. Someone's like, oh, she really likes him. I'm like, no, I'm just being nice. I'm originally from Nebraska, so I think we have the Midwestern thing, Midwestern people are nice.
I mean, why? Because you're the left, do I have to be mean to you? I mean, Lola was a perfect example of what not to be, in my opinion, because I honestly feel that nothing productive. Granted, the left was going, ooh, she scored a shot, blah, 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 blah. But there was no conversation. She just talked over the top of everybody there.
Right.
And she just kept saying her same views. And there were a couple of times where, like, I was talking and I actually aligned with something she said, but she'd cut me off, assuming I was going somewhere else. So she never got to figure out what I had to say. That type of conversation, when you get these people that just run off at the mouth and, just dominate the conversation, it's not productive. What's the point? At least this is a productive conversation.
It was hard. And I don't even think what she's saying was necessarily coming at you personally, because she even said, hey, this isn't at you personally. This is just how I feel about other things. And she was very passionate. I get that. Which there is a time and place, to have that passion. And you were very kind. You're very patient. You know,
Mhm.
I think if it would have been, well, her and Wizzy have spoken before, and it did not go as nicely. Uh,
Yeah, Wizzy got on me a little bit for letting her step on me, but it's also the had I sat here and just cut her off. Oh, well, look at he's a male chauvinist pig, blah blah blah. He's got no manners, blah blah blah. That's exactly how that would have went. It's like I try to let people voice their opinion. I try to have it be a I'm talking, you're talking. Um, and Wizzy, yeah, he was more willing to sit here and be like, nah, listen to me. I'm gonna say this,
yeah.
and I,
And that's
I
his personality, and that's
yeah,
fine. But I kind of get feeling like that's probably not your personality, probably not my personality.
yeah.
You know, I would just rather not get into a screaming match, but that's me. And, I could probably get roasted for that too, whatever.
Nothing productive happens when you're just yelling. It's the listening. If you can't listen, you're not learning anything. You're learning when I say stuff, whether or not you agree with me, you're learning something about somebody that has opposite opinions of you. You know, Same thing as when you're talking or Telescope's talking or anybody in BTM is talking. I'm learning things that I don't know that make you the people that you are, and why you have your views on things. You get what I'm saying,
Yeah.
so I mean, you have to listen to understand. If you don't understand, if I don't understand where you're coming from, then oh, these people are crazy. That's the only conclusion I can come to. If I don't try to get inside your head and understand your point of view from your point of view, then all I can sit here and think is, well, these people are nuts. And how am I going to work with people that are nuts? If I sit here and I take the time to fully understand why you believe what you believe, you know, because this whole conversation with Telescope was when I talked about voter ID. He's like, nope, 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 nope. And it wasn't until I actually spent the time to actually get down to the root of his issue with voter ID, which came down to the cost of the ID. It
Yeah.
wasn't that he had an issue with the voter ID, but when I asked him about voter ID, the first thing is, no, I don't like it. But he didn't. It was I had to dig to find out that it wasn't actually the voter ID; it was the money or behind it.
The
You
money.
know, and
Yeah.
that's what you have to do is you've got to have that conversation to be able to dig in to find out, well, why don't you like voter ID? Why don't you like this idea? And then if there's a solution, oh, well, shit, we're talking about money. We're talking about the money to get the ID for a few people that maybe can't afford it. What? That's not that big of a topic. The core topic is we were talking about voter ID. You're okay with it. You just don't want people to have to pay for it. That's something we can work on together. That's not just, oh, well, we don't like voter ID, So, and if you don't have those conversations, you're not going to find out that little hiccup, that little, problem is something that could be overcome, you know?
And that's what we're not taking the time as a country to come together. When I found out my little brother voted for Trump, who I never even knew my little brother was a political person, I was like, what? You voted for who? What? And I had to come around and be like, it doesn't matter. That's his opinion. That's his vote. And I feel very strongly about everyone has the freedom to vote for who they want to. You know what? You even have the freedom not to vote.
And I mean, Wendy's here in the chat, and she's a right person, I believe.
Mhm.
And she's like, voter ID should be free. So she's agreeing with a Democratic opinion on the fact that voter ID should be free.
It should be
You know,
free.
so
Yeah.
there you go. So I mean, like I said, there's a lot of issues that are just muttered that people don't realize that there are common common core issues that we can agree on,
We
you
can
know.
agree on. And
And
we
these
need
kind of conversations
more.
are what we need to get that out. Sorry for stepping on you.
Yeah, well, and one night I hopped on Agnes's live stream, and Black Wolf was on there, Agnes, Ed, and while I may have different political views for them, we talked about a bunch of different stuff. It was great. Yeah, go ahead.
Aaron, I'm assuming you just came to the chat. I've actually never been to a Trump rally. So, I mean, I did vote for Trump. So I don't know if I'd call myself MAGA. I mean, I've never been to a Trump rally. I don't fly Trump flags, so on and so forth. And then Joy here, she's actually a Democrat. So no, we're not. We're not all MAGA.
Yeah, I'm a Democrat. Well, I like to even almost say I'm a humanist, but I vote Democrat, and it's funny, there is Sarah, brilliant. Oh my gosh, she is so smart in our Discord. She posted, there's a little test you can take, and you ask all these questions, and it tells you where you're at. And I
Okay.
think with these questions, if I find it, I'll shoot. Are you in our Discord?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
actually.
so I can send you a message in Discord. Okay, I'll do that. In this questionnaire, it tells you where you're at. And on the left, libertarian is where I ended up being. And it's
Okay.
funny, we've had a few Trump people in our midst who took this, and guess they landed at left libertarian.
Yeah.
Um, I feel people are more than who they vote for, though. You know, um,
Well, I mean, I sit here, and before I really started looking into politics and stuff, I mean, I voted for Obama.
yeah,
Um, I didn't know, you know, in all reality, really what the government has done, except for the last couple of presidencies, honestly, at least in my life, never affected me. It didn't matter who the hell was in office. It had no bearing on my life. It didn't affect my paycheck. It didn't affect my life. It didn't affect anything. It wasn't until Obama's Obamacare and my insurance rates went up to thousands of dollars, that I actually woke up and said, whoa, what the hell? I'm going to actually have to, because it sounds great. Oh, free healthcare, blah, 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 the whole 9 yards, whatever. And, all these, the Obamacare and all that. And on the surface, it sounded great. My paycheck showed differently. So then I started sitting here going, okay, well, I need to really start paying attention to this stuff, because if these kinds of decisions, and it seemed like presidents were getting a little bit more bold with what they were doing, and their actual decisions were making life changing things in my life, I need to start paying attention. And I really started watching more international news and what other countries were thinking about our candidates and our country. And I was watching, Fox and ABC and NBC, and a lot of other news sources, and really paying attention. And you know, I mean, like when Hillary was coming in, I mean, she was just so easy to expose. There was just so much stuff, so much dirt on her. She was just she just lied about everything and got caught so easy. It was so easy to catch her. And then, it just, yeah, you
well,
know,
Obamacare was a hard issue because I know people, who were on company insurance that they were finally able to get insurance. And
yeah,
then I knew people that were independently, like I knew a real estate guy. Well, for him, his health insurance went up, but I know other people where they were finally able to get affordable health care insurance.
yeah.
It's
You
tough.
know,
It's tough. It's really tough trying to figure out this healthcare issue because you
yeah.
want people to have access to healthcare.
I mean, I would love there to be the idea of it, okay, having a national health care system, I mean, in principle, there's so many issues that the Democrats bring up that in principle are great. I love the ideas. I sit here and go, they're great ideas. The problem comes down to, how do you pay for these?
Right.
What do you do? It's like, I keep on hearing this stuff, and it's like, oh yeah, this and this, and it's like, oh, it'd be a beautiful world and blah blah blah, with no idea how you're going to pay for it, except for, you know, weakening the military or something else. And it's like, there is so many, we get back to these core issues. There is so much government misappropriation of money and stuff that's spent. We need to focus on that. Then there will be money, for all these other programs. And then, yeah, let's talk about it. I keep on saying we got to fix the core problems. Then we talk about the other problems. We fix this misappropriation of money, things that are, money that's being sent and laundered off to other countries and other people. We deal with all these issues, and we stop that problem. And now you've got this wealth of extra money available. Now we can talk about how we're going to spend it,
How to spend it. And I wrote, and just for anyone that's new here, I am, I participate in Behind the Mirror, and I actually have a title now. I'm coordinator. Uh, and that just means I'm trying to coordinate to have speakers on. And so at Behind the Mirror, we want to have some panels of diverse people with diverse views. And I just wrote down universal health care because I think that would be a good topic for people to come on. And some people, we want to have speakers who have some knowledge that could really give us some insight. So I put that down as a topic. I have voting, which I think is great. And then I think the universal health care would be a great topic for people to come on and talk about.
Wasteful
Wasteful
spending,
spending.
money.
Yeah. And,
I mean,
I am for an efficient government. I am for government being efficient. I'm for government workers, because I feel like some departments of the government that are underfunded. Well, what happens when you have underfunded government? You have people not happy in their jobs. All the good people get promoted. And so it doesn't run efficiently. It doesn't do what it's supposed to do. And you're right, that's a problem. So wait, what was the topic you just said?
While we were talking about
Spending.
basically, government spending and stuff like that. But I mean, the other problem too is that you get all these different agencies, all these different departments, and they get their yearly budget, and they will, and I've seen this just in local government. You get your budget, you better damn well spend it, because if you don't spend it, you're gonna get cut next year, because if you didn't spend it, you didn't need it. So all these agencies will go out and just buy stuff that they don't actually need, just so they can burn that budget up, and that's a problem too, is that you've got all these agencies just buying stupid shit just so that they can sit here and get that same amount of money next year. There needs to be some budget oversight, that actually works, But again, we know the problems. We don't know the solutions.
You don't know the solution.
I'm not smart enough to sit here and say, okay, well, this is how we do it to fix this. I don't know. We need people that are smart enough to do that, to come in and start working together on the left and right, that are, better educated, have more knowledge about these topics. I mean, I'm a simple guy. I think I'm very street smart, but I don't know how to solve this problem, and I'm not going to say I do, but I'd love to talk about it. I'd love to have somebody come on and say, hey, well, this is how we deal with this. Cool. That sounds awesome. I'm be really excited to hear it,
And how do we, have someone come on and tell us, oh, Polish,
I've been waiting there for like 10 minutes, literally.
Oh, you have? Oh, sorry. God, I wanted you to come back on. Okay.
Could have said something.
It's all right. I just been sitting here and listening to you guys, and I was like, oh, these people are missing me.
No.
It hasn't been 10 minutes. I
Well,
did look over there a couple minutes ago.
we need you back on. And the chat probably needs you back on too. They're probably like, they're boring us. Get Polish back on here. Oh, hey, Polish. Okay, Agnes, I had a
Hey,
funny.
I get to go get a soda now.
Okay.
You guys can talk.
Okay, this is a funny story. So, what was it? Yesterday, so the door, someone knocks on the door, and my son just opens the door because he thought it was my niece that was staying with us. It wasn't. It was a girl selling books. So I go, and the cutest young lady, she's like, "Hi, I'm from Poland, and I'm selling these books." And I was like, "Oh," she's like, "I'm studying whatever." I did not want to buy the books, so I was like, "No, we don't need the books." But I felt bad, so I was like, "Can I get you a water?" She's like, "Yeah, do you have electrolyte?" So I got her a water, and I went and got her like these little electrolytes I have. I gave her like 6 of them, the little packets, and but I was like, "Oh, she was really nice," and I was like, "I don't know if this is a scam or not," but she was nice, so.
Well, I mean, you can really actually tell you that Polish people are the hard workers. If they're
Yeah.
knocking on your door and trying to sell you something,
Yeah.
you can
Super
kind of
polite.
appreciate the fact that they're trying to make their living somehow.
Oh yeah, and she's over here going to school. I think she said for engineering or something, and very, very polite. So I was like, I felt bad for not buying the books, but I didn't need any. So I tried to tell her the houses with kids and the ones without kids. She's like, "Oh, okay, give me some time." But she was really nice. So I was like,
Yeah, that's right. Where did you say you live, Joey?
I live in Texas, in Austin, a suburb of
A whole
Austin.
another country. Did you ever say hi to Jeff? You guys must be close.
Oh yeah, we talk all the. Actually, I haven't talked to Jeff in 2 days.
Wow, because Jeff was busy on my panel.
I know. I did. I said hi to him on your panel. He always says hello, dear, and I was like, okay. And then he was on Telescope. Oh, he was modding for Telescope today.
Oh yeah, I don't even know what Telescope's freaking channel is. He's been hiding. I haven't.
It's hard to find it. It's like I don't even know it. It's yeah. But,
Okay, he doesn't want to share it. That's fine. You
Yeah,
gotta kind of dig. If you want to
something
find
like-
it, you probably will find it if you want to.
No, you can. He needs to change it. It's like ox something or I don't know. But yeah, you should find it. I'll try to find it for you, and I can send it to
That's
you.
okay. I can figure it out if I
You can
want to,
find it.
but I just don't know if I want to after today.
So I
He's
sent
live
Jeff
right
an
now.
email on there too. I was like, "Hi, Jeff," and I was like, "Where's Jeff at?" Maybe he's trying to get caught up on his sleep or something.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they're all sleeping right now because tomorrow is a whole another day, and it all definitely need energy. And I'd say put the positive energy into it.
I can't watch anymore. I just can't watch. I'm just like,
I haven't been watching since the last time I've gone there, and actually we have talked to Eric yesterday on the panel, and he's like, I kind of want to go and visit my friends. And do you really want to be associated with a drama like that? You know.
I'm going to go down there and I'm going to say hi to the people that I know that I like, and I don't care. I'm not going to get dragged into the drama. You know, you guys got that is your issue. It's not my
What do
issue.
you mean by your issue?
Well, I'm not talking to you directly. I'm talking about the two parties involved. You know,
Oh.
between 1776 and the squirrels and ants, whatever his name is, and Telescope. That's your guys' issue. I'm going to come down and I'm going to sit here and I'm going to say hi and talk to whoever I want to talk to because I'm an American and I can talk to whoever I want. And I'm going to say hi to whoever wants to be receptive to saying hi to me because I've spent time with everybody involved. Well, except for Ant because I don't even know who this guy is. But I mean, I've spent time with everybody involved.
Defendant of Vance has been in the People's Convoy for a second there.
That's
least-
what I was.
At least
That's what I
for
was
a
told.
week or so, because when I came, I have literally first picture that I took was of his car. Imagine or not, but he has been there for sure.
Interesting.
And he may got kicked out. I'm not sure, but not for long there.
I understand that he was there, but you got to remember the first weeks that I was there was an extremely busy time for me, and I spent a lot of time in the rear lot, not up in the front. So if he was up doing the stage and things like that, I didn't really know any of the streamers. I didn't really know anybody. I didn't know Saznak. I didn't know Trucker G. I really didn't know really anybody on that end of Hagerstown, because I was focusing on fixing vehicles and stuff that were in the back lot. So if he was there, I don't remember. You know, Travel Fun 69 was supposedly there too, and I don't know who he is, but I've heard you talk about him, and he was there too.
He's the Canadian guy. Yeah. I watched him with the Ottawa stuff.
So regardless if he's there, regardless if he was there or not, which obviously I guess he was there, I don't know the guy. You know, so it doesn't matter. I don't know.
Well, I don't think you can really know people just by saying and going by and saying hi to them. You know, like I don't think we all really know each other until we have some kind of a interaction with each other. You know, like a longer conversation or a day or two that you spend with these people. Just because you're passing by and saying hi, it doesn't mean that, oh, I know this person.
Yeah.
You know, and you can't really expect how anyone is going to really act at this point. Because I have had interactions with people, and now I'm just disgusted by what they're really doing. And so I could never tell or be like, oh, these people are going to be bad people.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you kind of dipped out a little. You know, it's probably better for you, just your mental health. But I was saying earlier, I did notice how you participated. You always had a positive attitude. You brought signs, actual nice signs for them. You know, you always came looking presentable. You know, you helped out. I always saw you before I knew who kind of Polish Agnes was. I always saw you working, helping people, being kind to people. You know.
Well, isn't this what the participation is all about? Honestly,
Yeah.
That you always give something from yourself to other people that you are around with.
Yeah.
And, you know, some can give more, some can give less, some just can give their body, some can just give their money, some can give something else, you know. And in my opinion, if you're trying to build something, you know, you have to give in. It's not going to build on its own. You have to build it. You have to understand that you have to make an effort. And if you want to make an effort and kind of want to be successful, you have to believe in it.
Yeah.
And even though that you get those doubts once in a while here and there, you know, you still have to believe it. And I believed in it. Just like I believed in the TPC, I believed in 1776. Although I'm not going to lie, I have had my doubts, not one time. But then I have learned, yes, we're going to go and block the highway. And I'm like, yes, fuck yes, come on, let's do it. I'm so freaking ready for this. Like, I don't even give a shit. Like, I'm going. Yeah, I'm like, Fluffy, we're going to go to drive, or I'm going to just freaking drive myself or drive with someone else. I don't even care. This is how much I wanted this, because I mean, I know everyone, and actually Eric has told me that. I know everyone in TPC has thought about me. Oh, you know, she's just here to promote herself, you know, and she's not about all the movement and blah, blah, blah. And that was not true. My participation in any of these movements were really a participation because I wanted to be there as a person. I didn't give a fuck about the camera, honestly. It's just escalated for me just like that. All right, well, now I have it. Now I got to use it.
Yeah.
But me as a person, me as an Agnes, me as a Polish person wanted to be there. I needed this for myself and for my soul. And yeah, definitely. And so probably so is Eric, and he can speak on how much he wanted to be a part of it, and he didn't have a camera at the beginning. He started the camera later on.
Yeah.
And so when you believe in something, you have to come on and you have to give everything that you have in order to be successful. And that's how your life in general is.
I mean,
Anything.
I could have been part of the movement, and I could have sat here and just been in my car and did laps. But I mean, I tried to fix every problem I came across. That's the one thing I think people have recognized, that I try to be a problem solver. So whatever problem there was in the TPC, I tried to deal with. If it came across my table, whether it was mechanical, whether it was, whatever issue it ended up being, people were calling for me to deal with problems that were not just mechanical. I did a shitload behind the scenes to try to keep that convoy going. Whether it was deal with misinformation, whether it was dealing with, you know, interpersonal disputes of people fighting, you know, whether it had to do with logistics of moving this stuff to here from here, it didn't matter. I was 110% into doing whatever I could do to try to make that movement go, you know?
Yeah.
And, anybody that says anything different is just straight lying. I did everything I could do to try to make that organization work. Even though from the get-go, I did not agree with TPC. I was actually going to become AFC, but they dissolved when they showed up. They were the only game in town, so I still put as much effort as I could to try to make that organization work, because I felt that if they got their goals sorted that they wanted to do, that they would have a strong voice to possibly help with other issues, because I didn't feel that there was going to be a one and done. They were going to deal with this Emergency Powers Act, and now they were going to be a strong force of voice, or a voice of change, and then they would have moved on to another topic and another topic, and that's what I was hoping for. That's why I
That's
stayed.
what you were
And that's
hoping
why I put in that 110%. I didn't just, and I'm not taking anything away from anybody that just went there and did the loops. I'm not taking anything away from them. I'm just saying that I definitely, put in 110%. And anybody that says I didn't, you're full of crap. You
Yeah.
know.
So let me ask you both. Okay, I've heard the TPC is trying to come back again. Is that
Marco, hold on. I just want to. Okay, I'm going to say goodnight to Lee's Moss Man. It's easier than typing. Yeah, Marcus sat here, and he's got. I've seen it on his TikTok channel, but it's middle line Marco or something. Yeah, he posted a TikTok, and I guess he's got a YouTube too. I don't know what it is, but it's probably the same thing. But it came across my TikTok, and yeah, he started the peoplesconvoy.com page. And Joe was talking about this today. Joe had a very interesting thing to say about it, was that last Joe knew, whoever owned the domain for the peoplesconvoy.com wanted 15 grand to sell it, basically. And supposedly, now this is all rumor mill. I have no confirmation. I'm just saying what Joe said. Supposedly, he feels, or he said, that there was $15,000 collected that they ran off with, and that it was very surprising that now Marcus is starting this People's Convoy page that was going to cost $15,000. Interesting. So yeah, when I saw that, I kind of went, when I saw Marcus's thing about it, I'm like, why? The People's Convoy went down in flames so bad. I mean, I don't get what he's thinking. I don't get how the People's Convoy is going to go anywhere. It 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 burned out with such a negative ending. You know, I mean, if they had been out in California and they said, okay, we're going to go back, but we're ending it. We're not going in DC, whatever. We've run out of money, whatever. And at least let people peel off and go home or, you know, but just the way they ended it, they killed themselves. I just don't get it. I don't get it. We'll see what happens, you know. I mean, you know, I tried to defend Marcus because he's a little bit of an odd duck. You know, I don't know if he's high level autism or what. So he doesn't have the best interpersonal skills. And I tried to defend him because my father's like that. You know, I understand people that have that type of personality, and it makes them seem a little off because they do think a little different than other people. Um, but what really sealed his fate with me was that he had the opportunity to take that trailer back, and he just said, "I don't care." I said, I mean, I've got the text messages. I mean, I literally have the text messages where I say and I told him, dude, you understand that this is just going to trash your public view, you know, by doing this. You know, you've got the opportunity. I have a way to get the trailer to you. You're going right past, you know, New Mexico. You probably don't even have to take it directly to the guy's house. If you just got it to New Mexico, I mean, I'm pretty sure the guy would be more than happy to come pick it up. And he just said, nope, we're not doing it. That sealed his fate with me. You know, it was just like, you're done. You're done. That was it. So I have no idea. I mean, what's your opinion? What's your opinion, Polish? What's your opinion, Joy? I mean, what do you guys think? What's the chat think about this?
Yeah, what's the chat think about that? I don't think it's going to go far, but
Honestly, I first didn't think Marcus was all that bad of a person until I saw his YouTube encounters, I would say. And I said, where are you really going with this? I mean, if you really wanted to show us something, you would come out and show us something. And you're making these videos, this like couple minute videos telling us the truth is going to come out and this and that and the other thing. And I was like, what are you talking about? I'm kind of still waiting. Still didn't find out. And so for that reason, I really don't know how the stuff with the trailer happened. But by my interaction, by how they really left these people off without money to go home, honestly, it shouldn't be like that, because there was multiple donations that happened. And then by this guy going on YouTube telling everybody the truth is going to come out and this and that and the other thing, I was like, okay, I'm still waiting on your truth to really come out. And if you think you're going to kind of start another movement and people are going to keep on donating to you and people are actually going to follow you, well, be my guest. But that's definitely not going to be Eric. I can see something you don't want to see.
Watching the chat, sorry.
What's your StreamYard right now?
I'm sorry. I'm listening. I'm listening to you guys. You guys were talking about how you felt about that, and I was kind of curious.
how does the chat feel about it?
Well, Viper, unfortunately, sometimes the chat will sit here and say, you know, like Viper said, that's a bunch of crap. But out of context, I don't know what he's talking about. You know, and I get that a lot of times. So I was sitting here and I was asking him, what's a bunch of crap? and then you didn't deserve to get shafted. You're a good man. So sometimes it's just, you guys got to think about contents or
Yeah.
content,
Yeah, but
or context.
it's just so easy to put a responsibility on someone else
Yeah.
and not to
I
really
mean,
worry about stuff.
here we can go through where was it? Marcus. God, I haven't seen Marcus in forever. Marcus. Okay, where is it?
Just his videos on YouTube has done it for me, honestly.
Yeah, this whole the truth is coming out, but then he never says anything. It's like, dude, if the truth is coming out, come on, just bring me the truth.
Where
Stop
is it?
telling me that you're going to bring. Yeah, stop telling me you're going to bring me the
Where
truth
is it?
without any truth.
So I don't think a bunch of people are just going to follow Marcus in the new TPC thing because
Yeah.
he lost it.
Yeah, I don't know what Marcus is going to do. It's just it doesn't make any sense to me.
And
Marcus
besides, if you
Conway
really
is-
want to be about something, you shouldn't really have any leaders. There just should be about people. People wanting to
Yeah.
get together and people wanting to organize stuff together. Not one person or two people or three people really telling you what you should do. You should have people come together and you should have people agree on stuff that how they want to run, whatever they want to run and whatever they want to be all about. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like here in the United States people actually are going to be as united as we think they are, because that's what government is really all about. They want to be left and right, and they want to divide us as much as they are dividing us. They want telescope to be on one side, they want squirrels to be on the other side, and they want Santa to be on the third side. That's what government wants from you. And if you're
Yeah.
able to find a middle ground for all these people, and if they can respect each other, then you have something. Unless you're able to do that, you're not going to have anything done in life and here in the United States. Just because people cannot be united. And it's simple. And whoever wants to start any TPC, any whatever else they wanted to start, unless we're going to understand that we need to accept a person that's standing next to us, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. And one of the ladies behind the mirror, very, very smart, she was talking about how we do need to get involved. You need to get involved with your local town. Do you know who your senators are? Do you know who your representatives are? And so many people don't. And I was like, yeah, I don't know who my so I looked it up, like, oh, who are my representatives? But she made that point as to, yes, in America, people are so to themselves now. We're not about community like we used to be. Um, Everyone's just kind of lives their own life, and you're just in your own little bubble, and people don't participate.
Well, why don't just people start with their own town? Why don't
Yeah.
people be about the Board of
Their own
Education?
town.
Why the people are not actually checking what your town is spending your money on? You don't even know that. You don't even know where to go and be and check what the Board of Education is. Let alone speaking about the rest of the government. We can sit here and talk about government and talk about hey, listen, election this, election that. Do you actually know where you gotta go to check what your own town, just the town that you live in the state where you are,
Yeah.
where your budget, where the budget of the whole city, entire city is going? Do you know how to check that? Do you know where to find that? Do you know how to have an impact on that? And
These
I'm
are
going to tell you right now,
wonderful things.
95% of people that we're speaking have no freaking clue. And if we don't know how to start with all this stuff, we're not going to be able to make any difference anywhere else in life. We can start with all these conversations, but someone has to lead the way and where we're going to go and how we're going to check all these things.
Start at the bottom. Yeah, you're exactly right. Because I don't know where to go to the budget, but I do know in our town, because we're a suburb, and I know they wanted to build a $50 million new town hall. And I know the whole city was up in arms about that because we're not Austin. We're not big like Austin. And all of a
In
sudden,
my
build.
in my local town, not the one I live in, but the one I have property in, they want to sit here and do one of these mega playgrounds. But the town directly over, just a couple miles away, has a couple
Yeah.
$100,000 playground just a few miles down the road. But now we have to compete with that town. And it's like, but this town doesn't have the money that that town has. So why are you now going to raise taxes and do all this stuff so you can compete with a playground that is just down the road? It's like some of these people in office just don't think. It's like, I swear, the stupidest people in the world run for government. I really, truly believe that. Some
No,
of the stupidest
they
people out there.
they have to come up with some kind of an ideas. And often they don't think how much those ideas are going to cost to people. They just have an idea that they want to pass through because they think it's going to be freaking the best idea that they ever
Where
had.
are you going, Penn? You going? Okay.
But the idea is going to cost how much money, and how much money are you going to have to actually take out of the budget and raise the taxes and have these people pay for it?
I think we have a problem in this country of a lot of stupid people that are book smart. I said it. They don't have street smarts. They don't have common sense or life skills or life experience, but they're book smart. They can retain a lot of information. In a debate, they're great because they're an encyclopedia. They can retain topics and all this stuff, but that doesn't make you a smart person. That just makes you book smart. And too many of these people run for office and they think they're smart because they went to college and they got an education, but they're not life smart. You know what I'm saying? They're not smart. They're not smart people. I'm going to say it. There's too many people that are not life smart, that don't have normal common sense. They go to their schools, and yeah. I don't know. What do you feel about that? I just opened up that can of worms.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point.
I agree.
There's people, right, who just are very, very smart, and they may not have the street smart. And then you can also have people who are charismatic and wonderful, and they don't have any smarts, So yeah, I can see that.
So I'm gonna tell you right now, I have graduated high school back in Poland. I've decided not to study because I was like, I don't want no 5 years out of my life, really spending on whatever. I just want to be free. So I did 2 years of technical school, right? And I was doing fine, still couldn't find a job, whatever, and it's funny because it's kind of a little going, my technical school is kind of a little going with the streaming that I'm doing. It's supposed to be about all the commercial type of thing, and I should be able to work in the radio and all that stuff and be this awesome speaker and whatnot, which is funny. But 2 years later, right, I'm still working in the job that I'm working, and I'm thinking to myself, well, I have to do something with my life because it's just not improving. So I'm like, well, let's go study. Okay, let's get some college education. All right, so I go and finish first year, and then I go and finish second year, and then I'm starting to think like, this doesn't even gonna do it for me. Like, how is my life gonna really improve if I'm gonna finish the study? I'm gonna be a psychologist because I went to psychology, right? And I'm like, these people make like 2,000 of like Polish money back then, right? And 2,000 is just like literally nothing. You don't have to be that awesome at awesome therapist and open your own practice and be like freaking crazy so people want to actually come and talk to you and all that. And I'm thinking, Bullish Agnes is actually going to really do that? No, I don't think so. So I decided to quit. So I went to the third year, and when I did that, I also they have opened a business that has went literally underground, and I was like, fuck, now what am I gonna do? So after that, I was like, I need to leave this country in order to pay my debt, because I had to sell my business, and the business I sold for half what I paid for to actually open. And I'm thinking, I have my studies that I got to pay for because I was studying over the weekend. And so that was like 5,000 whatever a year, which is a lot cheaper than here. Still, it was a lot in Poland. So I'm thinking, all right, well, I'm not going to be able to finish this. I'm not going to be able to pay for the business that just went under, and I need to do something to leave. So I left, because otherwise the government would literally take everything away from me. But honestly, I feel like if I was able to accomplish that 5 years and become a psychologist, I would have never had the thinking and the way how I am in life, because I didn't go through what I went through. That's the knowledge you kind of learn when you go through things.
Yeah.
And it isn't when you have actually parents to pay for everything, parents to pay for your college, parents to freaking give you your first apartment, parents to give you your first car, and parents pay for everything. Like, how is that really life teaching you anything? And then you have these people that you think that are got everything from literally their parents. It's not them really working hard for everything they had. They're going to come and actually get into the government, and they're going to actually steer your life, and they're going to show you how you're supposed to live your life.
No life experience.
They have never actually had a possibility or a chance, because their parents just literally hooked them up with everything that they had.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And there's no experience. Me versus me, where I tried to really hard. I left my house when I was 18 years old. I literally came to United States having $200 in my pocket without English. Honestly.
I turned 18 and the government just sat there and said, get the hell out. That was everything I own, I had to work for.
I was a bad teenager with my personality. I said to my parents, I'm sorry, but I can't live with you anymore. I said, I'm done. I'm leaving. You guys trying to stir my life way too much. So I'm just going to leave you, and I'm going to go live on my own. And that's what I did, But unfortunately, it didn't really turn out that great for me, because I got myself into like a deep shit, honestly. And if I stayed in Poland, I'd probably be broke and freaking homeless, because government would literally take away everything from me. Because we don't have a bankruptcy back in Poland. You cannot file a simple paper and be free from your debt. That's not what happens. And then people here don't have those experiences. People here are protected by their parents, and people here are protected by their parents until almost 40 years old. This is how society is here, which is terrible. It's terrible for us, and it's terrible for any generation that comes afterwards. Because we spoil our kids.
Yeah, when you came over here, were you 18 when you came to America?
No, I was 23 years old. So since I left my parents, I was 18. I said, goodbye.
Okay. And when
I
you
don't
were
want you guys in my life anymore. I'm not going to have you to rule my life. I'm not going to have you to tell me what to do, Like, I'm just going to go to work and work for whatever I'm going to do. So that's what I did. I left. I struggled. I struggled like tremendously. I'm going to tell you that much. I decided to take a loan from the government, because you could take a loan for your first business you want to open. And that's what I did. I took like 30,000 our money, which is a Polish money, not an American money. And then I was able to keep my business for about half a year, and my business went down the drain, honestly. And I sold it for a half. I owned 15,000, which 15 years ago was a lot of money. And then I was literally found myself, and I'm not going to ask my parents to help me with the money, because I'm proud enough not to do that. And I needed to find a way how I'm going to actually get out of this situation. And getting out of this situation was coming to another country that currency was more than the one in Poland. And my idea was just stay for a year or maybe a couple years and actually pay it off.
Okay.
But United States was nice to me enough that, it showed me that I could make more money than just to pay my freaking loan back in Poland. So I said, this is where I'm going to stay.
And kind of tip on, we were talking about education and college and stuff. Just to switch it up a little bit, I think there's a real problem in this country with people not fully understanding what career they want to get into. It seems like it's a chronic problem that there's a lot of people that go to college because college, that's what you do.
Go to college.
But then how many people are not in that career field once they get out? How many people are sitting here with all of this college debt? Because there needs to be something that helps some type of program or something that helps these people actually get involved in the field that they want to actually pursue going to college. Because it just seems like there's so many people I've run into that have these college degrees and they're not using that degree. They're doing something completely different than what they went to college for. And that degree is just sitting there doing nothing, but then they still have this debt. And they're working menial jobs. They're working at factories and stuff like that. And, in a sense, they wasted all that money going to college because they didn't know that they weren't going to like that field. That seems to be a real chronic problem in this country too. Is, all this money getting wasted on college for people that just don't realize, hey, I'm not going to like that job.
Or they could have went to a technical college, maybe in that field.
Went to a technical college, yeah.
Go to a technical college, go into that field, and you would have saved thousands of dollars.
Yeah. There needs to be, in our education system, we definitely need to work on getting people to understand the career paths that they're doing and making sure that they actually like it before you make such a monumental investment in it. 4 years of college in some cases for a degree in something that you're going to be like, I don't like this, and that seems to be such a common problem, is that these people get these college degrees and then they're just not doing it. I don't know. What was your college degree in Polish? You said,
well, like I said, I finished high school. I didn't really know what I wanted to do with my life.
But you said you went to college.
I did, but first I went to a technical school that was 2 years.
Yeah, and what was that for?
And then I went to college, which was a psychology. And this is why, finding myself at 23, I was still kind of in college when I was supposed to be finishing.
What was the technical school for?
It was a commercial / being able to work at the radio type of thing, or TV, or being a speaker or something like that. So
now, Joy, what's your background, educational background? Just out of curiosity, if you want to share.
Yeah, so I graduated high school and I was going to our local community college. And I think I wanted to go, maybe psychology, a social worker. I was idealistic back then. But my best friend, her and her mom and the little sister, they all worked at this insurance office. So I started working at this insurance office, and boy, I made good money there. I thought I was a hot shot, and I dropped out of college and I stuck with insurance. I eventually got my insurance license, and then before I moved to Texas, I took the test in Nebraska, passed the test, came down to Texas, and I've just continued in the insurance industry. And in the insurance industry, you can take certain courses where you can get like little designations behind your name. So I do have a designation behind my name. But it's funny, I chose insurance as my path and ended up making the same amount as my coworkers who had 4-year degrees, and I
Mhm.
saved myself a whole $40,000.
Yeah.
Um,
See, I went the technical route.
okay.
Sorry. Go ahead. Do you have
No,
anything else more to add?
no, no, I have taken some fun college classes or whatever, just for fun of like I took a business communication conversation, so I like learning. But yeah, I feel like I saved myself a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
See,
what was your route?
well, I grew up in the group home foster home care system, and
Okay.
I aged out of a group home when I turned 18. So basically, my birthday present was, "Hey, you're 18, get the hell out." So I basically, luckily in high school, I had taken some automotive classes, and a teacher knew that I had potential, so he really poured a lot of basic knowledge, how to turn rotors, how to do brakes, how to do an oil change. So when I turned 18 and I had to find a job, I went out and I hit every mechanic shop, and it was on the job training for me. I didn't have time. I had to make my bills. I had to I had to support myself. I didn't have family to fall back on. I really had to, you know, work and eat. And that's just the way it worked out for me. I wonder what my potential would have been if I would have had that loving family environment that could have helped me out while I was going to college and done some other type of career. Um, RT3 was sitting here and saying in the chat about, you know, the guidance should come from a loving family. But, instead of a guidance counselor, when I say here and said there needs to be some type of system or program that helps people understand what the real career paths are. And I was trying to explain more than just somebody saying you should do it. There needs to be some type of programs in those fields. If you want to be a doctor or you want to be a lawyer or whatever, some type of you know program more that you can experience what it would be to be a lawyer, what it would be
Um,
to be a doctor, what it would be to be an electrician, or where you can actually go out and experience that lifestyle and make sure that that's what you want to invest your money in to become that.
to do that.
That's where I was talking, not just
Some
a
high
counselor.
schools, some high schools are kind of doing that. Like
A little bit.
the school district I'm in, they have a nursing program, and then
Yeah.
they also have a firefighter program.
Yeah.
So I do see schools kind of doing more of that, and they also have. When my daughter was in high school, you had to choose like this career.
Joy just froze.
Yeah, she did.
Hi, Joy. Your internet froze.
I
All right.
thought.
So to fill in until she comes back, um, yeah. So like I said, I think there needs to be a little bit more. Yeah, you're back. Okay,
Keeps
go ahead.
doing it.
Continue.
Yeah, yeah. So more high schools are doing that, but I agree. I think there needs to be more for the youth to find out what do you want to go in and kind of let them try like an internship or
Yeah,
something like that.
because around here we've got some factory work. We've got Kohler. We've got Acuity. We've
Hmm.
got AO. We've got a couple of companies, and it's not their experiences. They're just looking for their next pool of workers. It's not really. They're trying to convince these people to not go do something else more than, hey, come experience this. We need people to work our assembly lines. It's not really. They're not trying to bring you up into something that's going to pay really good and whatnot. They're trying to convince you to come be their line workers at the bare minimum pay that they pay. They're not trying to excel you into being, the top person, being the machinist and whatever. They're trying to just get you in the door so that they can rotate out the people that are older or whatever.
Interesting.
So that's not the program, the type of program I'm talking about. They're just trying to get kids to think, oh, well, when you turn 18 and you're out of high school, guess what? You can have a job with us making X number of dollars, and you can be our slave for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
They're not out there trying to get you, show you, oh, well, look here, you can be making $100,000. No, you can come to us and you can make $40,000. And that's what they're trying to do. That's the kind of programs that we have in our school. Is come
Yeah.
work for us for 40 grand,
No, and it's a
or
little
less.
different. It's a little different for guys, and it's a little different for women. There are so much more traits that the guy can pick that the women can pick, honestly. So, comparing the two, it's like a whole another story.
Yeah, I didn't take the aptitude test either because I didn't go to school much. So I never even took my SATs. So I would have had to have been there. I wasn't challenged in school. I got so bored. I probably should have been in the gifted classes. I got so bored. And then I was also in a school where I was one of the few white kids, so I felt their reverse discrimination, and it didn't make me want to be there. So I wasn't there. Again, it just was what it was. But all those things made me the person I am today. So,
Yeah. I feel that way too because I, moved out at 15, went and lived with my grandparents, and I've been working since 15, and yeah, I feel like all those things that happened to me made me who I am. And I was kind of a partier. I mean, it was a smaller community, so what do? You go to parties every weekend, and
Yeah, exactly.
I
and she was always checking out the guys that would have looked good without their shirts on.
Well, and it's funny because I looked in my yearbook. So I graduated in '93. So I looked in my yearbook, and there are so many quotes in there about beer. Like, oh, these parties. I'm like, wait, the teachers let us talk about beer when we were 18? Like, what the?
When it comes for me, if I had kids, I would never encourage them actually to go to college. I would never actually let them take all these crazy loans and then work for someone. If anything, I would always encourage them to work for themselves and
Work
be
for
the boss,
themselves.
because that's what the college doesn't actually teach you. The college doesn't teach you to be your own leader. It teaches
I'll
you
be
to
right
work
back.
for. Okay, it teaches you to actually work for someone.
For someone, yes, that's what I said. They need to teach people how to be your own boss, how to invest money, how to do all those things for yourself rather than just go work for someone else
Yeah.
for 40 hours a week, get paid low wages, not,
I mean, don't get me wrong. Some of these after college, because after college is not, you're not gonna work the lowest wage out there. The lowest wages are for people like me, which are immigrants, and or for people that decided that they don't want any education, they don't want to have any high school diploma, or even they do have a high school diploma. Who knows?
yeah,
But you can be smarter than that. Actually, you can be your own boss, and you can work for yourself, and you can make a lot more money than people that have graduated college. But if you're lucky and you have a good position, you're going to bring 100 and something $1,000 a year, which is a great pay if you ask me. But how many people really have all these positions that bring $120,000, $150,000? I don't really know that many, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
And I don't think for me coming here, I'd be able to push $100,000 without me being my own boss.
right.
I don't think someone would actually hire me and be like, well, Agnes, let's go, 100 grand, no problem, 40 hours a week.
Yeah, and I would say Austin's a little different. Like in my neighborhood, a lot of people here work at Dell, UT, and I know a lot of my neighbors are making those over 100,000 a year, and I'm like, dang, I want that job,
You
And
mean after college?
yeah, I think well, and some of them maybe they went to college, maybe not. I know one of the
Yeah, but
neighbors,
have we actually thought about the connections that they may have?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
that's a whole another story. This
yeah, it's a
is
whole nother
something
story.
that I didn't come here with.
Yes, you're right, the connections. And a lot of people kind of in Austin, they work at Dell, Samsung, we're getting Tesla, and what a lot of people come from California. So what they did was they drove up our house prices. So our house price has doubled. Well, now I can't go sell my house because I can't afford, to go find somewhere.
Yeah.
Before we get off the whole college
Yes.
topic, honestly, I think college is a proving ground that you can put up with bullshit. Because I don't think every person I've ever talked to that's gone to college has sat here and said they all sit here and they look at some of the class courses that are required courses and they're like, what the hell? And I think you honestly you go to college and you put up with all these years of it to prove that you can be that you're that type of personality, that
Right.
you're going to put up with the crap, and that's what you're basically getting. You're getting a piece of paper saying, hey, you're going to sit here and you're going to give me no lube and you're going to shove it up my butt, but I'm going to bend over and say thank you and take it happily.
Yeah.
I think that's what you prove when you go to college.
When you go to college, and there are some careers that they do need to go to college. Like I would prefer my doctor have went to college for a few years.
Yes. Yes.
There's some stuff you need, but
Yes.
there's a lot of it you could get it done in 2 years. You could do a technical school.
Yeah.
You don't need 4 years of something. Yeah.
I mean, there's just some of these college courses that the colleges are literally sitting here and requiring you to take these classes. And I understand it's supposed to make you a more rounded person, education wise. But I mean, some of these college courses, you may be going for this, and then they've got some really abstract college course that has nothing to do with your career path, but you're going to take it. And it's just like, but it's so that the college course can charge you money. Even at the technical school, I wanted to take a welding class. And, they want me to start out at the lowest level of welding. Not even that I'm trying to get a degree. I'm not trying to get a degree. I just want to take the course because I want to learn how to TIG weld. Okay, I know how to MIG weld. I know how to arc weld. I've never experienced TIG welding, but they want me to go back to remedial courses and take stick welding and take MIG welding and all this other stuff before they'll even allow me to take the TIG class. And that's going to cost me X number of dollars for each class. And then because these are classes that require materials, then I have to pay for those materials on top of the actual course class. So I'm going to be out a lot more money than if I just take the class I want to take. And it's like, that's just stupid, and colleges do that all the time. That's just, if I want to just take a course, let me take the course. I'm not
College
asking for a degree.
College teaches you to be an employee.
Yeah.
College doesn't teaches you to be your own leader and your own boss.
And it proves
That's
that you're going to bend over and take it.
Yeah.
It proves that you've taken 4 years out of your life and spent X number of dollars taking it up the rear, that now I know that this person is going to take it up the rear from me.
Yeah. And then you get in the workplace, and sometimes it's not what you know, it's who you know,
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. the good old boys club. We have a lot of that in Texas. It's who you know, who you know. Oh, are you still there, Eric?
I am
Polish.
still here.
We lost Polish.
Oh, she ran away. She
Okay.
crashed.
She'll be
I don't
back.
know. I'm
And
sitting here. All of a sudden, you guys get quiet, and I'm like reading the chat, and I'm like, and then you're like, Eric, are you still there? And I'm like, oh, well, that's because Polish ran away.
where'd Polish go? Yeah, and my internet keeps it keeps doing this. I'm on the Wi-Fi, but I've moved my office back in the office because I was in the dining room, but I'm back in the office. So I think I need to have my husband hardwire it. Just do it.
Well, you definitely be better with hardware. I mean, how far away are you from your Wi-Fi router? I'm a tech guy.
So our Wi-Fi thing is upstairs, and my office is hardwired. I just need to have him replug it in for me.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
what he could also do if are you on a laptop or a desktop?
I'm on my desktop right now.
Oh, well, then hardwiring is not a big issue. But if you wanted to, you could potentially put a router, an additional wireless access point in your office off that hardwire, and then you would have wireless there also. There's a whole bunch of um, router systems.
To do
Google
that.
has one, Apple has one, where you get what's called a mesh network, which then allows you to have multiple access points. But in your case, if you're talking about your desktop computer, you're always going to have the best experience on a hardwire. So
Hardwire.
yeah,
Well,
but I mean,
summer,
you could still put the mesh network router there, and then run from the mesh network router to the computer and hardwire the computer, but then still have a wireless access point that would give you, like, let's say behind you is your backyard. Now you've expanded your wireless network further into your backyard.
and would that help with like the fire sticks too?
If it would make it closer to the Fire Sticks, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll let because my husband's in IT or whatever, so he knows all that computer jargon.
Sure. The
So
other thing that he can do, which I will show you,
okay.
I think I have it on here. This Fire Stick does have it. Yes. Okay. Oh, this is dusty. I don't go behind my TV too often, so I'm going to be pulling out a dust thing. But for the Fire Sticks, you can actually hardwire them too. Not a lot of people know that, but you can buy this adapter. You can buy this adapter here. So this is my Fire Stick. Okay. That's my Fire Stick, and you can buy this adapter that comes with an Ethernet port. So it plugs in where the power cord goes, and then you've got the USB here for powering up the device, and then you can hardline a Fire Stick.
A fire stick.
So
Okay, because my room, I have a Roku, and I do have it hardwired in the room, but we have an extra guest bedroom down here that isn't hardwired, but it
sure.
but I think if we got an extra,
If you had another
router.
access point, Wi-Fi doesn't like going vertical. It doesn't like going up and down.
Yeah.
It likes to go very horizontal. So if you were to get a mesh network type router system, it definitely would help on that lower level. So, and it would give you better coverage I'm assuming that's your basement or first floor.
First floor, we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have basements in Texas because of the limestone. So when I first moved here, from Nebraska, Tornado Alley, my mom's like, what do you do if you have a tornado? I'm like, you just pray. We don't have basements, sorry.
You just pray.
We just pray, yeah.
Yeah. But like I said, so you can hardwire a Fire Stick if you want to, and it does work. And I'm struggling to see and plug mine back in, so apologize. But Hey, I like to help out where I can. I've been an IT guy. I actually owned my own computer business for a while, so I'm. I think people have picked up on I'm big on tech. I
Yeah.
actually run a few servers myself, but yeah, I mean, if your husband's in IT, he's to be honest, you're gonna have the worst internet out of anybody. Do you know why? Do you know why?
Yeah, because he doesn't care. Yeah.
Because mechanics, it doesn't matter what trade you're in, you're so tired of doing it everywhere else that
Yes.
you always neglect your own.
Yeah. Or when
So
I ask him, oh, hey, this is wrong on the computer, he's like, did you turn it off and turn it on? Did you plug it in and plug it out and plug it back in? And yeah, he gives me the hardest time anytime I need a technical issue. I'm like, I feel like he's going to give me a bill, you know?
Yeah, your girl's gonna be in a bedroom, that's for sure.
Yeah. I'm like, 2 weeks from now, but no. Just kidding.
Oh shit! You're gonna have it wait 2 weeks? Damn.
yeah.
Uh,
So
so I'm
yeah, I
on
mean,
to it now.
somebody was also saying a Wi-Fi extender, but Ray, she doesn't a Wi-Fi extender really because she already has hardwire to the room she's in. Um, you could use a Wi-Fi extender. Okay.
Okay.
Um, there's two ways that you can use a Wi-Fi extender. One way is it sits here and it picks up the Wi-Fi from your other router, and then you wouldn't put it in that room. You'd put it like halfway between where your router is and where your room is that you're in now, and it would rebroadcast. Or you can plug it into an outlet near in that room, and then you can hardwire that, which then becomes an access point, which is basically the same as doing the mesh network.
The mesh network. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, your husband also could set up just a completely separate router just for that room on a completely separate Wi-Fi network.
Yeah.
But the mesh network works really nice because it allows you to walk through your house, and you're kind of like how a cell phone
Hmm.
will hop from tower to tower. That's more how a mesh network works. If you get closer to your other router, it's just going to automatically switch over to that
Hop
one.
on. Okay.
Where if you have two separate routers, let's say you've got Joy 1 and Joy 2, okay? If you get too far away from Joy 1, it will switch, but maybe not. You'll have to kind of choose, or you may be in a position where you have to tell it to go on to Joy 2.
Okay.
It may not do it as automatically as a mesh network system would.
That
Does
will
that make
just
sense?
okay. Okay, I get that. Yeah.
But the extender would work the same way. If your husband's gonna
He'll
gonna
know.
gonna know. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of easy ways you could do it. You could just throw a router in there, but then you've got to set it up on different IP addresses so you don't get conflictions with the other router. But having that mesh network system that's designed, that's what it is. It's really designed to have multiple devices in
On
multiple
there.
areas of your house. And it's a little bit more expensive of an option, but if he's an IT guy, I'm pretty sure he's willing to spend a little bit on tech.
Yeah, and I'm
You
sure
know,
he'll research it or whatever. But yeah, because one of the TVs down here, it just loses signal a lot. It's a guest bedroom, so we don't use it, but it's nice to go in there
yeah.
and watch it sometimes.
It's those 2
Well,
weeks. It will happen in 2 weeks, I'm sure.
and like I said, that's really what it is. Is if you get another Wi-Fi access point, and
Okay.
he could, and if he's actually an IT guy, he's going to know he can just get an access point. A mesh network is going to be more for somebody like Polish Agnes, because I could sit here and I could tell her, go buy this, and she could just set it up in multiple rooms and it's just going to work. But if he's an actual IT guy, he's going to probably just go for an access point, hook it into that port, and set you up. It's going to be a little bit more screwing around on the technical side for him, because he's going to have to make sure that there's not IP configuration collisions and stuff like that. But he could do it, and he could do it fairly cheap. And that would improve the Wi-Fi on your entire first floor.
The first floor.
And yeah,
And I'll have him come hook up this, so when I'm on my. So since I got involved with the whole BTM stuff,
here you keep saying that bad word. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
just kidding.
They say I'm in a cult now.
Well,
we have couple of those already running. If you don't know.
Yeah, but have you tried explaining this to people who don't know what this is about? You're like, well, yeah, there was this convoy, and they're like, there was a convoy. I'm like, yeah, but they split up, and there's this new group, and the guy is Santa, and there's all these characters, and they're just like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah,
Santa Claus is part of a movement? What?
Yeah. So I try not to tell too many people, but
no, I don't ever explain it. If I ever say something, there is a movement that is trying to fight for our constitutional rights, and that's about it. I don't explain who like Santa is and whatever. I just always tell them go to 1776restorationmovement.com and you'll figure it out what it really is.
Yeah.
And when I actually encounter people in the DC, I didn't tell them, hey, listen, we have the Santa that is our leader, and blah, 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 I'll just go literally, hey, we're fighting for our constitutional rights. You think that your freedoms and your constitutional rights are being taken away by the government? If you do, please check out this website. And I don't feel like I need to really explain, hey, well, there's Santa, and there's Rose and these people, I feel like the message needs to be kind of clear, and that's how you have people really kind of wanting to talk to you or not talk to you, or they want to send you to your own country, Because this has happened too. But when I hit it, I always hit it on constitutional rights. I will, because that's how I feel they're all about, right? And everyone is kind of prone to it as well. When you say, hey, do you think your constitutional rights are actually being taken away by the government? And then you're like, what do you mean? And then when someone actually says, what do you mean? Then you can really engage into a conversation and, tell people what you really, or how you really think. And it isn't left or right at this point.
Right.
Like, I don't ever go and tell people, hey, listen, I freaking love Trump. I feel like Trump should be my dad, and all that. Because we actually came up with this with one of the trucker that I rode on a beltway, and he goes like, Trump is my daddy. And I said, I'm going to start using this, like Trump is my daddy. Because this is how much I actually love his policies and how much I was able to improve my life because he wasn't in office. Now it's a whole other story. But whenever I approached people with whenever I was doing in the both days that I brought the signs and megaphones and all that, where I've had flyers and everything, and I did engage with people. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is not an easy task to do.
Oh, I can imagine. That would be hard.
Because you have to come up to someone, and if you are not an open person and if you're not an extrovert, you're just not going to approach people. Yeah. And especially in the DC, people don't want to hear that shit. Like, they don't want to hear that you're against the government in the city where they live, that you want to protest. No.
Yeah.
Now,
so
I've got a question. I mean, I'll let you finish up this topic, Joy. But I'm going to ask you a question. I want you guys to think about it, and then after you're done saying what you're going to respond to Polish Agnes. Do you think that the TPC should have picked a different topic than the Emergency Powers Act? And if you do, what topic do you think they should have tried to run on? That's my question. Go ahead, Joy, about Polish Agnes's reply.
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to say, I didn't realize until, 1776 went into DC, that DC is just a protest city, that there's people protesting every day. I didn't realize that. So that was something new I learned. I was like, oh, interesting. So.
Well, this is where the government is. This is where you need to be. It's just the fact that the DC is not a part of the United States and makes it a lot harder. You have to educate yourself on really what their laws are. They're not the same as what the
They're not the
United States
same.
Constitution and the laws are, really honestly. So when you go and do that, you have to kind of know what you're getting yourself into.
Yeah. So I found that was really interesting. So really quick, Eric, I'll just say mine real quick, but Polish can probably give a more in-depth answer. But I was surprised that the TPC didn't, because it was a truckers convoy. I wish they would have spoke more about truckers regulations and that kind of stuff with truckers, because I know that there are a lot of regulations that kind of go against truckers and make it harder for them. So I almost wish they would have brought more of that up since it was a truckers convoy, maybe.
It really, but see, the idea was it wasn't supposed to be. It kind of turned
Okay.
into that. Kind of turned into that because the organizers came from a truckers background.
Yeah.
So they, and they'd been there. I don't know if you know, but they had been there previous years with their little trucker united thing in the
I didn't
past. So
know.
Marcus, Brian Brazzi, and Mike are all part of a truckers thing, and I don't remember
Mhm.
what the name of it is right now. But this isn't their first time they've been to DC. They've been to DC
Okay.
on multiple times. Um, and unfortunately, because the organizers were more trucker based, it really kind of leaned a lot towards the truckers. But the idea was this was supposed to be the people's movement. It was not supposed to be a truckers movement, and it took them a little while to start to recognize that the people that were in the RVs and the cars, were just as important as the truckers, because a lot of focus really went onto the truckers, and it should have been about the entire movement. And that was the mistake in the beginning that really, really kind of happened. And they kind of worked on rectifying that. I think when they started realizing that people were sick and tired of hearing just about the truckers, you know. But I think it was a little too little, too late, you know. But I mean, my question really kind of went back to, um, you know, you were sitting here saying it should have been more about the trucker thing. But now that I've shed a little bit more light on that, I'll give you a second to kind of to think different now on that new information. What message do you think they should have run on? Was more of the question. Do you agree that it should have been about the Emergency Powers Act, or do you think that they should have picked a different topic? And what topic do you think they should have picked? And now, Polish Agnes, because you've had time to think.
Yeah, let Polish take this one.
I want an answer from you too. I'll let you think while she talks, because she's long-winded. She's long-winded, so you'll have a little time to talk or to think.
Okay.
To me, whatever topic that we're gonna pick to fight the government, I'm all about it.
Yeah, but
And
which topic do you think they should run on?
and to me, just because of the nature of the business that I'm doing, the Emergency Power Act has screwed a lot of landlords. And so for me, when I heard that, I'm like, yes, I'm all about it. But it haven't actually crossed my mind that people don't understand what the Emergency Power Act is all about. Also, the mandates, it would have been first for me before the Emergency Power Act, because
Okay.
I just hate putting all these people out of work just because you can. I cannot understand it. I cannot agree to it. I will never ever actually understand how can you put so many people out of work that actually paid for colleges, that actually are very good workers, that actually have the experience of 30 plus years, and all of a sudden they have to be out of work because you decided that this V thing is a lot worse than it really is, because it isn't.
Yeah.
And for me, the medical mandates would be the number one. An Emergency Power Act is fine, although I understand people didn't really get what it was all about, and they still don't understand because we don't educate people on what the Emergency Power Act is all about. They still
So,
don't know.
what do you think the Emergency Powers Act is all about?
It's about government having an extra control over their citizens, that they can actually put you in the pandemic. Without an Emergency Power Act, they wouldn't be able to do that.
So
And then oppose, and then literally put, like, have extra laws that they're just going to come up with, you know, and then you're going to have to go all about these laws. And normally, if the Emergency Power Act would have been intact, they would not ever be able to impose all these medical emergencies or medical pandemics or medical shots or whatever else. Without the Emergency Power Act, there's no shot that you're going to have to take, because if you don't, then you're going to lose your job. And that's why they keep on continue with that crap. And I can give you tons of laws that they came with, you know, using the Emergency Power Act.
I think that a lot of people got confused when they said end the Emergency Powers Act, that people didn't understand that. I think the confusion came in, people thought that they wanted the Emergency Power Act removed. And I think really what it was people wanted the abuse of the Emergency Powers Act to stop. Not that, you know, because there are
it
things.
needs to stop altogether. It's not the abuse or whatever. What do you need the Emergency Power Act for? It's not needed. This country is not being under some kind of a shit that you need government to really have that much of a control.
Well,
The
during
COVID is
times of
done. We're
war,
done with COVID. Then what do you need the Emergency Power Act for?
The C. Remember the C.
Well, I mean, okay, but
Yeah.
still.
But no, we just don't say that word, remember? We say the C.
Sorry,
But,
sorry, YouTube. I didn't mean to give anyone any like information that I wasn't supposed to give, and maybe it's not over. I'm not sure.
But I mean, I think there are times during times of war and real pandemics that, you know, maybe there needed to be a rewrite, maybe there needed to be some editing to it, you know, but to completely get rid of it, I think was not something that was an accomplishable goal. I think it needed, the abuse of it needed to go away.
But what is the abuse? What is the abuse in your opinion?
Everything they've been doing with it.
The government really abused it.
Well,
by enacting it all the time. Yeah.
Huh?
Trump used it to build the wall.
That was under the Emergency Power Act? No, he started with the wall way before the Emergency Power Act had started. That's not.
No, I'm pretty sure that's how he got the funding for it.
No. Emergency Power Act has started when the COVID started, and the wall has started way before that.
But they've used that for natural disasters. I mean, we've used it for years in America.
The Emergency Power Act? Well, it has started with the COVID. It was not intact before that.
No, let's see here. National. Let's see.
So if you mean by abusing it, what's the abuse in your opinion?
Well, all the stuff that you were sitting here and saying that they were using the Emergency Power Act for.
Yeah, we need to get rid of it. This United States doesn't need to be in the stage of emergency. There's no stage of emergency. It's not that the government has to like really make decisions of, you know, us, you know, going into some kind of a, you know, craziness here. Like we don't need the government. For example, it affected me directly. I don't need the government to tell me who I can evict and who I can't, because they think that they have the pandemic, that it's literally not existent.
I'm having a weird situation right here. J. Pole said something at 5:10 a.m., which is showing up on StreamYard, but it's not showing up on the YouTube.
Oh yeah, that's all the time. You just discovered that? That's all the time happening. Your chat doesn't always show all the messages.
Yeah, that's weird. I didn't realize that. I just saw something come up from J. Pole, and now I'm looking here and I'm going, where's that comment in the YouTube chat? That's weird.
Mhm.
All right. I've never seen that before because I'm
Yeah,
always
that
looking at
happens
the
a lot,
YouTube chat.
Eric.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, I think they should have focused more on explaining, exactly what they were
I
going
think
there
it needed
for.
to be about the shots, honestly, the jobs, because that's what the Canadians did. Canadians were all about the mandates, the
About
minimum,
the
Yeah.
jobs, yeah.
and
Yeah.
but it goes together with the Emergency Power Act. They can ask you for all those under the Emergency Power Act. That's why it was connected. So,
Yeah.
but if we just went, we wanted to end mandates, we wanted to bring people to work, we want, all the people to have choice. We're all about the choices. Okay, then
Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Granny Sue. I did have it on top chat. Thank you. Go ahead. It wasn't showing up because I had my phone set to top chat instead of live chat, and they pointed that out.
what top chat? What is that?
Okay, so right here it says live chat, but if you click on the three bars, then you have the option to hit top chat, and then not all the messages show in top chat. I don't know why. I don't know why it was set to that, but now it's on live chat, and I can see the chats. I can see all the
I
messages.
just learned something new, I guess.
Yeah.
I didn't even know.
No, I think you have
So
a point. In Canada, I think that's why it got all of the attention. And another thing in Canada, I feel like it wasn't so, it was more inclusive. Like, I feel like more people, young, old, diverse people. I mean, there were people on Ottawa with pride flags participating. It was everyone kind of came together from what I saw in the Ottawa, because I just watched it on television, or
so
I
so
watched
Joy,
yes.
if it was more, if TPC had ran more on the stick and and what Polish Agnes was saying, would that have more motivated you to be part of the TPC? Or what would it have taken for you? If no excuses in place. If you would have had the time, the financial resources, and you could have been there, what message, what would have motivated you to join?
So probably I would have had it would have had to be a whole different message, not what they were wanting. I would have, like, something that would interest me would be a platform for equal rights, for helping the homeless, making sure all children have food. Again, because I lean on that libertarian.
Sure.
And
So
honestly, with the mandates, by the
So you don't
time
actually think that we should stand up to the fact that people have lost jobs because of this? What about if someone told you today, well, you're vaccinated, get out, I don't want you anymore?
right.
Would you stand up then?
So
And then your husband, same thing.
it was
okay,
different.
you got to let her answer.
Like, we want to have vaccinated people in our company. I'm sorry, but goodbye.
Okay, but you got to let her answer, Paul.
So it was a little different in Texas because we didn't have those mandates. You only had them federally and for like hospitals. So I had a little bit different experience in Texas.
Right, but the whole country had it. It's not just about your own state. It's about a whole country.
Right. And
When you really think about it.
at the time we were working from home. We got vaccinated as soon as we could.
I understand, but if we switched,
right?
If you have that bulb that way, because obviously me and Eric are all about not being,
right,
wanting to actually have people not to work because of this and have a choice. Now you made your choice. What about if today government just was like, boop, because someone said, well, you know what, that was an experimental whatever. I don't want to say too much because they're going to block it. And hey, like, we think we shouldn't actually have vaccinated people around us anymore because it's no good. So I'm going to have you and your husband. I don't want you in my company anymore. 30 years you have worked for that insurance company, and your husband have just worked. You have mortgage to pay, and they're telling you no. You're not going to be at work anymore. And then you go around and you ask 15 other companies, and 15 other companies are like, well, I'm sorry, you just got vaccinated. We can't have you.
Right.
What do you do?
And I
That
do
actually make you feel like you want to stand up to that shit?
right. And I hear you, and I hear the people who had to go through that. I honestly do. And I hear, because it is new, some people for health reasons, religious reasons, weren't able to do it. And I get that. And I definitely felt like it should have been either you do this or you have these options. I definitely think there should be options like, okay, maybe you test weekly, or, I think with one of, maybe it was the federal mandate or somewhere, it's like either you do this or you get tested weekly. Okay, that's reasonable.
You don't even have to get tested weekly. I mean, the COVID is here, and if we didn't really stop it, then probably would already plow through everybody, and we would have been done with it.
I know.
Not a medical advice or anything like that. But now, how are you going to feel? Tell me, because you still didn't actually answer the question. How are you going to feel if someone is going to tell you today, I don't want to hire you because you're vaccinated, and go find some work somewhere else?
Well, I can actually say something like that's kind of happened to me. So I have a vestibular issue. I didn't know what it was at the time, but I got really sick last year. I went to a bunch of different ERs. I couldn't figure out what was happening with me. So I had to go on medical leave. Luckily, thank God, I had short-term and long-term at my job. So I start getting better. I start taking some medicine, and, I'm ready to kind of come ease my way back to work. I can't work full-time yet. And yeah, I had been at this company like 12 years, and they said, we're sorry, we're going to have to terminate you. They're like, we just want you to focus on your health. We want you to get better, but we're going to have to terminate you. Mm-hmm. And yeah, it hurt because I wasn't able to work in the same capacity. Yeah, that was painful. And luckily, I had the long-term disability. Luckily.
Yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Really sorry to hear that.
I am empathetic to the other side. I really am. Yes, Eric.
I never understood this aspect. Okay. When it came to my body, my choice, if you're a woman, that was acceptable. But when it came to the decision on this, it wasn't. How can that party be all about my body, my choice, but then completely be like, no, you're going to take this?
Right.
I don't get how you can be so pro my body, my choice.
But then it'd be a hypocrite.
Then sit here and say, no, you have to do this. I don't care. Especially when this isn't proven science. It's not something. This was not something that had been, like the flu shots that we've gotten for years. I mean, this was an experimental, first time it's ever been done. We are the guinea pigs for something that got rushed through. Why was this being forced so hard? And everybody's criminal if they don't take it, and then on top of it, I mean, the evidence has shown that it's not worked. It doesn't, the immunity is lasted what, a month. Now it's down to maybe it works for a month.
From getting severe illness. It has kept.
That was the news story. Initially, it was supposed to protect you 100%.
No, they never said 100. They never said it'll protect you 100%, and they never said it'll protect you from actually getting it. It'll protect you, because I watched some doctors that weren't on any mainstream media, because I have health anxiety, so it freaked me out. I was like, no, I'm going to learn about this. So I actually learned about it. I learned about the vaccines. And did you know there's a new vaccine coming out, Novavax? Have you guys heard of Novavax?
Nope.
What?
Got no interest.
I haven't. I
No,
actually checked when you last time
is-
came on my panel, and no,
it-
thank you. I'm good.
it's a more traditional vaccine.
It's not gonna happen.
I've probably been exposed to it a million times by now with all the people that I've had interactions with. If it was going to take me down, it probably would have. I mean, I spent 4 months with perfect strangers,
Exactly.
hugging people and from all walks of life, all over the country, and I never got sick.
You never got
I
sick.
mean, if I was going to get sick, it was going to happen. I
Yes.
mean, there was no 6 feet a circle. I wasn't wearing a mask.
You were.
And then on top of it, I mean, what in your opinion is the survival rate if you aren't vaccinated? I mean, I know the numbers we're hearing. What are the numbers you're hearing is the survival rate?
I would have to look. I'm not going to give numbers because I would need to look it up from a trusted source.
I believe I've heard it's like 98% survival rate. So it's like,
But
and then
do know
the
people who have
2%
died
are,
from it. I do
the
know people who have
2%,
long COVID.
yeah,
So it has
we're not-
affected people.
yeah. I mean, we got to start using the C word instead of using the full name. But I mean, people, people that have been passing away from it have had, compromised immune systems, have been old, have had other medical conditions that have factored into it. Normal, healthy people aren't dying from this. So the fact that we are sitting here and we are doing what we're doing, for a 98% survival rate, just that we shut down the world because of 2%. More
Well,
people
it's
die.
2%.
More people die from everything else in this world, and we shut the world down on 2%.
So what were you saying the death rate was? 2%?
No, it's not even that. First of all, you need an
1%?
autopsy. You need an autopsy to figure it out how and when and where and because of what someone died.
So
You want to tell me how many times they did an autopsy on the sea?
So 1%. Could you say 1%?
No, it's 0.02 out of the whole entire world.
Okay, let's even go. Okay, let's go.
We're speaking about a whole entire world. And then, like I said, give me a numbers on autopsy. Give me a number that you did an autopsy on someone and you actually know for sure that it is what it is. Because without an autopsy, you don't know, honestly, how people die.
Reports were coming out sitting here and saying that people were dying of it, but then it was like they died of something completely else. They were just spamming anything into that category. So there was so much, false reporting of people
Eric.
dying.
We don't know that, but we will know if you do an autopsy. You're going to know when this person really, what happened to them, right? So tell me how many really cases you're going to have on the sea with the autopsy done, so we can say for sure 100% this person is done with the sea. So there's no such thing. They haven't been doing that. Only if you request, then you're only going to know. Just because they took a test, we know all these tests are in the test for the sea. They can show whatever at this point. They were not made for the sea only.
How did we get on this topic?
I don't know.
Because you asked about the mandates and like the TPP whole thing.
Yeah.
And then that's how we got on here, because of the mandates. Because of how would you feel if you got the shot and all of a sudden they would let you go from your work? How would you feel if your employer would ask you, hey, jump out of the window from the 3rd floor because otherwise I'm not going to hire you? Is
Yeah,
your
I mean,
employer going to be responsible for whatever's going to happen to you afterwards because they're demanding that shit?
And
No,
I
they're
am,
not. They're just going to be
and I
like, well,
am
that's what we demand and we
empathetic
don't care. It's
to
not
that.
supposed to be like that.
I'm
The world should be
empathetic
like
to that, of course, because I'll even give you an example. My neurologist gave me a new medicine to try. He wanted me to take an anti-seizure medicine. I don't have seizures, but it's supposed to help with me. I have had that medicine. I didn't want to try it. So I talked to my neurologist today, and I'm like, well, I don't feel comfortable taking it. Can I do it? My current medicines. Can I try these? And he said, yeah. So I get how scary it can be taking an unknown injection, an unknown medicine. I get that. And I do feel like we should have done better to have more alternatives to people. And yes, just telling people, I'm sorry, you have to leave your job, or, yeah, I can be very empathetic to that. I can.
yeah. I
So,
just, like I said, it really just came down to me, with the, you know, the C has been around. A different variant has been around. It's the flu. It is. This just happened to be a human engineered worse version of the flu. That's, if you look up the definition of what is C,
Yeah.
you can look at a bottle. You can look at a bottle of hand sanitizer from 10 years ago, and it will list that it kills the C. You
Yeah.
know, this was just another variant of the C that just happened to be manipulated in a lab, and it is what it is. But it's still, when you're going to do something experimental, and you're going to do something that really didn't go through the proper channels of the FDA, and properly tested in the proper procedure, it should be 100% voluntary type situation. It should never have been forced. It's my body, my choice.
right.
It should have
So,
never been forced on people, and they should have never been pressure from the government by sitting here and making it so that you can't go to places, you can't do jobs, to try to influence people into doing something that they weren't comfortable with, just for that reason.
but what about my right to be protected?
Oh,
You
you're
have
good
you
to
have
go.
you have the perfect right to sit in your house and wear a mask and isolate yourself from everybody else in the world. That is 100% your right.
But
But
what if
that doesn't mean that you have the right to make me isolate and not go places.
I have autoimmune and I have a job that I have to go into an office?
Well, if you have autoimmune, you're suffering from more than just this. You're suffering from a lot of other things, and you have to worry about the world in general, anyways.
Well,
So that point's not valid,
what if
because
I
you're
have
already going to
COPD? What if I have COPD or something? Or if I'm
you're
going through chemo?
you're still you're you're already going to be having to defend yourself against everything else, because anything else, any flu, whether it's this or anything else, you're immune comp you know what word I'm using,
Compromise.
compromised. Thank you. You're immune compromised already, so it doesn't matter. You're going to be susceptible to everything, whether this existed or not. So you would still have to take those precautions. You know, just because you're immune compromised, and let's say hypothetically this C thing didn't exist, are you now telling me that the whole world needs to sit here and wear masks and do all this stuff because you as an individual, one person, is immune compromised? Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's what it's sounding like. If the C never existed, and you're immune compromised, and you're still susceptible to every other thing out in the world, you wanted the entire world to sit here and mask up. You know,
But
I'm
other,
sorry if you're immune compromised,
but
but I
other,
apologize.
well, I'm not. But other
I
viruses,
know, I know
yeah.
you're not, but
But other
we're
viruses
talking about.
out there weren't as airborne. They didn't have, you know,
They're still out
I
there.
don't
Yeah.
think we have the data really, honestly, to
Right.
judge.
Which,
I don't think, but judging by me and Eric walking and breathing on this earth and being around people that we have been in the last whatever how many, okay, and we
We
still are
interacted with thousands of people.
exactly.
Thousands.
It's not
In
what they're
close
telling.
proximity.
It's just not, because I would already go through so many as you can
So-
freaking imagine.
so
And it's
why?
2.5 years, and all my clients had it, and most of them are vaccinated.
Right.
And they're
Why?
asking me, Agnes, what about you? And I'm like, I'm still waiting.
Okay, so why did the hospitals get overwhelmed? People were
They
just
did not.
taking it?
Did you go and check? Did you
Yeah, I
actually
did.
go and check? Did you go to emergency room and
I did. I went to an emergency room and they were so full, I had to be on a cot in the hallway. Nobody
I never
was
saw that
checking on
here.
me.
Not here.
There was, yes, I was in a cot in the hallway. A girl came in, freaking positive with COVID, was sitting over there, and she kept putting down her mask. I'm like, what the freak? Yeah, and I was there. I waited an hour because I couldn't walk it. I was so sick. So I was an hour, and it was a little newer hospital, an hour sitting there. I had my husband wheel me in a wheelchair. This lady comes in with COVID. She's sitting over there. Then another lady comes in. She's like, oh, can I get tested for COVID here? And they're like, no, you have to go somewhere. Then I went to the hospital ER 5 times last year, and it was packed every time. There were people in cots. It was, when I went that first time, they didn't even give me an IV. When do you ever go to the ER and not get an IV? I didn't get an IV. They're like, oh, your blood's fine. Okay, you got to go. Because they needed the cot that I was on. It was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. One of my coworkers, she had went to the emergency room. She had to be on a metal chair in another waiting. They didn't even have a cot for her. So it got crazy here. It was crazy. And that was the Delta spike.
I mean, that may be, and we need to stay here and focus on saying C.
Okay.
But, because now I don't know what's going to happen with this stream. But, that may have been your experience. I didn't experience that here.
It was bad.
I've only once ever had an IV in my entire life. I mean, I'm normally a healthy person, but I've been in to the hospital a few times for things and whatnot, and that was to do the surgery on my finger. They put an IV in so that they could shoot up the drugs and knock me out and whatnot. And that's the first and only time I've ever actually had an IV. So I don't know why they put an IV in you every time. Maybe they think you're dehydrated or you just go in and you're in really bad shape. I think a lot of the ERs being overwhelmed was, hysteria. I don't think a lot of the people that did go in actually needed to go in. I don't think that a lot of people that were going in, I think there was mass hysteria. People were scared. They were scared that they had this. And, that may have driven it up in certain towns and neighborhoods. But here in Wisconsin, I mean,
but what about the
I didn't see it.
Why would the
I didn't
ICUs
see it.
be packed?
That's your experience. I'm saying I didn't see that.
We had at times.
I went to the emergency room. There was nothing going on there.
Do you see someone backstage?
Yeah, we do.
Okay. Yeah. But again, I am very sympathetic to the other side of the argument. Please know that. I'm sympathetic to your points.
Yeah.
And I hear you.
But sympathetic is one thing, but standing up to it is another. And we have to understand that if we're here for freedoms, why do we have vaccinated people that don't understand the freedom?
But this is my thing. I can't stand up to it because I need to be at home isolating, so I'm screwed either way.
Oh my God. So that's what mainstream media did to you, woman. Come on, let's go.
No, because I had gotten sick before in 2018. I had a bacterial stomach infection that has kind of, it did a lot. So I had to social distance even before all this. So
Mhm.
yeah, it kind of sucked. But anyways, maybe let's talk about something happier because
Yeah, I
this is
think
just not a good
Oh
everyone
my God. And then just tuned in to tell us the story about the
Dan, do you want to say your point and then we'll change topics?
What about? I've just walked into a mid
Oh,
conversation, so I have
he
no
just
idea.
walked in.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
cool.
Yeah.
then never mind. All right,
Yep.
we went off on a tangent. We were talking about should the TPC have run on a different message and stuff like that, and then because of
Well, no,
mandates and
let's
all that
ask
stuff, we
Ben.
just kind of went into
Yeah.
Let's
the
ask
medical
Ben what he
stuff.
thinks. What was your truckers convoy message about? What do you guys were all about in New Zealand?
In New Zealand, we were about the mandates because everybody lost their jobs at that time, and they were still very active, and we were all about, because there was information beginning to come out about injured and things like that. So we were just really worried about how all the small businesses were dying instantly because of these excessive lockdowns, and we could see that the economy was going to be heavily impacted for a long time. So that is what we here in New Zealand were about. And then we started noticing that the restrictions were actually impacting on people's personal freedoms. That you actually didn't have a choice anymore.
So, do you
on
think
a
that the
lot of things.
TPC? Do you think the TPC would have done better focusing more on the mandates and not on the grander picture of the Emergency Powers Act? Do you think more people would have understood it?
Yeah, you would have got a more
Simple
common
answer, yeah.
ground. You would have got a more common ground of people coming and going, yeah, we can see your point. And then you start talking about the bigger picture, because that's what we did.
Yeah. And Joy, how did you feel about the mandates? Because you said you sympathized. So, did you think that the mandates were a little bit of an overreach, or were you pro mandates? Because you're our leftist in the room, so
Which is good.
you're the,
It's a good thing.
yeah. She's the opposing opinion.
So I personally like the mandate of the masks when
Yeah.
indoors. Just because especially when it was so new, we didn't know, we didn't have the drugs that we have now. We didn't have the knowledge. Doctors were putting on people on ventilators. Now looking back, they probably shouldn't have been, when we were going through that learning curve of learning how to live with this.
So you were fine with it at the beginning when we were all afraid and whatnot. But are
Well,
you saying now that you're now that time has gone by and you can look at it more with the back seat type replay that that you're not so much in favor of it anymore, or that they went a little
no,
aggressive with
I'm
it, or
still in favor of, they should have put in the mask mandates earlier, honestly,
okay,
to stop the spread, to slow the spread.
okay. So you believe that the masks work?
And the first time, well, the mask will work. The mask did work with certain variants. Now with this new variant, you probably, unfortunately, the masks aren't working as well because it is shedding so much viral load with the new variants. You probably need the N95.
And nobody can get the N95, so it's kind of pointless.
It's kind of pointless. So it's
Gotcha.
really, you're just, yeah. I am for people using common sense, like, oh, if you feel like you're sick, well, maybe stay home, maybe get tested, maybe,
Common
so I'm
sense.
definitely
That's
for
amazing.
common
Love
sense.
common sense.
Yes, I'm definitely for common sense.
Yeah.
For the mandatory vaccinations, that's kind of trickier because to make people
My
take
body,
something
my
that they
right.
could be fearful of, like I just gave you an example. I wouldn't take a medicine that my neurologist, who has a medical degree, told me to take this, but I was too afraid to take it.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
I mean,
and it's a
so
proven drug that's safe, but yet I was still hesitant. So yeah,
so
it's
you would have been on board if part of the message was my body, my right when it came to that.
Yeah.
my message. And what I always tell people who didn't want to get it, my thing to them was, you talk to your doctor and your doctor make that decision for you. That's my
So
opinion.
my body, my choice when it came to it. But the government wasn't willing to let that be because they were trying to force people doing it. So any message that would have been my body, my choice on that issue would have been something that you would have been okay with.
Mm,
You just said if you're not comfortable with it and
right.
you and your doctor don't want to do it, that you just said that would be okay. So that means that means that you would have been okay with my body, my choice when it came to it.
Um,
Because that's the issue that we have. We are not comfortable with it.
right.
We don't want to do it.
And
So
I
you
would say, my body, my choice. Get a note from your doctor.
get a note from my
Get a note
doctor.
from your doctor.
Well, then, technically speaking, that's not my body, my choice. That's my
Yeah.
body, my doctor's choice.
My body, my doctor's choice. Yeah.
And it's very hard. It's very hard for me because I see both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
That we needed to get enough people vaccinated to help, but now it's so out of the bag. It's just, and
Yeah.
this
Well,
is
so what about now? Now
now.
we're 2.5 years into the equation.
Well, now it's
What do you think the mandates should be now, today?
now are there any mandates? Because I know the government one didn't hold up. So is it just
Um,
private employers?
I don't remember which state it was. Maybe it was Washington State, but somebody was in my chat just recently telling me that they reenacted the mask thing
Okay,
in their state. So I believe there is a state that just re-upped it,
the
re-upped
mask.
the whole mask thing. Yeah, at least that much.
Well, there's still people out of work.
Yep.
From
Yep.
what?
And
They're
and
gonna
there's still
because over 100 people, they're not gonna let you come back if you don't have a shot. If you are a first responder, if you are like a EMT, if you're a nurse, doctor,
military.
you cannot. Yeah, exactly.
Military.
You cannot be without a shot because you're gonna lose a job. So yeah, the mandates are still on. That people don't understand. So today we know already what it is. We know the masks for some people do and for some people don't. Okay, today and 2022 that we are today in August basically. What kind of a mandates we should have for everybody intact?
Well, honestly, I'm in Texas, so nobody's doing the mask. Nobody's getting shots anymore.
Yeah.
It's whatever. And really, we didn't have a lot of those. Now, I know Austin kind of defied it, and the bigger cities kept mask mandates where it was a whole mess down here. It was a mess. So I've had to just be like, okay, no one's wearing masks here. Great, wonderful. But when I go
So
places, I mask.
you chose to mask, and that
I
protected
mask.
you. That protected you. That
And
made
I
you feel
social
protected.
distance. Yeah, I socially distant.
There you go.
But let me just say this. I am never a person who, if I see someone without a mask, I would never say anything to them. Just
Yeah.
no. Because
Well,
that's their comfort level. I'm not going to, no, that's not my business. I'm going to
Yeah.
protect me. They protect them. And like I
Yeah.
said, I'm a little bit of a germaphobe. I'm a little bit cautious. So I
Yeah.
also have to realize that's just me. I'm not
Yeah.
expecting anyone else to be like me.
I wish there
Yep.
was a lot more people like you out there, because I have seen some very nasty responses
Yeah.
from people with my son who actually got injured as a result of following the government rules.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry.
And then he got ostracized by society for telling his truth and showing his truth. And he still gets ostracized. That's why he won't speak out. It's impossible to get him on a panel, hence the reason why I'm on here.
Hmm.
You know, it's great if there were more people like yourself out there who just accepted, okay, they're okay with not wearing a mask, so I'll just leave them alone, or still treat them like a person. But there's so many nasty people out there.
Well, they demonized the people that didn't. If you made that conscious choice that again, you weren't human, you were evil, you didn't care about other people's health, and all this stuff, and you were made out to be the evil person, and it's like, that was the problem. That right there was the problem.
Mm.
You're the enemy, like we've said before. You're the enemy.
And
Yeah.
I never saw anybody who got the jabs or chose to wear masks is less than me. I treated them like people, but they didn't treat my son like a person. Not at all.
That's sad. See, that's really sad. And
Noma wants to drink wine with you, Joy.
that's sad. Oh God, I need some wine. But and I had a coworker, and she didn't feel comfortable with getting the V. She didn't feel comfortable. But you know what? Her and her family, they were sensible. You know, they wore masks when needed. In tight spaces. They were sensible about it. Um, and I think, see, that's what we're missing. Just everyone having common sense, being sensible. Let's don't go yelling at people one way or another.
Yeah,
It's
if I didn't feel good, I stayed home.
yeah,
If I had an inkling that I didn't that something felt off, because I suffer from sinus infections all the time. I've got horrible sinus passages. So there were a couple of times I kind of scratched my head and I went, I wonder, but it never got bad. I self isolated. I stayed home.
yeah,
You know, I I actually went down to a different property and stayed there away from everybody. And waited a day, and I felt better the next day, and I did my normal routine that I do for when I get a sinus infection. Drank a lot of water, sprayed a nose spray, and I was fine.
A little bit of
And that
whiskey.
I don't really do whiskey, but I mean that's what it is. It's common sense.
Yeah.
And a lot of people just don't seem to have common sense these days.
yeah.
If you don't feel good, then you make other arrangements. I mean, there's enough delivery services that would drop off food that you didn't have to interact with people.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I think part of the big issue too is the cancel culture and the hatred that is bred over the last wee while. It's so easy to get people to hate each other. It's crazy.
Yeah, I never understood
Wow.
cancel culture. I just don't get it. I mean, our history is our history, good or bad or whatever it is. It's what happened. Why are we trying to change the story?
Mm.
Um, because then you're doomed to make the same mistakes. You
Yeah.
know,
And I feel like cancel culture is on both sides.
Yeah.
And this is how I think of things. Again, sorry if I bore anyone or offending.
No, your conversation is definitely not boring. It needs to be had. This is
Um,
what needs to happen.
how I've always looked at political correctness. Okay, I don't even think of the word political correctness. I break it down to political kindness and then just take off political and just kindness. Speak kindly to one another. And there's a lot of words out there that people shouldn't use. Like a big one is the R word. Okay,
Yep.
I personally have taken that from my vocabulary because I would hate to say that word and someone misinterpret it and think I could be talking about them or I don't want to be hurtful. But if I hear another person say that, I don't automatically assume, oh, you're insensitive, you're the worst person in the world. I don't automatically assume you have the worst intention. So I feel like we just all need to be a little more thoughtful as we evolve as people. We realize, hey, maybe some of these things we said weren't as kind as we could be. And to not just cancel someone if someone makes a mistake. If they make a mistake and then they come back and say, hey, that isn't what I meant, or I've learned from this,
Mm.
not be so quick to just write each other off. But I don't know. That's kind of how I feel about it.
Well, and that gets back to the left and right thing.
Yeah.
We just can't talk. People don't want to do the work to get into the conversation to figure out what the differences are, and they get frustrated, and you get into these arguments, and then we don't talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So
Because not many people are like, I consider myself to be the type of person that likes to have conversations with different types of people, regardless of their views, because that way I learn more.
yeah.
yeah.
Unfortunately, this just seems to be the same kind of thing. We all know the issues, we all know the problems. Again, we got to get to the point of what are we going to do about it?
Yeah.
What are we going to do about any of these issues? It just sucks because that's every one of these StreamYards that I end up on, every one of these panels. It's kind of the same conversation that we always have, but nobody talks about what are we going to do about it.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody knows. And I think that's the biggest problem is that we really need to get some people that focus on, well, okay, what's the next step? Because we've figured out a couple common goal things and we've talked about it tonight, and now what's the next step? Because we can keep on rehashing this stuff and we can keep on talking about the same thing. Nothing productive has happened, Yeah, Joy, it was nice talking to you and stuff. But I mean, what's the next step? What are we gonna do from here?
Yeah, and that's what we ask ourselves over at the other channel too. I do think Polish hit on some things. It starts locally. It starts getting involved with your city council, your leaders, and
So how as Democrats and Republicans do we work together at the state level? Because I do believe the state level is where we start. I've said
where
that
we
many a
start.
times. What issue do we as a country start working together at our state levels on to make this country better?
Voting in better candidates, but sometimes that's hard because, like we talked about earlier, the general populace is going to vote in whoever they think can beat the other guy, not who they think can be the best job sometimes.
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm.
So do we start on voter IDs? Is that where we start? Do we come together and we start just trying to secure the vote? Is that the topic we should come together on?
Voter equality, voter accessibility, and then also making sure the elections are fair and
Fair.
free,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what is the key topic? I mean, if we have to pick one item, to start off with, because we can't be this multi-sworded tangle thing. We have to pick a topic. What topic do we march on our local city capitals, our state capitals with? as united as Democrats and Republicans? What is the message?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that too. What people really see that's going on bad with this country? What is it that we all can agree on?
Well, we all agree that we need to be confident in our vote.
Okay, what else? That's just one
We
issue.
need,
Is there anything
well,
else that we're gonna
that's,
agree that we may want the government to kind of lean towards our way?
I've heard that the left isn't opposed to term limits. But like I said, we need to work on one topic at a time.
One topic
So
at a time.
then, which is the one that's going to make the biggest impact type change in our government? Is it going to be term limits? Is that the first one? There's a lot of topics. There was the voter ID, there was the term limits, there was potentially minimal term limits. There was a talk about having a 6-year one and done presidency versus having, the 8-year system. I mean, which topic is the one that we can all sit here and kind of agree on, that we can come together on and sit here and say or is there another topic that you know of, Joy, that you think that we may agree with too?
Well, you would have to go around the DEC, for example, and ask all these people what do they think that is wrong with this country, and by what they're really going to tell you what they think is wrong about this country. This is what the topic really should be, that we should unite on. Because how are you going to sit here? Go ahead.
It's a smart idea, because then you get an idea of exactly how the people feel, right?
Like, you have the left, you have the right, you have the libertarians, you have the middle, you have the whatever. But what are all these people thinking? If you're actually going to ask them, what do you think is wrong with this country? What would you say? Oh, there's a lot of things, and this, that, and the other thing. And those 5 things, you can pick one that, for example, 50 or 100 people will tell you that is wrong with this country, and that should be your message. It's not all about you think, all the terms and that. Yeah, those are only the ideas. But actually, for example, and I hate to bring it up really again, if you go around 1776 and all these people that are there now, or the counter-protest, everyone who's cuckoo and everyone who's not and all that, you come to them and you ask them, what do you think is wrong with this country? Are we going to find a middle ground, and we're going to find one thing that we're able to agree on, the topic that is going to be our protest for this country, to bring it something, to make it something out of it?
That's not a right protest, not a left protest.
Exactly. That's
country protest.
Yeah, it's about
picking.
So tell me, is it my body, my choice? Is it my constitutional rights? Is it the mandates? Is it the Emergency Power Act? Is it the gas prices? What is it? Like, what is everybody really?
Yeah, and it's going to depend on where people are in their lives,
Yeah.
You go ask a CEO who's bringing in $2 million a year versus a homeless person versus a working family. Everyone's going to have a different
issue. But for example, if we start asking, honestly, maybe we will be able to find that issue that we all can agree.
I'm thinking that the issue has to be something that the payoff is the biggest benefit to the country.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You started going off on the mandates and this and that and whatnot. I'm talking about something that is going to fundamentally change the government to be better. Not all these side issues. These are all side issues.
No, I understand, but not
and
everyone.
that stuff, we need to fix the core. The core is the problem.
Government
we've got to fix
accountability.
Yeah, we've got to fix the core problems with the government. Accountability, voter ID, securing the vote, you know, issues that are going to fundamentally change the government so that it's not so corrupt. The government's corrupt. We know the government's corrupt. We need to make a complete change that takes some of that corruption out of the government. So that way we can start working on those other issues once we fix the core issue. The core issue is nothing's going to happen in the government as long as super PACs and influencers and people are buying our politicians' votes. So is that the topic? Do we get rid of these people that are influencing our politicians? Is that where we start? Yeah.
Monopoly, because you're never going to get the politicians to do what we want them to do because they're not going to change because they're benefiting from how the system is now.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's why we got to start at the lower levels where these people aren't always the lifetime politicians, that may be newer people that have come in or people that are in lower branches of office that then it can trickle up. They're not as big of a politician. They're not as corrupt, maybe, you get what I'm saying? That's why it has to start at the state level. And it's easier to vote somebody in at a state level than it is to vote somebody in at federal level. So you can replace those people. You can get better candidates at the state level that are more Joe Blows that have not been career politicians.
So America, it's called United States. Do we actually agree on the fact that all the states are united?
United States are united? No, we're not. We're divided. We're not united.
We are not united, but we call ourselves United States. Why do we have so much stuff that's going on with the states and we cannot actually have one law in each state so we're all united like that? Like, why is every state has to be different? How do we unite the states back again? Because it's called the United States.
Good question. Don't know.
That's a core question, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean,
do we really think that our states are united? All the states that we have in America, are they united? Am I from Connecticut united with the one in Wisconsin? Am I united with where Joy is in Texas? No, we're not.
I don't think any state can be united because every state has its own economics and its own markets and its own stuff. And and because of those markets, they're going to have different views of opinion. Because they've got different.
Why don't we have one government really honestly telling all the states how it should be? And we have separate governments in our states that are telling us what to do. And we have to fight both of them. We have to fight the state, and then we have to fight the federal government, which is, in my opinion, it blows my mind, honestly. Because before you're going to get to the federal government, actually, you have to find your state government that is doing whatever. For example, here in Connecticut, the Emergency Power Act, they keep on going on and on and on and on and on. Versus in Texas, no, they're not going to freaking do that anymore.
Right. Like,
and so how do you justify that? How you justify a state and then you justify the whole country? You're going to actually fight a government in Washington, D.C. versus you need to fight your state first, honestly. And then once you fight your state, you got to go to the next state that is your neighbor and fight that state, because without them all being united, there is no way we can change anything in a federal government. Which is crazy, if you ask me.
Well, as a person from the outside looking in, it appears to me to be a system that actually creates division for the sake of control.
Mm-hmm.
And even in a country like mine, which has no states, the same issues apply. And we have one state, and we still have the same issues you guys have, just in a strangely different way. But
so in my opinion, like for example, on the gun right, right? Because this is a really hot topic now. You have 50 something states, and every single state has their own. Okay, Texas is like, yeah, come on my property, you dead, basically. You know, versus freaking New York is like, oh my God, it's so freaking impossible to get a gun in New York. It's crazy. You basically cannot get it. And then, so what do? Can all these like people that are, because that's how it is in Poland. You have a certain cities and certain states, and those are the presidents of those certain cities and states. But they will never go against the federal. Whatever federal will tell you, that's what it is. So why don't we have all these 52 states, you know, getting together and voting on stuff that will literally, you know, be all over the place, not just New York being this and Texas being totally about something different, you know. And when you actually want to have some more rights, you have to sell everything and move to Texas because, well, it seems like Texas actually is a little better than New York. I mean, it's terrible that this is not a country.
Yeah, people can't do that.
Every state is a freaking separate country at this point. When you ask me, that's how I look at it. When I want to move somewhere, I have to look into every state's law to actually be able to do what I want to do. I got to look at if you have an open carry or not, how you're going to get a gun and how not. I'm just picking on the guns because that's a hot topic right now, right? And then I have to choose, you know, if I'm interested in that, that's how I got to choose where I'm going to move, because the federal doesn't even want to put, you know, any like consideration on it. It's just, well, let's bring it to the states. Abortion, let's bring it to the states. You know, like mandates, let's bring it to the states. Like, what the hell? So why do we have a federal government? Can we just get rid of it and stay with the states? You know, and we don't got to pay this whole freaking amount on federal government freaking taxes because they don't really do anything for us. You know, it's stupid. The governors should come together and we should have one law for every single state, in my opinion.
Yeah, but what if that one law becomes you can't have it?
Well, then it's gonna be easier for us to fight it. Now you have to fight every single damn state, and then you're gonna have to go to the federal government if you want to.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well,
Interesting.
it's kind of common.
Interesting.
No, it isn't. It is to me.
Yeah.
Like, why is Texas so much different than New York? Like, what? I mean, just because people voted someone in, it's unbelievable how different is the state from state, going from state, and they are even neighbors, you know. And it just makes you kind of think like, what am I doing here? Like, where am I going to start this fight actually? If every single state and every single person has something different they are all about. So if Joy says, well, we don't even have mandates here in Texas, you know, and I'm here in Connecticut sitting like, what the fuck? You know, take this shit away, you know? So I'm going to be about something different and you're going to be about something different, right? How are we going to come together on one thing that we're going to actually agree that we have to do for all the states? So everyone's going to come together. It's just so stupid. And in my opinion, is done on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was my point. Seems to be done on purpose.
Well,
Drop the mic. Go ahead, just drop the mic.
I did. I'm waiting for a response. Oh, who are you talking to?
Yeah, I mean, you just dropped a whole bunch of information on us, and I don't even know. I haven't even had time to process what you said. I mean,
Really?
definitely. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking about it. You know, I see a slight problem with what you're saying though, because then if we make it a federal law, now we've given the federal government more decisions on our lives. You know, like you said,
Who cares? It's either federal, it's going to be the state, but at least we're all going to have one decision that it's going to be out there that we can actually do something and take care of if you don't like. You're not going to have Wisconsin being about something different, Texas being about something different, Connecticut being about something different. You know, you're going to have abortion in this state, but abortion not in this state, and you can just literally cross the freaking border and be like, my body, my choice. Like, just doesn't make sense, you know, like whatsoever. Why do I got to travel to have an abortion done, you know, like from Connecticut to New York, basically? Why do I got to travel from Connecticut to New York if I wanted to get what do you call it, an in vitro, because New York is actually going to do it for you for free if you're a resident. Like, it's just so stupid. It's not fair for people to live like that, because it's just not the same for everybody. It sucks, honestly.
Kat, I am reading the chat. She said the states are supposed to be able to govern. It just scrolled away on me. Hold on.
Themselves, if the federal government is not supposed to have all this power over the states. Well, yeah, so why do we have two governments trying to rule our lives? We have the federal that always try to rule, and then if they can't, if they're afraid to do something, oh, let's send it to the states. And then you're sitting in the state, and if the issue is really there, you got to take care of the state first.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to have to go to the federal government and tell them, no, this is not what we want.
Yeah. But
so
again,
instead of sitting in the DC, you need to go to your state and you need to fight your state. You need to have your people in your state telling the state government, the governor, no, you're not going to do this. We're going to fight you. And after we fight you and we're done with you, we're going to the federal, which sucks because you're going to have to do the work twice.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, we're starting to stray away again on the topic of the core problems. I mean, I mean, how do you feel that this is a core problem, or do you, I mean, I guess. So you saying, I guess we were talking about the topic was, what are we as Republicans and Democrats going to do to unite on a topic to deal with corruption and problems in the government? And then we went off on this, and I guess I'm trying to figure out how that links to that topic. Or did we just kind of go off on a separate topic?
No,
or how did you feel
topic,
that felt that?
Because it's still about the government. You know, I just made a point that it came to my mind that it's going to be hard to unite people because every state is about something different. But that's fine. This is where we live in, and this is what we got to take care of. And this is why everyone says it starts in the states. You know, this is why we say that, because every state is different. Every state has different law. Every state is all about different mandates. Every state is all about the different rights and all that. And now try to find people that are going to unite on one. Hey, the government is corrupted. Well, I want you to go and ask people, hey, would you agree that should we do a protest that, the government is corrupted? Okay, yeah, well, it is. It is. Yeah, it is corrupted. And then what do we do?
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I think, I think there's enough people in the United States that don't think that the government's doing the job that we've put them in place to do. So I think that is an issue that we can all kind of unite behind.
Yeah.
I really think it just comes down to what is the issue that we need. We can both go off on tangents and sit here and talk about a billion things that we think is wrong with the government. We got to figure out that one that we can unite on, and then figure out the next one, and then figure out the next one, until we get to a point that at least we feel that the government is not corrupt. And then we can start really working on the issues that, we have more problems with. We're so focused on all the other divisional stuff, and you can't work with a corrupt system. When you go to the casino and somebody's rigged the table, you're not going to win. No matter what your issue is, you can't win on a rigged system. You got to fix the system first.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, if I rephrase you a little bit, Eric, let's say you pick the topic of government accountability, and everybody gathers on that one thing and makes points about how to make a government, in this case in the US, more accountable. Just deal with that one thing
Yeah.
first.
But what would government accountability be? You
Yeah.
know, what is it that we would be? That seems very vague. You know, it sounds good, but I mean, what would government accountability be? Would there be punishments for, prosecutions for doing certain things? What is that? It sounds great, but what is that? What is a government accountability?
I only picked that as a starting point to begin the conversation of how that would look.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that you could find a common ground by having those conversations. What would this look like to you? What would this look like to Joe Blow down the road? What would this look like to someone else? And then gather all that information. Can we unite on this idea? Yes, no. If no, then what? Keep going until we find that point of unity. And once that point of unity is found, people will gather. Possibly.
So,
What was
Eric,
his comment?
real quick, your question is, what are core problems we can come together on, correct?
Yeah, that's
I
what we
feel
need to.
like
That's what we
this
need to
needs
figure out.
to be a panel discussion. Could we do a panel discussion, maybe get some really smart people in here that could help us? I mean, this is interesting because I don't have any answers.
Yeah, and and
I
and and unfortunately, between all of us, Polish Agnes, me, and even BTM, we don't have the viewership to bring enough attention to this. Maybe if it was somebody like Saznak, where he's got 100,000 viewers, or even Ripta 33, where he's got 21,000 viewers, or Taco Joe, where he's got 500 million viewers too. Unfortunately, even the three of us, even if we all StreamYard this together, we don't have enough viewership
Yes.
to really pull this off. So I guess the first question is who do we find that could host this? Because it's not us. It's
Not
we
us.
need to find somebody that's willing to do this
You know
type
what?
of panel. that
Do
has
it old school. Every single day, go out and ask people
Yeah.
outside your house, whoever, or go to the mall and just stop them and ask them and note. If me, you, Joy, and Dan would go and ask people, then
Well,
you may have a better idea because
Dan's from New Zealand, so
I know I just
Well,
But it still applies. The
I
same
mean-
principles still apply.
I mean, if you want to come to the United States and come to my local mall and
How I would do that, I would actually do it if I could.
I'll let you sleep on the couch.
If we could
next to a
find
dog.
enough people, for example, in each state that could go out there and just ask and do a poll and, say to us later on what the biggest topic was that people thought that, they would possibly be sympathetic if it's a government or whatever else is it really. If you ask what's wrong with this country, and if you were going to go to protest, where would you go and protest?
I just have an idea. Wouldn't it be better for Telescope and Taco Joe to go out in the street and ask these questions than to watch a bunch of people sitting on lawn chairs? Maybe.
I agree.
That's a possibility. Yep. That's
I
not a
mean-
stupid idea. That's quite a good idea.
Well, I mean, Telescope seems to be your guys' leading guy that you guys like, and at least for right now, you're right. Taco Joe seems to be the leading guy over there, and I just I don't know.
Whoever. I mean, it could be whoever. I'm just.
Yeah.
But you're right. I think this is good because we need to start changing our mindset instead of who did this to me, who did that. I don't like you. oh, hey,
Yeah.
what can we come together on instead of what can we fight about?
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Yeah, we just have to know what the people think, because me and Eric have the same basically viewership. We know what all these
Yeah.
people are all about. Oh, we
Yeah.
don't really get too many Democrats in our freaking panel because they're all about what we are all about, you know.
Yeah.
oh,
And
I actually do.
well,
I
not
actually
too
do get
many,
quite a
I
few.
said, but then we actually, you know, we have people like you guys that you are totally about something else, you know, in life that, you know, we come across. And then unfortunately, everyone freaking hates you from our side. I don't know from your side if they hate us or not, but this is what I'm getting, you know, feedback from my camera. And then now that's going to be really hard to determine. Even if we're going to ask, we're still, me and him are still going to know these people are going to answer. So
Yeah.
you need someone neutral to answer that question that you don't know if it's left or right or cares about politics at all. Because there are people that don't care about politics at all, but they will still tell you what they think, what is wrong with this country. It's either, for example, some of them may tell you, well, sending the money to Ukraine, and you're going to be like, oh shit, I didn't even think of that, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think Joy took down some good notes, you know.
Yeah, I took down
I
some
mean,
notes, and
BTM can probably have a panel in the next day or so, and maybe
Yeah.
this is a topic that they need to have, and you know, maybe get Jeff Ellis on there, you know, or whoever on their panel to be the right side voice, and just see what, because they're more of a left page, and see what they think,
Yeah.
you know, and go from there. You know, I mean, I've floated these ideas, and I've even floated on BTM before, and I didn't have any negatives on any of the topics that I basically had said. I kept getting, that sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a good idea. That sounds like a good idea. So, I mean, I
Well,
don't
the
know.
good idea may not necessarily mean that people are going to stand up and do something about it. You have to
Yeah.
kind of ask them what is going to take for you to stand up.
What would you stand up for? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm.
What is the one thing? Just one thing. We just need one thing to
Yeah.
stand up for. What is it going to be? I can give you freaking 15 times. I'm ready to stand up right now. Let's go. But not everyone is, you know?
Mm. And that is the problem,
Polish,
right?
Polish Agnes, I could sit here and say, hey, lower prices on coffee. You'd probably stand up. Here's a Patreon.
How I'd stand up for that.
You know?
I'm ready. Just say a word. I'm going.
Yeah.
Well,
You
I
know,
love it. I love it, and I'm going to take this to BTM. You know, and do we even are people do we still even have viewers at this hour?
Yeah,
we've actually gone down and gone up. We're up to 61. We were down at a low of 45. So
Okay.
the numbers actually, now that we're rolling into 6
Morning.
o'clock Eastern,
Yeah.
we are actually on the uptick. So we dropped, we at our highest, I think we had almost 200 viewers, and then it kind of dropped down, and now it's been starting to come up because I think people are waking up again.
Waking
Well,
up.
So
Well, for me, it was I was floating around, seeing what panels were around, and I saw you guys still going, and then I saw that Polish Agnes had come back on. I thought, oh, cool.
so where did you and Brett go?
We had to just go and do some modding things for a wee bit, and then after that, I chilled out, and then I thought I need a good place to actually have a decent conversation because, yeah, it's been pretty intense and decent.
So there's Caitlin in the chat that says, you people don't have enough knowledge to discuss this topic. You really don't understand what the real issues are. I'm not sure who she's really talking about, if she's talking about people in the chat or she's talking about.
We'd love to hear your
I
thoughts.
can,
But I'm
Yeah.
willing to listen from Caitlin to tell me what the real issues are. I want to know. Like, I'm sitting here and struggling, and this girl literally has all the answers.
Yeah. I mean, the link is pinned on the top of the chat. You're more than
Yeah,
welcome to
let's
come
go,
on in.
Caitlin. Come on, get on here and tell us, because I'm struggling here, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, I have my issues, but I know those are my issues. my issues don't have to be everyone else's issues, and we already know that, right?
I mean, I'm speaking from a place of the average Joe. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know all the answers, and that's why I wanted to talk to people that do know the answers and can come up with better decisions. But I know, even in my basic knowledge of the government and how things work, and just being street smart, that there's problems and that we need to do something. You know, so getting somebody like you, if you feel that you have more knowledge or content that you can add to this conversation, come
Yeah,
on.
we need you.
Please.
You know, that's what
We
we
need
want.
someone.
Yeah,
You know, we need
perfect.
these people that feel that they know more about it to sit here and come on, and then a counter person that maybe is at the same level, you know, to have these conversations. You know, we're just trying to spark the conversation. We all know that we're not the people that are going to make this happen. We're just out here talking about it, hoping that people like maybe you are the people that are going to be able to really get this going, or you know, people that have that charisma, like a Brian Brazzi type person, that, you know, I'm not saying Brian Brazzi himself, but that type of charisma that would want to really move on this, you know, or may know the movers and shakers that could really start to do something. You know, yeah, we're at the very bottom of this. You know, we definitely need those influential people that know how to do this stuff and to really have the knowledge to get this thing started and maybe help direct this in the right way. You know, so if you're that person, come on. You know, don't hide in shadows.
Yeah,
Yeah, because
someone tell us. Someone tell us. Because how are we supposed to know? I feel like I'm a little close-minded on this. I need some insight.
it's
Yeah.
people like the person in the chat that could possibly have a lot of good answers, you know, and everybody could learn, you know.
Yeah.
I
For sure.
have been close-minded for a while now. I just want to hang out with people that think like I do. It's just so much easier. And unfortunately, those are not here in Connecticut, so deal with it.
Well,
Andrew.
maybe you should sit here and trade. Maybe you should trade your house for Joy's house, and then you guys just do a switch. Because it sounds like you would rather be in Texas and she'd rather be in Connecticut. So
Yeah,
I
so.
maybe this should be
Maybe it's
maybe that's what we should do. We should sit here and find
Trading.
liberals that are
Are you
not
going to
happy.
trade your husband too, Joy?
possibly.
Nice one.
I'm just-
one.
I'll take one husband.
Oh,
Oh,
jeez.
no, possibly.
Notice she didn't. Notice she didn't
Polish-
think too long about that. It was a pretty quick
Well,
answer, really.
Who
But
am I?
Polish Agnes.
I'm gonna need a
Polish
replacement though.
Yeah, and then you also forgot about this. He's vaccinated and he's a liberal.
Huh. The
You
husband
didn't
is
think
the
about
husband.
that.
You can always train him.
And he's an introvert.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's gonna be
introvert.
more than every 2 weeks, so you can always train him. You know what I mean?
Okay. So he's an introvert. So that
Yeah.
means that Polish Agnes would be the dom and he'd be the submissive. That relationship would work.
Yeah. And then so I'm an introvert, so Polish, I need you to find me an extrovert, you know. So there we go.
And your husband is introvert too? You both are introverts? Wow. Okay. Well, that works, I guess. I don't know. I don't. It's funny. Like whatever I get, usually in life, it's someone totally opposite than I am.
Yeah.
There's not too many people that I really interact and that are really great and outgoing, and I just can have freaking fun with them. And whenever I'll go into like whatever party or going into people, like I don't ever have to worry about this guy. You know, he's just gonna go off and talk to people, and then he's gonna find me whenever it's time. Like I'll always have to worry and be like, is he sitting in the corner? Like, what is he doing? Is he talking to someone? What do I gotta do? I gotta bring him freaking food and drinks and whatever. It's like, what are you doing? I'm not talking to anyone, you know. Well, I'm just observing. I was like, oh my God, let's go. Come on, let's talk to someone, you know. It's always happening. Always, 100%. So I already got used to it that, you know.
But you get used to it. But see, this is the thing. I feel like you and I would get along because I'm introverted. You're extroverted. So
I don't mind being around people that are introverted because my personality is the weight of a personality that I will bring you out.
You're going to bring me
really
out.
Honestly.
Yes, you're good. And I'm not so comfortable with you because you're going to bring me out. So we're going to go out. You're going to get me in trouble. And I'm just going to be like, yeah, Polish said we're doing
I will
it.
not get you in trouble.
Polish Agnes is supposed to be going hanging out with Jeff Ellis. So Polish and Jeff Ellis, when she's in Texas, can come visit Joy. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, I'll definitely be announcing where I'm going. So whoever
And
wants
she seems to have an interest in Jeff, so you guys can husband swap.
Well, Jeff is supposed to help me with the rose bushes, you know, outside. So maybe he could come and help me plant some rose bushes because he's a rose expert. Did you know that?
Oh, sure. I don't know.
Jeff is an expert in everything.
Oh, he's an expert in everything. Oh, right. Well, that may be correct.
I get it.
Talk for yourself, Leah.
Yeah, I love Jeff. We call him Uncle. We call him our drunk uncle. And he's like, I don't drink anything but Pepsi.
Oh boy.
You need people like that.
Yeah. If we can love Jeff, we can love anybody. So
no, Jeff is cool. Jeff just needs a little time, you know? Jeff needs a little time. Some people are sometimes a little quick to judge, and that's the problem. And I've been like that too. I am just learning not to be really that quick. But I do have a lot of gut feelings, and I do like to read people, and I do like to test people at times, and I'll do those things. You know?
Yeah, she definitely likes testing people. Hey, Revi, you said how can we is divided is to get rid of the parties. How would you say that we'd get rid of the parties?
Could we? That would
be. Yeah,
be.
I mean, yeah, it's he said that statement. And I'm like, okay, well then how do we get rid of them? So that's my question to him. So
I don't know.
All right.
Well, oh my God, my family's. I hope they don't hear me up. They're really gonna be like, "You were up this late? What the heck were you doing?"
You were waiting for me to take my shirt off. That's what it was.
Oh, your husband is going to be like, Joy, what are you doing here with your clothes on?
I don't know.
This is not a normal equation today.
Eric, could you make some those ASMRs or whatever those have you ever seen on YouTube they have sleep videos?
Yeah.
Where they have music, a fire.
Yeah, I listen to the meditating stuff when I go to sleep.
Could you make some of those for us? Go film
well,
your
I go on YouTube and I research the meditation, whatever your meditation is all about. That's what I'm listening.
That's what I get those too. Those are good. So
if I need to be motivated about something, I'll literally put whatever. If I feel down about myself, I'll put Agnes, you're beautiful, you're this, you're that, and blah blah. And I listen to this all night or until I fall asleep.
Yeah, no, that's what I do when I'm low energy. I'll put on music that gets me going, and then when I need to calm down, I'll put on the meditation music. And
I do like it because meditation really puts you in the state of mind you really need to be for a lot of things. And I did not understand that until last year. Now I do understand it, and I will put it on, and it literally puts you in the mood you need to be. It puts you in the mood that you're really calm or you're gonna put, or it's just gonna put you in a fighting mode, like it does sometimes to me. It really all depends. Like women have their,
Yeah.
like up and downs depending on the cycle day. So it's like, it depends. Is it before or is it after?
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure. We could play some meditation music for the 1776.
Yeah, like the calming one, like you're beautiful, you're this, you're that, for like 9 p.m., so they can
Yeah.
all just calm down and go to sleep. And then in the morning, like some freaking EDM music. Let's go, people! Protest today!
Get out those chairs.
Ow.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was. I've got a headset on. That
Yeah, I
just
got
blew my
earbuds
ears out.
in.
Yeah.
So
We got
so
you up,
Aces is mad at me saying, "Get off the comments, Eric. Yeah, they need your mojo." I thought they were mojoing pretty good themselves. I don't know.
And then
Yeah. We need Eric. Okay. Well, good night, you guys. It's been nice meeting you, Dan.
I knew this was coming.
Likewise.
See, that's why I let
Yeah.
him talk.
Agnes, Eric,
She was
The
caught
husband
in
is
the
about to
trap.
wake up.
yeah, okay. So let me go see what my people have said about Joy. Where were you? Enemy line. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I'm actually curious. Have you flipped over to? Have you been going into the chat of Discord, or have they been contacting you while you've been talking here?
No.
Through back channels.
Okay, so Gary did send me a message, said he's headed to bed, happened to accidentally come across this, and then he sent a screenshot of us.
Okay.
We know where you are.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That's it. And Gary's the sweetest person ever. He's a sweetheart. So
Yeah.
okay.
I've enjoyed this conversation.
I like this one though. C Unseen says strip FCC licenses from the corrupt CBS, NBC, ABC. I think we need to do it for all the networks, not just those three. I understand that where he's coming from that, but I think we need to sit here and work on making the newscasters or the television stations non-political. Not having a political. That I think that has been a real big issue, is having bias in media. That's an issue.
News. And then because what you get into trouble with is you have news from these times, and then you have commentators who aren't.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's a big mess. Or
so is that an issue that you might want to write down? Something
that
to
could
do
be an
with
issue about the news.
something about the level of how would you phrase that? Political involvement by the news.
Political bias.
Political bias, whether it be right or left.
Yeah.
Because you've got news organizations that are obviously left, and then you've got ones that are obviously right. I believe there was a law. Ed said there used to be a law where they had to be open on both sides and whatnot, but then they got rid of that. They got rid of that, and that's why now we have just left and right different news organizations.
Yeah.
But then that's not fixing the core problems of the government. That's fixing the core problems of the media. Which
we could do a whole thing on media.
Oh yeah, you could have a field day with that.
That's a can
of
worms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good night, lovely people, and hopefully I'll be seeing you guys soon.
Thank you for the conversation.
Thank you.
Check
Dan.
in with me. Message me on BTM on their Discord. Let me know what they had to say to you once you reach back to them, and see what their ideas are. Because that's probably the easiest way for you to contact me if I'm not streaming.
If you're not streaming, yeah, because we are wanting to do some more hard thinking topics, instead of making fun of people.
Yeah. I mean, that gets real boring.
It gets old. It's getting old. So.
And it's unproductive. I mean, it really is unproductive.
It's like a hamster wheel, just go round and round in circles, right?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, if their goal was to sit and end 1776, I think it backfired because I think it's just brought more attention to them, and it's actually made them made it more relevant. So if your goal was to end them, I think they've gotten more donations and it's gotten more viewership. People were probably getting tired of watching the same thing, and now, oh look, there's this new excitement. This happened and this happened, and these people are doing this, and now more people are actually tuning in than before.
Yeah.
So I think it ended up not with what they were wanting to have happen. It just ended up actually making them even more relevant.
I agree.
So I think that backfired.
Well, we talked about this. A few other people, we had some conversations about this, and we know the minute a protester goes there, the numbers go up, the donations go up. And to let you guys in on a little secret, the protesters who came originally had nothing to do with BTM. We didn't know of these people, they didn't know of us, but
Yeah.
we got accused of knowing them.
Well, because what, Ant, whatever, DOA, and Squirrels were part of the TPC, so they were more right wing. You guys just are endorsing them. Why exactly are you endorsing them? Just because you feel that they're going to end up taking down the 1776?
So I can't answer that because I've never reached out to them. So other people have reached out to them that weren't me. So I'm kind of not in the know, but I kind of feel like and I've seen this happen all through, even the TPC and the AFC and the 1776. I think sometimes the enemy of my enemy is my friend type
I
of.
think I heard Telescope say that.
Is that not what you've seen, even with the AFC stuff and this? Yeah, it's a lot. And I don't know, but you're right. I need to focus on more positive things. But yeah, I'll get sucked back into the drama. Oh, I got to go turn to that channel. And I really need to stop doing that. Yeah. It's probably not good for my mental health. So, you've just given me positive stuff to work on. Thank you.
I mean, I just hope that whatever happens there just resolves. I'm so stuck. I'm so sick of being in the middle of this, with people that I like on both sides not being able to see eye to eye and, going after each other. And it just, I'm going to be happy for the day that it's whatever the resolution of it is, it's just done and over with. Because right now it just makes me sick to watch what is happening on both sides. And I just want it to be done. Whatever the resolution ends up being, I just want it done. I'm
I don't want
done
anyone
with it
to be
altogether.
hurt. I don't want anyone to get seriously hurt. It's like, come on, guys, let's don't cross those lines.
Did DOA or Ant or whatever his name was? He was on a stream. He was on his stream, and he was talking to Rose and somebody else, and he promised that he was going to take a day of rest. Did he actually take that day of rest?
Yeah, he did, but then he was back in action this evening, your guys' evening. But for that day, for whatever the day was for you guys, he wasn't around. He was resting, so I know that.
Now, was he back to his old tactics, or was he actually talking to them? I mean, what did he end up doing when he came back? Because I didn't have a chance to watch it.
I think he did a combination of both, actually. Because I wasn't watching him fully. I was busy modding for Squirrel, as you know. So I was busy doing that.
Yeah. So, okay, Joy.
Okay,
I'm gonna let you go.
Okay, bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay.
Have a
Bye.
good night sleep or good day sleep or whatever.
Yeah. Well, she's gone. As soon as she clicked, she was gone. Poof, gone. So, I don't know. Is there anything else we want to talk about now that we're all like-minded people in the same room talking about the same topic and we have no counter voice? Because nobody else wants to come in on the stream, I guess. You
I actually
know?
like counter voices because it makes the conversation much more interesting.
Yeah, yeah, it definitely does. Because I like green eggs and ham.
Mm. Well, I'm
You
actually
know?
ready to go to sleep because it's 7 in the morning where
Right.
I am.
7 in the morning. Well, no, it's 6:47 in the morning. It's not 7. Hey, accuracy matters.
How did I know the mechanic was going to say that?
Seriously,
I'm
man.
just saying, accuracy matters.
It does. Yes, it
So,
does.
so you're gonna go to bed. Well, thank you for coming on my stream. I appreciate it. Hopefully, some other people tune in. Otherwise, this is gonna get real dull with me and Dan. You
Yeah.
know,
It's going to get real
because
dull real fast.
because now it's gonna be a sausage party. You know,
You
you
had to
know.
go there.
It's the truth. I mean, we're losing the only other female we had in the chat, so all the guys are going to take off because they don't want to watch two guys just talking on a stream. Well, one that looks like an alien, it looks like some type of alien something or another, and then me actually being on the camera. I mean, so
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
do you want to say any leaving parts of wisdom before you take off, Polish Agnes?
Oh, I think I've said plenty today, so
You've said plenty.
yeah, I think so.
And what you had to say was great too, by the way.
What?
What you had to say was great too, by the way.
Oh, thank you, but I was also on earlier, and I had to leave.
Yeah, no, I was here when you left.
I was getting a little too excited.
I was here when you left, and I thought, oh, you didn't really have to leave, but I understood why you left.
Well, the chat didn't really like what I had to say, so I don't ever like to stay somewhere where I'm not really wanted. So that's what happened.
Yep.
Well, Beth is
just-
saying good morning to us, and then she's saying she'll never turn it. They will never turn me against you or Agnes. Just got my coffee, so she's your
You
fan.
will never
Who-
turn me against you or Agnes. Oh, Beth, thank you so much.
Who's trying to turn you against us?
Yeah.
That's the top. That was the main topic that we were on initially. Was who's out there trying to turn people against us or me? But you said us, so is there somebody actually actively trying to turn people against us? That's the question.
That's a no. That's a new one for me.
Yeah, I mean,
we might have some impact then. That means.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, are you aware of somebody actively trying to turn people against us?
Not really. No.
I'm talking about Beth. Because she made that statement. So, but there's that delay, so it'll be about a minute before we get a response to that.
Yeah. Well, I've never been actively against you guys. Not at all. I've always
just
enjoyed...
passively, right?
No, well, maybe yes.
Maybe me. Oh yeah. Whatever.
Hey Dan, I have a question for you because you said you were moderating for Squirrel, right? Do you also moderate for Defender of Ants or no?
No, I don't, because he doesn't want moderators.
I think on the Squirrels, was it? Or Defender of Ants. Now I can't remember. Someone has made like an extra account that was Kimberly Sweet, which is my moderator, but I think that was on. Damn it, I can't remember. But I think she tried to talk to Brad about blocking the other person, and I just wanted to kind of give you guys like heads up that actually happens a lot. That someone will create a fake account.
Yeah.
About someone, and like as a moderator, if someone else actually brings up to you, like it's good to like actually click and go to channel and see, because they're actually do a lot of damage to your like
reputation.
Exactly. That's kind of important. But also it must be really hard to freaking moderate that channel. I don't know if I would want to be honestly.
You know, I was a pretty good mod before, but after all this shit, I can moderate anything.
Oh my God, there must
You
be
know, because we've
drama.
had to put up. It's been constant since it all began, and as a result, we've all become better mods.
Oh,
Trolls
I
make
know nothing.
anti-Eric comments on streams. Got your back, dude.
But I just try to do the best I can to do the best I can,
Yeah.
and that's all we can do, right?
It wasn't Defender of Ants. There was a fake me tearing up the chats. Yeah, that happened to me
Oh
once.
yeah,
People
yeah.
were saying stuff that I would never say actually, you know, and then it's really
Yeah.
hard to find.
I don't get why it's so easy to be able, you know, there. What platform is it? There's a platform out there where it's like almost impossible to change your name, and I don't remember what it was. I
Yeah.
don't understand why YouTube makes it so easy that you can just, you know, because Jeff was on one of the streams, and he just kept screwing around. He pretended to be MJR. He changed his picture. He
Yeah,
was bouncing around. He was pretending to be everybody. We all knew it was Jeff doing it, but he was just bouncing around. And next thing
you
you
can
know,
be
he's this
wherever you
person,
want
he's
to be.
that person, and it's like, you know, people are out here doing this, and you know, is that what's going on? Is, you know, is there somebody out there impersonating me? You know, and now is that
That's
why
why
I'm starting to get some of this flack that I've been getting? You know,
that's why wrenches are important, Eric, you know.
Yeah, wrenches are important.
yeah,
Because if you give a wrench to a person that is a streamer or you know or whatnot, then you will always know that this is the right person. And it's not
yeah,
the person that is trying to fake you. So in my chat, most of the streamers that I know and that I know that they're coming and commenting on my stuff, they do have
Yep.
wrenches
yeah,
for
Yep.
that particular reason because it has happened to me and the person was like it was literally something else. But I went into this person chat and I was like, listen, dude, just click on my freaking channel. There's another Polish Agnes that's talking shit. You need to block this person. And then
yeah,
when I'm like, once you click go to channel, you're gonna know because no one's gonna have all the same videos that I have.
Yeah.
exactly,
Exactly.
exactly.
You know,
Exactly.
but it must have been fun to moderate Squirrel's freaking chat because it's what's going on right now. I went there.
Well,
like,
I wouldn't really call it fun,
I
but it
wouldn't
is
call it
definitely work. It's
Yeah,
definitely work. It's not fun, but
yeah.
it's work.
I don't even go there and I don't even say hi. Like someone has sent today, someone has sent me a timestamp on Telescope,
Yep.
calling me out on the money. Honestly, oh,
Pol-
you need like Agnes's money and blah blah, you know, like stuff like that. He was saying.
Polish. Ray wants to know. He says he's about 10 minutes away from Foxwood. He's just kind of curious if you're in his area.
I'm in New Britain, so I'm about an hour from Foxwoods or Mohegan Sun. But I would used to go on Saturdays to Mohegan Sun. So
Yeah,
I was planning on actually going this coming Saturday to the party,
yeah,
but I always go to Mohegan Sun.
yeah. I kind of wish that they had a level that wasn't like a tiered level where you didn't have to give somebody a moderator wrench, but could give somebody some type of identification like that, where okay, now that's like almost like a verification check mark, you
Yeah,
know,
like
you
celebrity.
know, but
Yeah.
then not have to give them the moderation option, you know.
Yeah. It's like tagging your crew, for want
Yeah,
of a better word. Sort of, that sounds really, really bad, but you get what I mean.
yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, I don't know.
Hey, Caitlin is really out there.
But what does make it
Okay.
easier to do in terms of Skrill is that we actually have a great crew that get on really well. We're all quite close, so it's quite unusual. We tend to spend a lot of time taking the piss out of each other when we're not working, and it's really funny. And that actually does, it helps because we're putting up with quite a bit of crap at the moment, as
And
you can
see,
imagine.
Hold on. Did everybody read this comment from Kat?
No, I'm not reading comments because I'm on the phone, so
All right.
I'm not even
Kat
bothering.
says Eric plays all sides. He takes on the beliefs of whichever group he is with at the time. He seeks attention for some reason. He has no clue about what the big picture is. God, that sounds so much like what Oreo said. That seems like an Oreo comment.
Does. I've
I
seen
mean,
those.
I mean,
that is almost mirrored of what Oreo was claiming. You
Yep.
know, makes me
Mhm.
wonder if that's not Oreo in disguise. Because no, I'll tell you straight up, that's literally what Oreo said. That verbatim. That's exactly what Oreo is saying about me, and it's like, dude, just watch what I've done. That's so not true.
but we
You
asked
know,
Caitlin already earlier. She was like, "Oh, these people have no clue what's going on." We asked her,
I asked her to come on the
"Hey,
stream. Yeah,
hey, you want to kind of get us through at what's going on, you know?" And now she's like, Eric has no idea what the big picture is, and taking a side of the group that he's with. And what kind of a side did you take while being with AFC? They didn't actually have any side, honestly, because I was not able to really even get what these people were all about. So,
well,
like, it
the
was a
cat.
hangout place to me, if you ask me, honestly. There was no message there.
Yeah, Catlin joined May 13th, 2022, and has no videos, no channels, no playlists, no
Yeah,
nothing. So
not
you
too
know
long
that
time ago.
that's a fairly new account. You
Mm.
know, relatively speaking. So
And then if you
you
have a
know,
look at my account, it's actually quite old, even though I don't have
All
videos.
right, now she says, Agnes, if you want to know the truth, go to 1776 without your live stream. There are people there that know the truth. It is not something that can be put on YouTube. And I have done that. It's not like 24/7 I streamed at 1776. I actually do talk people off the camera. And I'm not quite sure what kind of a truth you're really talking about at this point. You're starting to seem to me like a troll. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so
Seems a
I don't
little bit
know,
that way.
until you explain, I mean, your comments are basically irrelevant at this point because we really don't know what you're talking about. You're just throwing stuff out there and not being really specific at what it is. You're just
well,
calling us out on the stuff that we're trying to discuss, but you're not going to give us any details on how you really feel about everything. So,
and I'm scratching my head here because Deb Bloom sits here and says, I thought all sides have to unite. You have to be willing to listen and talk with all people, not just the ones that think exactly like you. Did we not just have somebody from BTM on here most of the night? You
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
I mean, we've had quite a few left people in here. I mean, I don't know if you're brand new to the StreamYard, but if you just back up maybe a half an hour, you know, we pretty much had a member of BTM in here most of the night on this StreamYard. You know, and
Yeah.
we've welcomed anybody that wanted to come up on this panel, and we've said numerous times in the night that yeah, we want people that are that are not like-minded so that we can have these conversations that of conflicting opinions to figure out where we all stand together on issues. So I'm not exactly sure where that came from. Okay, there's somebody named BTM Security. Okay, good morning. Let's see. I just figure we might as well start engaging the chat a little bit more. You know, there's more people tuning on. So, good type of comments. I was speaking about Eric. I've been following the convoy since it left California, and I've seen what you really have done for good. Well, thank you very much, Beth. Joy is amazing. Yep. Joy, I have no problem with people talking to me that have differing opinions if they do it in a constructive manner and don't try to monopolize the conversation. If they're willing to listen and they're willing to take their turn, and you know, I think we did a good job. I mean, Polish Agnes did step on Joy a little bit, but I sat here and said something to her about it. But I mean, I think the flow went pretty good still. It wasn't too abusive, you know. I was referring to Catherine or Kat. I'll just call her Kat. Okay, Deb. Sorry. It was amazing. Okay, we ran out of chat. So, yeah. Need to get more people in here. 72 people. Come on. Somebody's got to want to get on.
You're the only one who's streaming right now, so.
How about at BTM security? Well, it's going to be 7 o'clock, so that means Stormtrooper is going to be popping on, because I guess he's like clockwork, so he should be popping on live pretty damn quick. So if I am the only one,
he's usually up. He's usually up pretty soon. Yeah.
Yeah. So somebody needs to pop on here. How about BTM security? You want to pop on? Holy crap! My earbuds are dying again. Damn.
Well, here he goes. Is he going to charge one earbud at a time?
That's what I'm going to have to do, yeah. 10%, 13 on the other. Well, at least it charges quick. I mean, I am prepared. I do have a spare headset altogether, so I'll do the one ear at a time, but if they both die, then whatever.
Yeah.
One ear at a time.
So, yeah, and then I have to turn the volume up because you guys aren't in stereo anymore.
Yeah.
So, yeah, how about a BTM security? You don't have to show your camera. I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to be offended if you don't show your camera. I mean, I let Dan get away with it.
Yeah,
you
all
know,
the time.
I mean, we have no idea what he looks like. He wants to stay in the shadows.
Oh, some people do know what I look like.
But I don't.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I don't. You've hidden from me.
Well, I'm leaving you guys. I'm going to sleep.
Good to talk to you, Agnes, as usual.
Well, Kat, then where do I go? Who's got another channel where it's primarily left that is going to be open to talking? So if BTM if they're further from knowing the truth than I am, then point me in the direction of a channel that is going to be able to have an open discussion that I could actually get better information from, because that'd be great, right? That's what we want. Yeah. We want more content, more
information from Caitlin. I don't think that's actually going to happen, but
no, I don't think
so. How it's pronounced, Caitlin?
Yeah,
that's proper pronunciation.
Circling. Oh, we have in here. Someone popped in.
Somebody popped in. Somebody called interesting. Okay, we'll see how interesting they are.
Morning.
Oh,
morning, interesting.
Good morning.
How you doing today?
Doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Not too bad. And I recognize this voice. I know who this is already.
Yeah, I know you do.
How you doing?
We talked the other night on BTM.
Yep, I know.
Excellent.
Hello, Polish.
I don't know why you wouldn't just put your name out there.
I didn't know it was already. I had this account for something else. I didn't change the name back.
Okay, so for anybody that doesn't know, this is Samuel.
Oh my God! I was just gonna say I know you're free.
Excellent. I've heard Samuel before. Yes.
He's the gentleman that made the convoy in Texas or whatever, or didn't make the convoy in Texas, however you want to say it. So how are you doing this morning, Samuel?
Oh, I'm doing great.
Yeah. So how long have you been following the stream so far? I saw you comment a while back. What's your opinion of some of the things that we've been saying? Do you feel there's an issue that the left and right can unite on to try to make the government better as a whole?
Actually, I wouldn't. I just got on it. Actually, I just rewinded back a little bit when you said somebody was on on there
Yeah.
from BTM. But that's when I seen Joy.
Okay. Well, do you have any comments about that question I just asked? Is there any common core issues
Well, I
that
don't.
you feel?
To be honest, I don't think dealing with 1776 that's going to happen.
Okay, well, yeah, we're not talking about 1776. We're talking outside of. We're talking a whole new, just the left and right coming together, completely independent from anything that's going on right now.
Right.
A
To
new
be honest,
movement.
that's the only way it's going to happen. The left and the right have to come together. That means
Yeah,
That means all religions, all whatever.
Yep,
yeah.
yep. I agree.
And that's what basically what we've been talking about. I mean, I've had some conversations with Telescope, and I also had conversations with Joy, and we were talking about issues like securing the vote through voter ID. Their only negative about it was having to pay for IDs. So I didn't feel that that was a very big stumbling block because, the core issue about dealing with voter ID wasn't their problem. It was just whether or not people were paying for it. Um, so that was one topic. Then we were talking about term limits. That was another one. Telescope, I think, came up with the idea of possibly a 6-year president term, one and done. So that way we'd eliminate presidents um, having to worry about their next term and having to go out and promote themselves. They could just get in there, do what they need to do, and be done with it. I think there
Right.
was a couple other topics. I mean, what do you think that there's, out of those topics, do any of those sound good to you? Or is there a topic that you think that the left and right may want to consider combining on to try to fix things in the government? I mean, we're talking core issues. We're not talking all the side stuff. We're talking about the things that are corrupting the government. The other issue was, just to talk on that, like the super PACs and the people that are influencing the what our politicians do when they're in office. And there you go. Now you got the floor, just to give
Right.
you
Yeah.
Right.
some
For one,
talking points.
I'm not really a big politician. I really don't, care who's in office, as long as it's the right person in office to look out for people. Uh, Hold on a minute.
Okay, but you don't feel that it affects you depending on who's in office?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Okay. Kathleen wants you to get away from this group of people, Agnes. I guess we're a bad influence.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I like
Okay,
someone
I'm back.
telling me what to do.
Okay.
Yeah, for me personally, uh, it's not necessarily affecting me now. No, it's not.
Okay.
Uh,
But do you
but the
feel
only
that there's
reason,
corruption
but
in the government?
oh, of course, it's
Okay, so
corruption in pretty much all politicians.
and that's what we're talking about is how do we deal with the corruption in the government and try to get it back on course?
Well, the only way we're gonna deal with it is, like you said, if all sides come together. Because if we fighting against each other, that's pretty much what the government wants.
Yeah, so what topic do we need to work on that's a core topic that we can both agree on? Did any of those topics that I brought up that I've discussed with Telescope and with Joy, did any of those ring home for you that that'd be an issue that you'd be interested in getting on board with?
I didn't listen to it. I just came on.
Oh, I said I told them to you. I told you the topics we were talking about. Those were
Okay,
all
say it again.
topics we agreed on.
Okay, say it again.
Um, Voter ID, as long as you don't have to pay for the IDs.
Okay.
Um, Getting rid of these corporate interests and super PACs that are influencing our politicians.
Okay.
Um, Looking into term limits so that we get these people out of office that have been there all the time.
Right.
Um, looking at potentially limiting a presidency to a one-time term of 6 years instead of having to have a president always focusing on his campaign,
Right.
and not focusing on the job. What other
Yeah,
topics were there?
I don't too much like the 6 year deal because let's say you get a president in there that's not doing what he said he's going to do. So you got to wait 6 years to get him out of office.
Well, I mean, ultimately, if he's doing that bad of a job, that you have the options of the impeachment. So it's not like you're completely stuck with him if he's doing that bad. But the idea is that then he's, according to Telescope, is that the idea is that instead of him worrying about playing politics and trying to campaign for his next 4 years, he just gets in, does his job, and then goes on with his life. That's that. I
Right.
guess that's the plus side.
Right. And then
So
you got
I
to look
mean,
at the negative.
I don't know. I'm on the fence with it, but I'm letting it rattle around in my brain a little bit, sitting here and saying, well, I can see the pros of it, because then that seems to be a problem. A lot of people in politics, they're always worried about getting getting reelected, so they're not
Right.
usually focusing on doing their job.
Right.
So
Right.
that was
I
just
agree.
one aspect he was saying, that would eliminate that from the presidential position. I don't
Right.
know if it's a good or a bad, but I'm just putting it out there because it was an interesting thought,
Right.
so that's
Right.
why it's
Yeah,
out
because
there.
every time like the president term frame from the end, something's always come up. They're going to do something to try to stay in office.
Yeah, sorry, I was reading a text. Yeah, so I mean, that seems to be a problem, is that politicians are more concerned with getting reelected because it's a lifetime assignment for them than doing the job.
Right.
And unfortunately they'll say whatever they have to say to get into government, and then usually they don't provide or do what they say they're going to do. So by limiting terms and like the 6 year thing, or even limiting terms on every other position, it kind of makes it where you have an ending date. You don't need to sit here and try to always run. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
You know. So I mean, I guess that's the question: is what topic, what joining topic can the left and right agree on? I mean, I gave you a couple ideas. I mean, the other thing was a minimum age too. I know there's a minimum age for presidency, but there's not a minimum age on other branches of the government. And I was talking about possibly one for all branches. So that way you don't have people that are just coming out of college that have no life experience and joining the government. Having a minimum age, they would at least have to go out in the real world, do some stuff, and then they can bring those experiences of being in the real world to their office in government. That was another topic I had brought up on BTM,
Right.
which got a lot of positive traction. So, I mean, out of any of those topics, do any of those sound like something that you as a member of the left would be comfortable supporting?
Hmm.
Because I'm trying to find a topic. I've said here, and I've said it clear as day. If the left can find a topic that I can agree with, I'm more than happy to help them in their movement. You
Right.
know, it just has to be a common ground thing. I'm very open minded. I don't care if it's a left or right issue if I think it's going to fundamentally correct what I feel is problems in the government.
Right. Yeah, that's understandable. Hmm. I really don't know.
I really don't know. See, that's the thing. You know, but that's what we've been kind of working on a little bit, is sitting here trying to figure out, like I said, these are all topics that we've talked, that I've talked on BTM on channels about, and topics that we've talked here about. And so far, I've not found a person on the left that hasn't disagreed that these were all good ideas to at least consider talking about.
Right.
So, you know, I mean, and then the next step would be, then how do we start it? How do we start a, it has to be at the state level. I don't think this federal thing is going to work. How do we
Right.
get
Yeah.
the left and right from each state to come together and go to their capital houses to push one agenda?
Right.
Not multiple things. We're not talking about abortion. We're not talking about this. We're not talking about that. One core thing that's going to fundamentally help to fix the government.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely at the state.
Yeah, it's definitely has to start at the state level, but we need to get both parties to join in it on that same message. Or if that's not a topic that you want to talk about and you just want to think about it, I don't want to keep you on the spot. But was there something that you came on that you wanted to talk about?
I just popped in because you were saying, uh, told me to come in, so I just popped in, pretty much.
Oh,
Hey, Samuel, what do you think? What do you think is wrong with this country, and what exactly would it make you to stand up and protest?
What do I think is wrong with this country?
Yeah, and what it would be that you would get up and protest right from the spot.
I mean, you've already admitted that you feel that the government's corrupt. You
Oh yeah.
know,
Oh yeah.
so I mean, there's got to be a common issue that we agree on. You know,
No, but what is it for you, Samuel? Like, when you really think about it, what's wrong with this country? And if we were to form a protest, what would be one message you would have for that protest?
if the left
all
wanted
the
to start a
religions, like
protest,
excluding all the issues that we have, white versus black, and abortions and guns and whatever. One
Right.
issue that is going to make you stand up right now, and you're going to be like, yeah, this is what I'm going to go and fight for.
Well, excluding the ones you just said, I don't know.
because we're trying to find
I
we're
didn't have
trying to
to
find a
exclude
common
it.
core thing.
I didn't have to exclude it. I just was like, well, what is it going to be? Because for everybody, it's going to be different. But if you were to pick one thing that
Yeah,
you
we're
would
trying to
think,
find common ground things that we can unite Republicans and Democrats on. And obviously, those
Right.
topics that
I really
Volshag
don't
said,
consider myself a Republican or Democrat.
you don't have to.
libertarian, whatever.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't consider myself that. I
Okay.
consider whatever's right is right and whatever's wrong is wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. So what's the one issue you think
Yeah.
is wrong
then-
with this country and is worth protesting? Where we just go stand up and tell the government or whatever, whoever, and we'll be like, well, this is the one issue that we want resolved in this country right now.
Uh-oh. We have a Jeff coming in. This is gonna get scary.
Oh, that's BTM Jeff?
No. What the hell you two still doing up again all night?
Well, we had conversations, and I invited you to come, but you were probably too busy moderating Telescope's page.
No, actually, no. I was busy sleeping.
You were busy sleeping. Okay.
Yeah, I finally was able to get some sleep, and I took it.
Oh, good on you, man. Good on you, man. We all need sleep.
Yeah. So I guess we'll pose the question to you, Jeff. I mean, while Samuel sits here and thinks about it,
What's
what
there
do
to think
you
about?
think? We're talking about what are core issues, and you've heard me talk about this before, that the left and the right should be able to unite on, that we can go to like the state capitals and as a unified force go in and say, hey, we want this because this is going to dramatically affect the government in a positive way. What topic is the one topic that we should try to unite on first to make the most impactful change to the government.
Oh hell, that's easy.
It's easy. Okay.
And there's a and that's the answer is actually the best way to go about it is our rights, but not the way people are going about trying to get our rights.
Okay.
Because our rights are our rights, and they were given to us by the Constitution. They're saying the law of the land, but the law of the land has nothing to do with it. It's just our constitutional rights. And if
Okay.
people actually were to look at the constitutional rights and everybody come together, because that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants our rights.
RT3 gun control is not a left and right thing that I think we can unite on. I mean, I think that's an issue that's
But not
more right.
everyone actually thinks that our constitutional rights were taken away. I have talked to people in the DC. They don't think that our constitutional rights are being taken away. So
Yeah.
how are we going to agree on that?
I mean, we can all agree that we feel that the government's corrupt. I think we all can agree because I mean, when it came to that Republican thing, the left felt that they got screwed in the vote. So each side's experienced voter irregularities and problems, and
Well, the problem with that, though, Eric, is every time there's an election, if it doesn't go somebody's way, they got screwed.
I understand that, but we need having something in place that secures the vote more, so that either side can feel that there's no possibility of fraud is not a bad thing.
I think that's still going to happen. Somebody's still going to say it was fraud.
You're always going to have that, but if we have somebody who actually gets elected that both sides like, that problem's going to go away.
Yeah. But I mean,
but I don't see
vote,
another JFK coming along anytime soon.
Yeah.
So Jeff, for you to go and stand up and protest, someone will have to tell you, I'm going to get for our constitutional rights. And you hear that message and you're good to go to your state capital, correct?
Nope. But I'll tell them simply, you go do what you got to do.
All right, so the question is, what is it going to make you to stand up and go and protest and do something at the state capitol?
I don't have to go to the state capitol. I stood up and protested for 16 years, Polish. Oh, I did.
Okay.
It's when
the
moment I raised my right hand and said I do.
Jeff.
And I took an oath to protect that Constitution. That's when I started protesting.
Okay, but her question is what is the issue that you would sit here and go protest with somebody from the left on? If the left
one hasn't arisen yet.
What?
One hasn't come up yet.
That's the point. I understand that. That's what we're trying to figure out, Jeff. If the left wanted to start a movement, and you heard about a movement that the left was starting, what movement would they start?
If I would have to pick a movement that would, for me, would be worth fighting with somebody from the left would never make that movement because of what that movement would be, and that would be not to burn my American flag. To me, that would be a movement worth standing up for.
Okay.
But the left would never do that because that's what their favorite thing is.
But that doesn't fix core problems of the government. We're talking bigger terms. We're talking. I understand we don't like that the American flag gets burned, but we're trying to talk about bigger core fundamental changes to the government that makes America better. Not making it so people can't burn the flag is not going to change the corruption in the government.
The only way you're going to change this screwed up country is you change the politicians in D.C. Protest is not going to do it. You put people out.
So how do we change the politicians in D.C.?
You re-elect, you impeach, you clean house. That's how you're going to fix the problems.
And how does the left and right go and clean house?
Like I said, during elections, you re-elect new people to put in their place that you think are going to do the job. And if they're not doing the job they're supposed to do, you impeach them, you remove them, you recall them.
Okay, well, that doesn't. That
That's
system isn't working
exactly
right
how
now.
it's supposed to work.
But it
Right,
doesn't
but
work.
how are we going to unite people and agree on one particular person?
Well, the reason it
How are
doesn't
we
work is
gonna
people
pick-
don't know it's there.
How are we going to pick the subject and one thing that this politician needs to be or needs to do or needs to protect us somehow, that we're all going to bring all the people and unite them and be like, yes, this person is for everybody. This person is good for everyone. So what kind of a person or what kind of an issues would that have to be for the left and right and middle to come together? Like unite everybody so we don't got to choose. Oh, we want those from Democrats, we want those from Republicans, we want that one particular person. How this person needs to be, like, what would they need to like have, there for us in order to pick them?
Well, like I said on Luckray, I don't see a JFK coming along anytime soon.
That's a person. That's not a policy.
I'm not trying to be that as a joke, but that's what it's going to take. It's going to take another JFK for this country to get back where it belongs. Politicians for the people. That's what it's going to take.
Okay, but we can't wait for that. What can we do? What could we get off our ass in the next week as left and right and go do right now that is going to possibly have some effect to positively make this country better?
Honestly, there is nothing.
So we should just
No, I'm
look
not
to the
saying you
United
should
States.
just stay and do nothing. But you got to look at what you're up against. You're up against what? 52 corrupt politicians that have been doing this for years.
Yeah.
They know the game. Whereas we got a
But
bunch
we're not trying to work at the federal level. We're trying to work at the state level.
Well,
We're trying to get people.
state level is easier to get to than the federal level is, but it's the
Jeff,
same effect.
Go drink your coffee so you can keep up on this conversation. We've
I'm
been
not
talking
drinking-
about that.
You didn't hear me. I said the state level is easier to
I
gain
know.
access to than the federal level.
I know.
But to your question, Eric, what would it
Yes.
take?
Yes.
It would take 500 people to stand on the front porch of the capitol of any state building and call the politicians out.
Well, I mean,
Right now, the biggest thing right now is for women is abortion.
Okay, but see, that's not an issue that we can. That you're not getting it.
I am
Okay,
getting
Jeff.
it, Eric.
No, you're not. We're trying to
am.
find an issue that both sides can unite on.
But
That
Jeff,
is
We're not
one.
going to unite on
come up
abortion.
with the issue.
That is one.
I understand, but the left and right are not going to sit here and see eye to eye on abortion. So that we're trying to find an issue to unite.
What makes you say they won't?
Because the right is anti-abortion and the left is pro-abortion.
No. Their belief is women's choice. Women's choice to choose. That's the common ground. It's the women's choice. That's where you start.
The right is not going to sit here and align, because a lot of right is religious, and a lot of right believes that abortion is wrong, and it's not going to be something they can unite on.
But that's why you find a common ground, which is the choice.
No, it's got to be a common issue that almost every Republican and Democrat can agree on. Not just a few here and a few there. It has to be But
it doesn't exist, Eric.
Well, that's not true. That's not true. We've already had conversations about term limits. That seems to be
That'll never happen.
That seems to be polling favorably. We've had conversations about
pay cuts, hopefully.
No, we didn't talk about that, but that's a possibility. We had conversations about getting rid of the people that are influencing our politicians, the super PACs, the special interest groups.
Now let me ask you this question, Eric. What's the likelihood do you think you're going to get rid of a lobbyist group on either side?
Depends on if the Democrats feel the same way.
I have something. Why don't we get
if
rid
half
of
the
why
state
don't we get
of
rid of state tax and property taxes? Do you think both of the groups could agree on that?
No.
It's the same reason they won't get rid of the lobbyist groups. It's money in their pocket. How do you think they get all this extra money they're making? It's from the lobbyists.
The problem is, Jeff, I've been talking to these people on the left, and so far the people I've talked to on the left have not sat here and said that they'd oppose that. So
but have you been talking to politicians?
I don't give a shit what the politicians have to say. They're not who I care about.
I understand that, but like I said, that's who you're fighting. They're not going to get rid of their cash banks. They're not going to say, okay, the people don't want lobbyists coming in and paying us money to swing our vote their direction.
Okay.
That's not going to happen.
What is the population of Wisconsin?
Population
of Wisconsin is 5 million, almost 6 million people. So you tell me that if a million people that consider and agree on the same issue show up at the state capitol in Wisconsin, that the government's not going to listen. If we can find a
they'll listen to you talk.
If a million people show up and sit here and say, hey, we want you to do this because we found a topic that we both can agree on, you know, that the government, that state government here in Wisconsin isn't going to do anything about it.
Well, like I said, they'll listen to you talk.
And then if this is something that is echoed across the nation, and every state capital has 1 million people standing there at each state capital in all 50 states, you don't think that a change could happen?
No, it won't, because they won't allow it. Think about it, Eric. Look how many people stood up for closing the border on both sides. They've gone and approached and preached to the politicians. And it's been going on for how long? And the government said, oh, yeah, we'll listen to you. We'll listen to you. Yeah, they listen. Do they act on it? No.
Yeah, but were they working at the federal level or the state level?
They've worked at both. You'd be surprised how many times people have gone to the Capitol building in Phoenix, Arizona about the border issues over the last 20 years. They hear them, but they don't do nothing about it.
But to what level? I mean, was it all pretty much Republican, or was it?
No, both sides.
It was both sides. And like what kind of numbers?
The biggest one they had was 5,000 people standing on the Capitol step.
Okay.
For preaching that they need to do something with the border problem. And all the politicians said, yeah, we hear you, we hear you, we hear you. And the moment they walked inside the building, they forgot what they heard.
Well, that's why you need bigger numbers.
Well, no, that's why right now there's a politician in Arizona who's running for office. I hope she gets it.
Yeah.
She used to be a news reporter for Channel 3 News, Carrie Lake.
Okay. All right.
If she gets it, she's going to actually be one that will actually do what she listens to, because she's reported on it over the years. So she's seen both sides. Right now, they're trying to keep her from getting in that position. Her opposition is trying everything they can to keep her from being elected.
Okay.
Because they know she's going to come up there and stir the waters.
Well, okay, but like I said, this is an issue that if the right and the left are fighting upon, you know, that's not something that they're uniting on. We're trying to find an issue.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the right and the left both want the border problems in Arizona fixed, and Carrie Lake is their answer. And the people,
but she's a Republican, and so that's not the answer.
Who cares
if they don't want to vote
if they listen to both sides and willing to work with both sides and get the job done for both sides, that's the person you want to do. Yeah. Like JFK, he was a people's president. That's what got him killed. I gotta
use the bathroom real quick, so I'll let you and Agnes talk.
Oh, what about Dan? Are you still there?
And Dan.
Yeah, I'm still here. Just
That's
assume
what
paying
that's what got
attention.
JFK killed, was the fact that he was a people's president.
Yeah.
And right now, Kerry Lake is a people's representative in the state of Arizona, and they're trying everything they can to keep her from making that office.
Yeah, but we have to find something that everyone is going to agree. Is it going to be the corruption? Is it going to be taxes? Are we going to try to do something for this country to make our lives better? And it has to make everyone's life better.
Oh, I agree.
So isn't it all about the money? When you don't know what is it all about, it's all about the money. So why don't we try to agree on something that it's going to actually bring more money into our pockets? And so maybe this way here, we can agree on the subject that, you know, if you ask someone, and no matter if they're right, left, or the middle, or whatever it is, they'll be like, well, you know what, you may have a point, you know. Well, and so it all depends how you really present it.
What I would really like to see, that would be a worthwhile cause, actually, Agnes, is if you look at the Constitution and read what it says. It clearly states in there, free from federal taxation. If we can get rid of the federal taxation, it would put a lot of money back in folks' pockets where it belongs.
Yeah. Freaking tell me about it, dude. Yeah, I'm going. I'm ready.
That would be a cause worthwhile fighting for, because the Constitution says we're not supposed to have it. And another one on top of that is Social Security. Because unfortunately, our government stupidity or ignorance found a loophole to be able to take what people were putting aside for their retirement, which what Social Security was originally set up for, to be able to tap into it and spend it as they see fit when they weren't supposed to when it was first set up. Because that was strictly something that people put out of their own pocket into. So when they got to the age of retirement, they had something that was there for them.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, our government figured out a loophole to get into it and start spending it. So a lot of people that have been paying into it, by the time they are able to retire, are not going to have anything to rely on because the government spent it. And they're not replacing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, could be something.
Because when Social Security was first set up, it was supposed to be untouchable by the federal government.
They're spending the money.
And they're spending it left and right.
Yeah, I mean, that's a problem. But again, does that fix government corruption?
No, it doesn't fix, but you have to start with something. And if you can't on one thing, then you can stir them and like.
It's a good topic, but it doesn't fix the core problem. It's the government is corrupt. We need to fix that. Great second item, okay, but what is the first thing?
You start with the small stuff and you work your way up, because in order to get to the
you don't sit here and go into a casino and play a rigged table.
Sure I do.
No, you don't. That's just stupidity. That is straight up stupidity.
No, that's a fast way of getting kicked out of the casino.
If the system is broken, you've got to fix the system first. Then you can work on the issues. But trying to sit here and work within a broken system is futile. You can't win. You can't get real change if the system that you're trying to work within changes the rules and is broken, and nobody obeys them, and they do whatever the hell they want.
Okay, so how are you going to fix corrupt politicians that keep coming up?
That's what we're talking about. That's why we're talking about getting rid of the lobbyists, getting rid of the corporate interest groups. That's why we were talking about those topics. That's why we were talking about term limits. That's why we were talking about, voter ID laws. And like I said,
well, a lot of states already got voter ID laws in place.
Okay, but they don't all have voter ID laws. And are they to whatever level? And, are we talking about, the mail-in ballots? Are we talking about the
Well,
entire
see,
voting system?
that's what started the whole corruption was the mail-in ballot.
Okay, we know that.
Because unfortunately, when they
It
first
can be
started those,
abused.
they could be abused. They were abused because they were putting in false ballots and everything else. That's why they need to get rid of the mail-in ballots and make it an actual physical appearance ballot, where you actually got to
Yeah.
go in, show your ID, show you
Yep.
that you're a registered voter, and vote.
Yeah.
Because
I was actually interested in what Dan had to say about how his voting system. If you want to refresh Jeff about what you were saying about how your system works in the way that you can track your votes and stuff.
Okay, before you start, I'm going, guys, because I'm
Okay.
tired.
that's 2 long nights in a row for you, Agnes. Go get some sleep.
Thank you.
Good night. Good night,
Nice
Polish
Good night.
Agnes.
Nice talking
Good.
to you.
Good talking to you, Agnes, as usual.
Have a good night, dear. So, Dan, you got a way to avoid the mail-in ballots.
It's we still have mail in, but it's the way we do it. What we do here in New Zealand is that every person of voting age has to register as a voter, and then when you place your vote, you can only place one vote. You can't place 2 votes. You can only place 1 vote, and that is, if you wanted to check who you voted for, because sometimes people change. I have. You could. Not many people do. The only ones that can get access to that information is the government itself, for various reasons, such as statistical reasons and so forth. And that gets rid of all the possibility of a corrupted vote. It can't happen.
Well, in a perfect society, I can see that, but I don't know about you guys, Dan, but here in the United States, one of the biggest problems we have is mysteriously people who have been dead for years have mail-in ballots showing up with their name on it.
That doesn't
Yeah.
happen here because the only ones that can register are the ones that are actually alive.
Well, see, that's why a lot of people are saying get rid of the mail-in ballots. And I think what they need to do is have a system in place that ties into the obituaries.
Yeah.
So anybody's name that shows up on the obituary page, the moment a ballot comes in for it, that ballot gets yanked.
Yep.
Because
Yep.
if you're dead, you can't vote.
Yep.
But that's the biggest problem in the United States.
We love all the people that have died. We have nothing against you. We love you. But when just like with marriage, okay? It's death till we part, okay? Your voting rights in America do
Should
not
stop.
exist once you've passed away. We love you. We will set up. We will party with you guys. Okay. So when you guys want to come up out of the ground on the day of the vote, we will have a great party and we can all hang out in the cemetery. But you guys are not allowed to leave that property. You can tell us about your history and everything, but your voting rights, unfortunately, are death do you part. Okay. No more.
Could you
voting
imagine the
after
look
death.
on people's faces of all these people got out of the grave just to vote? They'd be shitting themselves.
Well, Arizona's trying something new this year, and I'm hoping to God it works. And then if
Yeah.
it does, everybody else picks up on it. They are cross-referencing every vote against the state obituary. And if that name shows up on the obituary anywhere in the state of Arizona, that vote is automatically kicked out. If they're not a legal citizen, that vote also gets kicked out.
And where was this?
Arizona. It's something new they're
Okay.
going to try this year because they got rid of the mail-in ballots last year and they still had issues.
Mm-hmm.
So this year they're trying something totally new. And the way the polling positions are set up, everything's going to be cross-referenced, and if you don't have a valid ID to walk into the building, you're not going to be allowed to be the vote.
I agree with you, Tracy.
Which is smart because here everything's cross-referenced against various databases to make sure that doesn't happen. One of them being the censorship data, and the other one being the birth certificate data. So same idea, and it does work because it works here.
Yeah, and somebody in the chat said we should all have election day off. That's a step in the right direction.
Yeah,
but unfortunately,
and that's an issue that I have no problems with.
I don't either. But unfortunately, companies aren't going to look at it that way.
Well, if the
that's
government
one day they don't have production.
Doesn't matter if the government makes it a national holiday, or even makes it even more than a national holiday. Make that a law that we just do not work on voting day. Then that's just the way it is. It
should have been that way long ago.
That's smart. That's
because
smart.
it's such
that's
a
really
big
smart.
day. It doesn't have to be a holiday. Hell, banks call off days just because they want a day off. Why can't Americans say, "Hey, voting day is a day off"?
Yeah. Well, here our voting day is always on a Saturday, so it's always on a weekend.
Well, not here. Ours are Monday through Friday.
And so and the voting polls are always ballots are always available at community halls. So it sort of works out. But yeah, I like the idea of making it.
Well, like I said, Arizona's going to try it first this year, see if it works. Hopefully, it works because they've revamped all their voting machines that tie into the obituaries. If a name shows up on the obituary and it shows up on a voting ballot, that ballot's automatically kicked out, which is the way it should be.
Yeah,
that's
well,
smart.
voter rolls have been a problem for every state for forever. But I do like Dan's setup where the only way you can vote is you have to register you in person, or with your ID. Is it in person? Has to vote or has to register for every election. So the dead
unfortunately, in the United States, you register once. That's it.
The dead are very lazy. They don't want to come out of the ground multiple times to register and then vote.
So see, that's the problem we face.
They
in
like
America.
to vote. They don't like to register.
Well, that's the biggest problem we have in America. Once you're 18, you register to vote one time, you're registered.
Mm-hmm.
No, it has to be.
And if you move,
we have to register. We have to register every time, which is smart.
Well, that'd be a fix, because here in America, even if you move from state to state, all you gotta do is let that other state know you're a registered voter when you do a mail address change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
My question is, what the hell is the post office doing running registration?
Okay, hold on 1 second. I want to talk to James in the chat real quick because he seems to be our resident leftist that's here right now. How do you feel, James, about doing a system like they do in New Zealand, where you have to register with your ID for every vote? Are you for that or against that? Go ahead, Jeff.
And I can answer James' question real easy for the state of Arizona because of who's right next door in the next state. Yuma had more votes than it had population from people from California who didn't have the right to vote in the state of Arizona.
Yeah.
How the hell does that work?
They crossed the border, voted, and went back.
Oh, right.
I mean, Yuma's population is a little over 2.5 million. Their votes were over 3 million in Yuma. You can't have more votes than what you got population. But they did. And that was people from California coming over trying to rig the election. That's got to stop.
That's
Rigging
the problem.
elections has to stop. If we can stop rigging the elections, a lot of this bullshit that's going on in DC is going to stop. Because then these parties aren't going to be able to force in who they believe is the right person. Hell, look, everybody think Trump wants. Okay, Trump lost. Big deal. But was Biden the right person to go against Trump? Hell no. Look what the man's done already. The man thought a mannequin was his wife, and he's a truck driver. Is that the right person to be a president? No. If you don't even know who your own wife is, and you think a mannequin standing there not moving is your wife, there's a problem. And you expect this man to be able to run this country? No. The man's senile. He's got dementia. That's not who we need as a president. And we need to quit hiring or voting for these old fogies to be presidents. We need somebody younger in there that can see what's going on and have fresh ideas that aren't stuck in what a certain party belief is. We got to quit hiring or voting in people that are 70 plus years old when the requirement to be president is age 35.
I bet you money Dan is sitting here and doing one of those vapes.
Yep.
Probably.
Yeah.
One of them
Ed
laced
was
vapes.
asking, what do you keep snorting?
Yeah, I was like,
One of them laced vapes. But
Yeah.
in
You're
the
a
United
snorter.
States, in order to be the president of the United States, you have to be a natural American citizen. You have to be 35. So why the hell are we electing people that are 70 and 80 years old to be our president?
Because for whatever reason, we're only getting career politicians that are running.
And that's not how the government was originally set up. You know that as
I
well
know
as
that.
I do, Eric. It
Yeah.
was set up to have term limits, which they've never had, and they need them, to where fresh ideas come in every election. Every election. And I think what they should do is you serve 2 terms, you're done. Let somebody with fresh ideas come in.
Have you heard the one that I think I'm crediting Telescope on this one. I think this was his idea. I believe it was him. It was in BTM. It was one of the BTM things. But they were sitting here talking about doing a one and done 6-year term, because then it would eliminate the president from focusing on reelection. It would give him a window of time to get done what he needs to get done, and he doesn't have to play the politics game. He just gets in there, does what he needs to do, and gets out, because there is no second term and there is no reelection that he has to worry about. What do you think of that?
That is a possible solution if it's adhered to.
yeah, I
But then you
your
get
point.
presidents like, and I know I'm going to piss off a lot of people when I say this, Obama, who was trying to figure out how to become a czar.
Yeah.
And if he would have had his way, that's exactly what would have happened. But he got caught.
But if it's a 6 and done, you're eliminating one of the biggest
Okay, let me
problems
ask you
that
this
I
question.
find in
Why
this.
6?
Hold on, stop. No.
Why 6?
Okay, we'll go from there. Because it's just a thought of a number, because it's not 4, it's not 8, it's just a happy medium in there. And I'm not saying that's the number we're going to go on. That's just what they were floating, and it was just an idea. But the biggest problem that I see in government is that we have this constant reelection, this pending constant reelection always happening, where they're not focused on doing their job. They're focused on getting reelected. And then because they're trying to please everybody in the party and keep getting reelected, they don't go and do what they say they're going to do in the government.
Well, sure they do the
say
first
whatever
year.
they're going to say. Huh?
Sure they do the first year.
A lot of times if it's controversial, they won't. They'll say it to get in, but then they don't do it because then they're afraid that it's going to piss somebody off.
Who cares if you piss somebody off? You're there to do a job. Do your job.
Yeah.
No, but I agree with
Okay,
you. President should
stop for
be.
1 second. Stop for 1 second. James, stop spamming the chat, please. I've been very tolerant. You're just spamming the chat. You know, I mean, I don't mind that you're here. I've been more than nice sitting here and letting you keep on sitting here and talking about the same thing over and over and over again. You know, if you want to come on the panel, come on the panel. We'll talk. But
If not, I can fix the problem.
Just no, we're fine. I'm gonna give him a chance. I'm talking
Okay.
to him directly. I'm giving him a chance just to calm it down. We're not even talking about Trump. You're talking about Trump. We're not even talking about Trump. We've completely changed the topic. You're still hammering on something we said
They
a long
always
time
will,
ago.
Eric.
I know, I understand, and I'm verbally giving him a chance. So, okay, go ahead, Jeff.
But no, I agree with you. Unfortunately, like Trump, Biden, or any president, the first year they're in office, they try getting stuff done. The next 3, they're working on their campaign for the next re-election.
Mm-hmm.
But
And that's a problem.
But if we set it to, okay, you get elected, you have 4 years. You're not getting reelected again. So now you got 3 more years. You can actually do something for the country. I agree with that.
Bye, Kimberly.
Hey, Kimberly.
Kimberly. Good to see Kimberly.
But I agree with that. If we have a locked term for the president, 4 years, done over with, they now know they won't have a chance to reelect for the next election. Maybe farther down the road they can, but not for the next immediate election. Where are you driving to now?
What?
I just heard your map go off.
No, you heard my phone. I got a text message.
It sounds like you're driving because it's giving you directions.
No, if you were watching the stream instead of just, talking on a headset with your eyes looking at something else.
I am watching stream. No, your phone was giving directions. Turn left in 1.5 miles.
No, it went did. It was a text message notification.
Daniel, did you not hear his phone say turn left in 1.5 miles?
No, I heard the notification, but I didn't hear any other instructions.
It was like your MapQuest was going off.
Wow. Jeff.
I know you're not driving. You're sitting in front of the brown curtains.
You got to stop toking whatever you're toking. Man.
I don't toke. I'm not you, Eric. No, but I agree. The 4-year limit, but on top of that, there's also something else that would put a lot of money back in American people's pockets. If you're no longer president, you no longer get a check.
Yeah.
But I'm sorry. Yeah, the guy had probably one of the most important jobs in America.
I agree with you, Ray. And that's a common issue that I think a lot of Republicans and Democrats do agree on, that we do need a retirement age for politicians straight out. Go ahead, Jeff. Sorry.
But when it's just like any job, if you quit that job, your paycheck stops. So why the hell we keep paying these guys the rest of their life?
Yeah.
Same issue here.
Give them the Secret Service for protection, but stop that paycheck.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and that's the thing. That's the problem with career politicians, is that they have nothing to go back to. It's all they've ever done all their life has been a politician.
Oh, you don't think Nancy Pelosi ain't gonna get a paycheck when she leaves?
Yeah.
Her check's gonna continue too.
Yeah. And that's
the problem we have here as well in New Zealand. They still continue to be paid, right?
Yeah, and it needs to stop because you're no longer doing that job. So why should you get paid for it? Yeah. Hell, these guys make so much money in their career from lobbyist groups, companies wanting for them to vote their direction, and everything else. They don't need that paycheck to continue the rest of their life.
Yeah.
They've got enough sidekicks while they were in office. They don't need it.
Yeah. Nobody should be going into office and coming out richer than they did when they started.
Exactly.
Well, it certainly happens a lot everywhere else.
It happens everywhere.
It's like most of the former prime ministers end up being ambassadors to somewhere else in the world, and they're set. They're
Yeah.
definitely set. You don't
Well,
see them back here again.
like I said, I can understand the Secret Service because of the job they had.
Yeah, there are going to be people that hate them, and they're going to need protection, and that's understandable.
But as far
When
as that
you're,
check, once you're out of office, that check stops.
yeah,
But that'll never happen either because
Yeah.
they won't allow it. Just like they won't allow term limits. And that's the biggest problem is getting these folks in DC to
but we're
make
not
themselves
asking.
have term limits.
That's the problem is we're not asking them for permission. If enough people show up at every state capital and sits here and says we're done, left and right. I mean, if 1 million people showed up at the state capitol, because almost every state's got at least a million extra people. Mine's almost 6 million people. If 1 million people show up at my state capitol, and that happens at every state capitol, they don't have a choice. We don't leave. We stay there. We tell you,
Yeah,
you're
but
done. You're
here's the one thing
done.
you gotta look at though, Eric. Okay,
What are they gonna do if there's 50 million people
I'll give
throughout
you a
the United
scenario.
States?
I'll
What
give
are they
you a
going to do?
scenario.
Send the military out to every state when there's 50 million people across the United States protesting on the same issue?
They won't accept SSI, Ray. You and I both know it. But no, here's a scenario, and I can see this scenario playing out, Eric, and I bet you would too. Okay, they agree to do term limits.
Mm-hmm.
But inside that agreement, they put a loophole that they can pull on anytime they want.
Yeah. And what's the loophole?
They would determine what the loophole is for them to be able to bypass that term limits. You know it as well as I do. They will put that in there somewhere so they can use it when they need it. Because look how hard they fought to get Social Security. They found a loophole. Unfortunately,
sorry, I had to switch off of Wi-Fi. Another problem I have is these bills where it's telephone books worth of bills
with other bills mixed in, so people don't know what's getting passed.
Exactly. Why is it that we're allowing these multiple bills that are 500 bills? And maybe I agree with something in that bill, but I sure in hell don't agree with everything in the bill. Why are you forcing these packs of bills on us? Why can't you run on this one issue? Why can't it be this issue? Why does it have to be everything else piled into it? If I agree with this, I have to accept all this other crap with it. That's got to be something that people don't like.
Oh yeah, and I agree with you, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. Is if you want to run a bill, say a bill for health care, have it nothing but health care. Don't try sneaking another bill in with it that people don't know about. And they say, sure, let's vote on it. And they vote on, now they voted on 2 bills instead of 1 because they didn't know the second one was in there. And the second one is the one that hits them the hardest because it was hidden in the first one.
Same shit happens here.
Well, that needs to stop. If you're going to run a healthcare bill, it should strictly be healthcare, nothing else.
Yeah.
Don't try sneaking something else in there under the public's eyes, thinking they're going to pass the first one. So now you just passed 2 off of 1.
Yeah. Well, I mean that that was happening with the what the hell were those damn things called? I am so tired. My brain just isn't functioning properly. We had those rebate checks or whatever the heck they were called.
Yeah.
And to get those, you had to agree with all this other bullshit.
And there was another bill with inside of it.
Yeah, and it was like, okay, if you're going to sit here and you're going to do these stimulus bills, or stimulus checks, that was the right term. If you're going to do these stimulus checks or whatever, what does that have to do with all this other crap? Why were they, why are we allowing this? Why are we allowing the government to do this? It's just bullshit.
I can understand the stimulus check to
No
help people
packaging.
get.
No, it was the fact that they packaged all that shit in with it.
Oh yeah,
If you're going to
I
approve
agree.
the stimulus check, you have to agree to all this other bullshit.
Oh yeah, I agree. They
Or
had
we're not
like
going to
what
do the stimulus.
3 other bills with that stimulus bill.
They had billions of them, billions of different.
In
bills.
order to get this money, you got to agree to this, and this. No.
No, do you agree with the stimulus check? Yes. Boom, done. You know, you want to sit here and you want to take up each one of these topics one on one. That's how you do it. You know, there's no packaging. This packaging stuff needs to go away.
Yes.
Packaging all these bills into bigger bills and then forcing people to sit here and say, "Oh well, we liked this, but we don't like this, but we can live with that." No, we can't live with that. I want one-on-one issues. You know, if I don't like this, I don't want to have to sit here and agree to it because there's another issue that maybe I do agree with. You know,
Or them passing these bills in the middle of the night while everybody's sleeping.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
according to the way the government was supposed to work, any bill before it comes to law is supposed to be put to a vote to the public.
yeah.
But when you pass them in the middle of the night while everybody's sleeping, that's not letting the public vote on it.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I said, there, you know, and these are all issues that I think that left and right these are core issues. This is what I'm talking about, is core issues. You know, these are things that I think we can all agree that we don't like that our government's doing, and they would each and every one of them. You know, each of these topics that I keep bringing up are things that would fundamentally change the way our government is, and those are things that seem to be bipartisan issues that that on both sides should be able to unite and say, "Hey, this isn't right. We don't like it. Stop it." You know.
Well,
One
one of
of
the
just
really
brought up another good one. The government has too much time off that they're getting paid for when they're not working.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know of any company that lets you have off as much as they do.
Yeah.
one of the really screwed up things that they've done here is they're using I'll use a particular phrase, they're using the Emergencies Act here as an excuse to be able to manipulate law without going through its normal channels.
They're doing that here too, Dan. They're doing that here too.
So it's like, because it's so called for a health reason, they're changing all of these other laws that actually have nothing to do with health, but they've twisted it through legal jargon to make
I'll
it
be
fit.
right back.
Go get your cigarettes.
To make it fit a certain health thing,
Yeah.
so that they can change that law, and then all of a sudden you can't do something you used to be able to do.
Well, see, that's the problem we had here in the United States when they enacted the Emergency Powers Act. A lot of stuff got put on hold that Americans had that they no longer had because of the Emergency Powers Act.
Yeah. Ours was called something different, but I can't mention it on the channel. Otherwise, Eric's channel could.
No, you're fine. Yeah. But the problem with the Emergency Powers Act and our government, they enacted the Emergency Powers Act for something that it should not have been enacted for.
Yeah.
Because the whole reason for the Emergency Powers Act, it's a short-term act that allows the government to deal with a catastrophic disaster.
Yep. Same principle here.
But they keep extending it. Yep. Because while it's in effect, it gives them power to do whatever the hell they want to do.
Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, they're going to keep extending it.
Yeah, exactly the same shit here. Exactly. It's like
because they don't want to relinquish that power.
Exactly.
I don't know how it is for you, but here in the United States, the Emergency Powers Act was originally set up for things like tornadoes, typhoons, flash floods, an emergency happening right then, and it would be enough to get aid and everything else out, and then the Powers Act will be lifted. but it was to cover that one disaster. That's all it was supposed to be. It wasn't supposed to be extended. It's supposed to be a one and done deal. Okay, we have a hurricane that hit Florida. Powers Act to get emergency aid out to Florida. Done, over with.
Yep.
But no, they
Sorted.
can't do that.
Hmm.
They got to keep extending it.
Yeah. Ours
Oh
was
shit!
sort
He
of,
went and got menthols.
ours was sort of similar. Yeah. And they just kept extending it, and it was funny because eventually she
You
did
keep
it.
packing them as hard as you're packing them, Eric. You ain't gonna have any tobacco left. It's all gonna be in your filter.
I like to
It
draw.
used to be every 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and then she changed it after doing it twice legally, so that it would be
I could have done that
a
with 2
longer
hits.
term.
Yeah. Well, that's the problem with politicians everywhere. They enact something that's supposed to be a good thing, and then they find a loophole to keep it going.
Yeah,
They
they
keep
twist it.
giving them more power.
Yeah, they twist it and manipulate it. It ends up becoming something else.
James, I'm going to tell you right now, that bill is not going to go anywhere. So don't even bring it up. There is no help for the veterans. I know, he's just running his cum dumpster, and that's okay. But I've watched every bill dealing with the veterans like a hawk.
Yeah, unfortunately, the country doesn't seem to give two shits about our veterans.
Well, sure they do, as long as you're dying for them.
Yeah. Well, that's another thing that we have in common. Fucking hell. Just
And it's sad. As long as the veterans are out there dying, fighting for the constitutional rights, people care. But when they come back alive, oh, God forbid we help you. You were supposed to die. You weren't supposed to come back alive with medical conditions that you got while you were fighting for our rights. God forbid that happen. I deal with it every single day.
Yep.
We're not supposed to survive fighting for the Constitution. It's cheaper and easier if we just died while we were doing it. Why do you think the veterans have it so hard trying to get medical attention when they get back? They weren't supposed to come back.
Now that's something I could get on board with. You know, if you serve the country, you should have lifetime medical benefits. That should be something that, you know, if you've served your country, you know, and don't you? I mean, technically, you've got the VA. I mean, how does the VA work?
Okay.
Because don't you have the VA?
No.
Okay.
In order to get benefits after you get out of the service, you got to go through a transition or a what they call P&E. You talk to doctors. You got to prove your disabilities.
Okay.
Then they go in front of a board, and the board says, well, yes or no, they get the coverage. If you get told no, you got to start all over again. And that's why a lot of vets are having issues. That's why the suicide rate for the vets is as high as it is because they're fighting the VA to get benefits because they keep getting turned down. Because it's a panel of idiots sitting there that want whoever they turn down, that's extra money in their pocket, just like politicians. So the more people they turn down, the more money they get coming back to them.
Sure.
Because they're not having to pay the money out.
Well, that's any insurance. That's any
up.
insurance company. You know, any claim they can deny is a claim they don't have to pay out.
No.
So that
Ed, you run the lucky few. How long did it take you to get your benefits, Ed?
Hey, don't be fighting with that.
No. I'm asking a simple question. How long did it take you to get your benefits, Ed? Okay, you went to the transitions class, correct? Ed, before you got out of force, did you go through a transitions class? Then how did you get your benefits before you left the Air Force? That's what the transitions class is all about. Nowadays, everybody's got to go through a 1 month long transitions class, and part of that class is helping people get their benefits. It didn't used to be that way. It took me 8 years fighting the VA to get my benefits. And I'm still fighting them for some of my benefits.
That's so wrong.
And there's been guys that I work with as a service writer that have been fighting the VA longer than that.
Wow.
I am working with one guy that has been fighting for his benefits for 12 years now.
Wow, that's so wrong. It's just so, that's bad.
And he applied the day he got out of the Army. He has been fighting them for 12 years. And little by little, he gets more and more every time he fights, instead of giving him what he should have gotten day one. But he's got to keep going in and fighting, and he shouldn't have to.
No, shouldn't I?
That's the problem.
That's so wrong.
Is veterans are having to fight the VA to get the appropriate benefits that they earned serving for this country. 12 years. Come on. It shouldn't take 12 years to get a benefit. You know what, James, on that one, you're not even going to get lucky enough to show it.
James still spamming the chat, I see.
Yeah. His last comment, I'm not even going to let it come through.
Yeah. Oh.
You always get one idiot, right? Oh, with Eric, you might get more than one idiot.
And Ed, like I told you the other night, thank you for your service. And I'm glad you were able to get your benefits without having to fight. Because I don't think any veteran should have to fight for the benefits. I really don't. But it happens all too much.
It should be a done deal. Really, it should be a done deal.
It should be, but the problem is it's not. And that's why right now, suicide rate amongst veterans is 22.5% a day. When
I first heard those figures from listening to other podcasts, I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. And what it is these guys that are fought for this country come back. Like I told the VA when I got my benefits, this is I joined the military. I was perfectly healthy. I come back screwed up. Fix what you screwed up. I'm not asking for much. Just fix what you screwed up. That's it. But these guys come back so messed up, and the VA turns their back on them. It's not even funny. And right now, one of the biggest claims with the VA is traumatic head injury.
Yep.
I just saw what James said. Really?
That's
James?
why I didn't show it.
Yeah. Really, James? Come on.
That's why I didn't show it.
Yeah. Hi, Sharon.
Ed,
hi. Ed.
Over the years, it's gotten worse, not better.
Well, Jeff and Eric, it's been great talking to you both, and also Agnes as usual, and the others. Joy, I think your name was. Great evening. Thanks for a great evening or conversation. Enjoyed it very much.
You have a good night, Dan, and hopefully both sides will come up with a solution to help both sides out.
Yeah, well, you know, the whole world needs to come together, right?
Exactly.
So many different ways.
Yeah. And I mean, that's what I was kind of hoping for, you know. I mean, granted, that's not what this stream was about, but that's what we turned into, you know. But
it's after dark.
Yeah, well, well, if you looked at the title of the stream, I was trying to figure out. I wanted more people that kind of heard because I've been getting slandered in a lot of the chats, and
Oh
I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know if somebody's been spamming or pretending to be me or what.
No, I've been watching
But
for that because I've noticed it too, and you know me,
but
I
that
watch all the chats.
yeah,
Mm.
that's what this has kind of been about, and then we kind of started, when then we had some people come on, and we've been on so many different topics. I mean,
Mm.
tonight was just, oh my God, we bounced around. But I mean, at the core, I mean, I guess to finish up this live chat, this is the task that I ask everybody that's watching. Granted, there's only 46 people watching right now. Try to reach out to your Republican, your Democrat friends, and try to come together and see if there's a topic that the two of you guys can agree on.
Mm.
And then see if you can find a national stage. We're not big enough. I don't have enough viewers. There aren't enough. We need a channel like Sasnak or somebody that's got some serious numbers, and we need to come together on a panel with some smarter people than us that can really discuss the pros and cons of
But then
these
you're going to have
mutual
YouTube
issues.
shutting you down.
Well, then we end up doing it on some other platform.
Well, what
we do it
I
on
think they
Rumble,
need to
or
do
we
is
do it
all
on
the
something else.
streamers need to come together on a panel and figure out
streamers
something.
are streamers. We're not the
But
smartest
you got
people
streamers
in the
on both sides, though, Eric. If those streamers on both sides can come together and come to a conclusion on one topic evenly, with all their followers, and say this is what we're going to fight for, that's a start.
Yeah, that could work. That could actually work.
Well,
that's the starting point.
If you're a Republican, reach out to some of the bigger Republican streamers and float these ideas. I mean, they've been all over this chat. You guys, we've discussed them many a times. If you're a Democrat, reach out to your Democrat streamers, float these ideas. See if any of these ring true with their audiences and their streams, and have them contact me. I can be reached either through Facebook as Mechanic Eric, or I can be reached in BTM's Discord, or through Jeff Ellis or MGR. But yeah, reach out and let's see if we can sit here and somehow find a common ground issue that is going to benefit us as a nation.
Not as an individual.
Not as as a nation, yeah. Benefit us as a nation to make the government better, less corrupt, stuff like that. And let's try working together as Democrats and Republicans and Libertarians and white, black, green, purple, blue people, whatever, and let's see if we can't sit here and get something started that actually is going to do something that means something, at a core issue. We're not talking about abortion rights. We're not talking about all these things that we have division on. We want to talk about an issue that we can all agree on. So,
like I said, Eric, the best way to do it is get all these streamers, because
that's what I just put the call out for.
Left streamer, right streamer, we're all fighting for the same thing.
Yep.
Our freedoms.
And that's what I just put the call out for. So I'm gonna sit here. And
unfortunately, a lot of them aren't going to do it because they're so far left.
Okay, well, that's why their viewers need to sit here and say, "Hey, I like this idea." They need to talk their streamers into this. Or
I agree.
Whatever the case. So whatever the case. So I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna say thank you for coming along.
And then he's gonna go to sleep.
No, I've actually got a crop load of stuff I have to do today. I can't sleep, so I'm going to be going sleepless.
So when you get in the ambulance, isn't that coming up here real soon?
Is it what?
Aren't you getting the ambulance here real soon?
Yeah, I'm gonna be leaving probably the 2nd or the 3rd.
Okay.
So, in about 2 to 3 days, depending on how things.
Well, the reason I was asking, that way I can set up time frames for you to be able to look at these trucks.
Oh, well, that's not going to be until closer to the 8th.
Okay. Well, no, that way I can set up the appointment so you can go look at them and you can determine if it's going to work for what you're looking for or not.
Oh, I can look at pictures of them, but I won't be able to actually go look at them till after the 11th.
Okay. So when I talk to these dealers, it'll be after the 11th. Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be. I wouldn't be able to look at them until that. It's personal stuff. That's just Jeff's bringing up something.
And one of them is a Texas edition.
Sure. All right. Well, we're gonna
it's actually been just quickly. It's actually been really good to talk to Jeff because I've seen Jeff around for months, and I'm sure he's seen me around for months.
Oh yeah,
too,
I have, Dan.
So it's actually really good to talk to you.
Nice to meet you too, Dan.
Okay,
so on that note, I shall leave.
To bed. Ed's butt hurts because he kept falling asleep in his chair, and we must have said something that woke him up. So.
Oh my Lord, Ed got comfy in his recliner.
Yeah. All right.
I'll catch you guys next time, eh?
Thank you, everybody, for coming. I hopefully next time we get more people to actually come into the StreamYard that are of differing opinions. As long as they're respectful, you're more than welcome. And I'm going to say goodnight. So I'm going to scroll over to my little thing and go and
good night, everybody.
Yep.
Now, if I hack your phone.